Section 13 of Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by G.A. Henty. Chapter 12. Across a Continent. The work upon which the boys were engaged passed unnoticed by the Indians, who were too much absorbed by the enjoyment of the new discovery to pay any attention to other matters. The bows and arrows had been given to them as anything else in camp for which they had a fancy would be given, but beyond that none had observed what was being done. There were then many exclamations of astonishment among them when Ned and Tom issued from their hut in the morning to join the hunting party, carrying their new weapons. The bows were, of course, unstrung, and Ned handed his to the chief, who viewed it with great curiosity. It was passed from hand to hand, and then returned to the chief. One or two of the Indians said something, and the chief tried its strength. He shook his head. Ned signed to him to string it, but the chief tried in vain, as did several of the strongest of the Indians. Indeed, no man, however powerful, could string an old English bow unless trained to its use. When the Indians had given up the attempt as hopeless, the two lads strung their bows without the slightest difficulty, to the intense surprise of the natives. These again took the bows, but failed to bend them even to the length of their own little arrows. The lads then took out their newly made shafts, and took aim at a young tree, of a foot diameter, standing at about 200 yards distance, and both sent their arrows quivering into the trunk. The Indians gave a perfect yell of astonishment. "It is not much of a mark," Tom said. "Hugh Willoughby of our village could hit a white glove at that distance every time, and the fingers of a glove 5 times out of 6. It is the length of the shots, not the accuracy, which astounds these fellows. However, it is good enough to keep up our superiority." The party now started on their hunt. There was but little difficulty in finding game, for numerous herds could be seen grazing. The task was to get within shot. The boys watched anxiously to see the course which the Indians would adopt. First ascertaining which way the wind was blowing, the chief, with 10 others, accompanied by the boys, set off to make a circuit, so as to approach one of the herds upwind. When they had reached the point desired, all went down upon their bellies and crawled like snakes until they reached a clump of low bushes, 1/4 of a mile from the herd. Then they lay quiet, waiting for their comrades, whose turn it now was to act. These, also making a circuit, but in the opposite direction, placed themselves 1/2 a mile to windward of the deer in a long line. Then they advanced towards the herd, making no effort to conceal themselves. Scarcely had they risen to their feet than the herd winded them. For a minute or two they stood motionless, watching the distant figures, and then, turning, bounded away. The chief uttered an exclamation of disgust, for it was evident at once that, from the direction they were taking, the herd would not pass, as he had hoped, close by the bushes. The lads, however, were well satisfied, for the line would take them within 150 yards, as, in a closely packed body, they came along. Ned and Tom rose suddenly to their feet, drew their bows to their ears, and launched their arrows. Each had, according to the custom of English archers, stuck 2 arrows into the ground by the spot where they would stand up, and these they also discharged before the herd was out of shot. With fair shooting it was impossible to miss so large a mark, and 5 of the little deer rolled over, pierced through by arrows, while another, hit in a less vital spot, carried off the weapon. The Indians raised a cry of joy and surprise at shooting which to them appeared marvelous indeed, and when the others came up, showed them, with marks of astonishment, the distance at which the animals had fallen from the bush from which the arrows had been aimed. 2 more beats were made. These were more successful, the herds passing close to the places of concealment, and upon each occasion 10 stags fell. This was considered sufficient. The animals were not all of one kind. One herd was composed of deer far larger than and as heavy as good sized sheep, while the others were considerably smaller, and the party had, as much as their united efforts, except those of Ned and Tom, whose offer to assist was peremptorily declined, could drag back to the village, where the feasting was at once renewed. The lads, when the natives had skinned the deer, took some of the smaller and finer skins, intending to dry them; but the natives, seeing their intention, brought them a number of the same kind, which were already well cured and beautifully supple. Fashioning needles from small pieces of bone, with sinews for thread, and using their own tattered clothes as patterns, the two lads set to work, and by the following evening had manufactured doublets and trunks of deerskin, which were a vast improvement upon their late ragged apparel, and had, at a short distance, the appearance of being made of bright brownish yellow cloth. By this time the Indians had become quite accustomed to them. The men, and sometimes even the women, came to the hut and sat down and tried to talk with them. The boys did their best to learn, asking the name of every article, and repeating it until they had thoroughly learned it, the Indians applauding like children when they attained the right pronunciation. The next morning they saw a young Indian starting alone with his bow and arrow. Anxious to see how he was going to proceed by himself, the boys asked if they might accompany him. He assented, and together they started off. After an hour's walking they arrived at an eminence from which an extensive view could be obtained. Here their companion motioned to them to lie down and watch his proceedings. They did so, and saw him make a wide circuit, and worked up towards the herd of deer. "They will be off long before he can get within bowshot," Tom said. "Look, they are getting fidgety already. They scent danger, and he is 400 yards away. They will be off in a minute. Look, what on earth is he doing?" The Indian was lying on his back, his body being almost concealed by the grass, which was a foot high. In the air he waved his legs to and fro, twisting and twining them. The boys could not help laughing at the curious appearance of the two black objects waving slowly about. The herd of deer stood staring stupidly at the spectacle. Then, as if moved by a common impulse of curiosity, they began slowly to approach, in order to investigate more closely this singular phenomenon. Frequently they stopped, but only to continue their advance, which was made with a sort of circling movement, as if to see the object from all sides. Nearer and nearer they approached, until the leaders were not more than 50 yards away, when the native leaped to his feet and discharged his arrows with such rapidity and accuracy that two of the animals fell before they could dart away out of range. The lads soon joined the native, and expressed their approval of his skill. Then, while he threw one carcass over his shoulder, they divided the weight of the other between them, and so accompanied him into camp. The next day Ned and Tom, walking to an eminence near the camp, saw in the distance some ostriches feeding. Returning to the huts they found the young hunter whom they had accompanied on the preceding day, and beckoned to him to accompany them. When they reached the spot from which the ostriches were visible, they motioned to him to come out and shoot them. He nodded at once. As they were about to follow him back to camp for their bows and arrows, he shook his head and signed them to stay where they were, and going off by himself, returned with his bow and arrow, and, to the surprise of the boys, the skin of an ostrich. To show the lads what he intended to do, he put on the skin, sticking one arm up the long neck, his black legs alone showing. He now imitated the motions of the bird, now stalking along, now picking up bits of grass, and this with such an admirable imitation of nature that Ned and Tom shouted with laughter. The three then set off together, taking a line which hid them from view of the ostriches. The Indian at last led them to a small eminence, and signed to them to ascend this, and there to lie down and watch the result. On arriving at their post they found themselves about a quarter of a mile from the group of great birds. It seemed a long time before they could see any signs of the native, who had to make a long detour so as to approach the birds upwind. About 150 yards from the spot where they were feeding was a clump of bushes, and presently the lads suddenly beheld an ostrich feeding quietly beside this clump. "There was no bird near those bushes 2 minutes ago," Tom said. "It must be the Indian." Very quietly and by degrees the ostrich approached the group. Within 4 yards of them the ostrich, as if by magic, vanished, and an Indian stood in his place. In another moment his bow twanged, and the ostrich next to him fell over, pierced through with an arrow, while the rest of the flock scattered over the plain at an immense speed. Ned and Tom now rose to their feet and ran down the slope to the Indian, who was standing by the dead bird. He pulled out the tail feathers and handed them to them, cut off the head and legs, opened and cleaned the body, and then, putting it on his shoulder, started again for the camp. For another week they remained in the Indian village, and in that time picked up a good many native words. They then determined that they must be starting on their westward journey. They therefore called upon the chief and explained to him by signs, eked out with a few words, that they must leave him and go toward the setting sun. The grief of the chief was great, as was that of the tribe, when he communicated the tidings to them. There was great talk among the groups round the fire that night, and Ned saw that some question was being debated at great length. The next morning the chief and several of the leading men came into their hut, and the chief made a speech, accompanied with great gesticulation. The lads gathered that he was imploring them not to leave them, and pointing out that there would be hostile Indians on the road who would attack them. The chief led them to the fires, and signed that if they went out the tribe would be cold again, and would be unable to cook their food. Already, indeed, on one occasion, after a great feast, the tribe had slept so soundly that all the fires were out before morning, and Ned had been obliged to have recourse to his flint and steel. After this 2 fires had been kept constantly burning, night and day. Others were lighted for cooking, but these were tended constantly, and Ned saw that there was little chance of their ever going out together, so long as the tribe remained in the village. Now, however, he proceeded to show them how to carry fire with them. Taking one blazing stick and starting out as for a journey, he showed that the fire gradually went out. Then he returned to the fire and took 2 large pieces, and started, keeping them so crossed that the parts on fire were always in contact. In this way, as he showed them, fire could be kept in for a very long time, and that if 2 brands were taken from each fire there would be little difficulty in keeping the fire perpetually. Finally he showed them how, in case of losing fire in spite of all these precautions, it could be recovered by means of friction. He took 2 pieces of dried wood, one being very hard grained and the other much softer. Of the former he cut a stick of about a foot long and an inch round, and pointed at both ends. In the other he made a small hole. Then he unstrung one end of a bowstring, twisted it once round the stick, and strung it again. Then he put one point of the stick in the hole in the other piece of wood, which he laid upon the ground. Round the hole he crumbled into dust some dry fungus. On the upper end of the short stick he placed a flat stone, which he bade one of the natives press with moderate force. Now working the bow rapidly backwards and forwards, the stick was spun round and round like a drill. The Indians, who were unable to make out what Ned was doing, watched these proceedings with great attention. When a little smoke began to curl up from the heated wood they understood at once, and shouted with wonder. In a few minutes sparks began to fly from the stick, and as these fell on the dried fungus they rapidly spread. Tom knelt down and blew gently upon them, adding a few dried leaves, and in another minute a bright flame sprang up. The natives were delighted. They now had means of making fire, and could in future enjoy warmth and cooked food, and their gratitude to the lads was unbounded. Hitherto they had feared that, when these strange white beings departed, they would lose their fires and return to their former cheerless existence, when the long winter evenings had to be spent in cold and darkness. That evening the chief intimated to his visitors that he, and a portion of the men of the tribe, would accompany them for some distance, the women remaining behind, with the rest of the fighting men as their guard. This decision pleased the young men much, for they could not hope to go far without meeting other tribes, and though, as had been found in the present instance, the gift of fire would be sure to propitiate the Indians, it was probable that they might be attacked on the march and killed without having an opportunity of explanation. Their friends, however, would have the power of at once explaining to all the comers the valuable benefits which they could bestow. During the time they had been staying in the village they had further improved their bows by taking them to pieces, fitting the parts more accurately together, and gluing them with glue, prepared by boiling down sinews of animals in a gourd. Then rebinding them with fine sinews, they found that they were in all respects equal to their English weapons. They had now no fear as to their power of maintaining themselves with food on the way, and felt that, even when their new friends should leave them, they would have a fair chance of defending themselves against attack, as their bows would carry more than thrice as far as those of the natives. The following morning the start was made. The chief and 20 picked warriors accompanied them, together with 6 young Indians, 2 of whom carried lighted brands. The others dragged light sleighs upon which were piled skins and long poles for making tents at night, for the temperature was exceedingly cold after sundown. The whole village turned out to see the party off, and shouts of farewell and good wishes rang in the air. For the first 3 days no adventures were met with. The party had no difficulty in killing game sufficient for their needs, and at night they halted at streams or pools. Ned observed, however, that at the last halting place the chief, who had hitherto taken no precaution at night, gave some orders to his followers, 4 of whom, when the rest laid down to rest, glided off in different directions into the darkness. Ned pointed to them inquiringly, and the chief intimated that they were now entering the hunting grounds of another tribe. The following day the band kept closely together. A vigilant lookout on the plains was kept up, and no straggling was allowed. They had sufficient meat left over from their spoils of the day before to last for the day, and no hunting was necessary. The next evening, just as they had retired to rest, one of the scouts came in and reported that he heard sounds around which betokened the presence of man. The calls of animals were heard on the plain, and a herd of deer, which had evidently been disturbed, had darted past at full speed. The chief now ordered great quantities of dried wood to be thrown into the fire, and a vast blaze soon shot up high, illuminating a circle of 100 yards in diameter. Advancing to the edge of this circle, the chief held out his arms to show that he was unarmed, and then shouted at the top of his voice, to the effect that he invited all within hearing to come forward in peace. The strange appearance that they saw as a boon given to the Indian people by 2 great white beings were in the camp, and that by its aid there would be no more cold. 3 times he shouted out these words, and then retired to the fire and sat down. Presently, from the circle of darkness, a number of figures appeared, approaching timidly and with an awe-struck air, until within a short distance of the fire. The chief again rose and bade them welcome. There were some 50 or 60 of them, but Ned and his friend had no fear of any treachery, for they were evidently under the spell of a sense of amazement greater than that which had been excited among those they first met, and this because they first saw this wonder by night. When the newcomers had taken their seats, the chief explained to them the qualities of their new discovery. That it made them warm and comfortable their own feelings told them, and on the morrow when they had meat he would show them how great were its effects. Then he told them of the dancing water, and how it softened and made delicious the vegetables placed in it, and at his command one of the followers took 2 brands, carried them to a distance, and soon lighted another fire. During the narrative the faces of the Indians lighted up with joy, and they cast glances of reverence and gratitude towards the young white men. These, finding that amity was now established, retired to sleep to their little skin tents which had been raised for them, while the Indians remained sitting round the fire engrossed with its wonders. The young men slept late next morning, knowing that no move could be made that day. When they came out of the tents they found that the natives had lost no time. Before daybreak hunting parties had gone out, and a store of game was piled near the fire, or rather fires, for 12 were now burning, and the strangers were being initiated in the art of cooking by their hosts. 2 days were spent there, and then, after much talk, the tribe at which they had now arrived arranged to escort and pass the boys on to their neighbors, while the first party returned to their village. Ned and Tom were consulted before this matter was settled, and approved of it. It was better that they should be passed on from tribe to tribe, than that they should be escorted all the way by a guard who would be as strange as themselves to the country, and who would naturally be longing to return to their homes and families. For some weeks the life led by the travelers resembled that which had been described. Sometimes they waited for a few days at a village where great festivities were held in their honor. The news of their coming in many cases preceded them, and they and their convoy were often met at the stream, or other mark which formed the acknowledged boundary between the hunting grounds, by large bodies eager to receive and welcome them. They had by this time made considerable progress in the language, knew all the names of common objects, and could make themselves understood in simple matters. The language of savage people is always simple. Their range of ideas is narrow, their vocabulary very limited, and consequently easily mastered. Ned knew that at any time they might come across people in a state of active warfare with each other, and that his life might depend upon the ability to make himself understood. Consequently he lost no opportunity of picking up the language. On the march, Tom and he, instead of walking and talking together, each went with a group of natives and kept up a conversation eked out with signs with them, and consequently made very considerable progress with the language. End of chapter 12. Section 14 of Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by G. A. Henty. Chapter 13, Through the Cordilleras. After 3 months of steady travel, the country, which had become more and more hilly as they advanced toward the west, assumed a different character. The hills became mountains, and it was clear that they were arriving at a great range running north and south. They had for some time left the broad plains behind them, and game was very scarce. The Indians had, of late, been more and more disinclined to go far to the west, and the tribe with whom they were now traveling told them that they could go no further. They signified that beyond the mountains dwelt tribes with whom they were unacquainted, but who were fierce and warlike. One of the party, who had once crossed, said that the people there had fires like those which the white men had taught them to make. "You see, Tom," Ned said, "they must have been in contact with the Spaniards, or at least with tribes who have learned something from the Spaniards. In that case our supernatural power will be at an end, and the color will be against us, as they will regard us as Spaniards, and so as enemies. At any rate, we must push on and take our chance." From the Indian they learned that the track lay up a valley before them, that after a day's walking they would have to begin the ascent. Another day's journey would take them to a neck between two peaks, and the passage of this country would occupy at least a day. The native described the cold as great here, even in summer, and that in winter it was terrible. Once across the neck, the descent on the other side began. "There can be no snow in the pass now, Tom. It is late in December, and the hottest time of the year, and although we must be a very great height above the sea, for we have been rising ever since we left the coast, we are not so very far south, and I cannot believe the snow can now lie in the pass. Let us take a good stock of dried meat, a skin for water, we can fill it at the head of the valley, and make our way forward. I do not think the sea can lie very far on the other side of the range of mountains. But at any rate, we must wait no longer. Captain Drake may have passed already, but we may still be in time." The next morning they bade adieu to their companions, with whom they had been traveling for a fortnight. These, glad again to turn their faces homeward, set off at once, and the lads, shouldering their packs, started up the valley. The scenery was grand in the extreme, and Ned and Tom greatly enjoyed it. Sometimes the sides approached in perpendicular precipices, leaving barely room for the little stream to find its way between their feet. At others it was half a mile wide. When the rocks were not precipitous, the sides were clothed with a luxuriant foliage, among which the birds maintained a concert of call and song. So sheltered were they that, high as it was above the sea, the heat was very oppressive, and when they reached the head of the valley late in the afternoon, they were glad indeed of a bath in a pool of the stream. Choosing a spot of ground near the stream, the lads soon made a fire, put their pieces of venison down to roast, and prepared for a quiet evening. "It seems strange to be alone again, Tom, after so many months with those Indians, who were ever on the watch for every movement and word, as if they were inspired. It is 6 months now since we left the western coast, and one almost seems to forget that one is English. We have picked up something of a half dozen Indian dialects, and we can use their weapons almost as well as they can themselves. And as to our skins, they are as brown as that of the darkest of them. The difficulty will be to persuade the people on the other side that we are whites." "How far do you think the sea lies on the other side of the range of mountains?" Tom asked. "I have no idea," Ned replied, "and I do not suppose that anyone else has. The Spaniards keep all matters connected with this coast a mystery, but I believe that the sea cannot be many days' march beyond the mountains." For an hour or two they chatted quietly, their thoughts naturally turning again to England and the scenes of their boyhood. "Will it be necessary to watch, think you?" Tom asked. "I think it would be safer, Tom. One never knows. I believe that we are now beyond the range of the natives of the Pampas. They evidently have a fear of approaching the hills, but that only shows that the natives from the other side come down over here. I believe that they were, when the Spaniards landed, peaceable people, quiet and gentle. So at least they are described. But those who take to the mountains must be either escaped slaves or fugitives from the cruelty of the Spaniards. And even the gentlest man, when driven to desperation, becomes savage and cruel. To these men our white skins would be like a red rag to a bull. They can never have heard of any white people, save the Spaniards, and we need expect little mercy if we fall into their hands. I think we had better turn about. I will take the first watch, for I am not sleepy, and my thoughts seem busy tonight with home." Tom was soon fast asleep, and Ned sat quietly watching the embers of the fire, occasionally throwing on fresh sticks, until he deemed that nearly half the night was gone. Then he aroused his companion, and lay down himself, and was soon fast asleep. The gray light was just beginning to break when he was aroused by a sudden yell, accompanied by a cry from Tom. He leaped to his feet just in time to see a crowd of natives rush upon him and his comrade, discharging as they did so numbers of small arrows, several of which pierced him as he rose to his feet. Before they could grasp their bows or any other weapons, the natives were upon them. Blows were showered down with heavy clubs, and, although the lads made a desperate resistance, they were beaten to the ground in a short time. The natives at once twisted strong thongs round their limbs, and then, dragging them from the fire, sat down themselves and proceeded to roast the remains of the boys' deer meat. "This is bad business indeed, Tom," Ned said. "These men doubtless take us for Spaniards. They certainly must belong to the other side of the mountains, for their appearance and language are altogether different to those of the people we have been staying with. These men are much smaller, slighter, and fairer. Runaways though no doubt they are, they seem to have more care about their persons, and to be more civilized in their appearance and weapons than the savages of the plain." "What do you think they will do with us, Ned?" "I have no doubt in the world, Tom, that their intention is either to put us to death with some horrible torture, or to roast us. The Spaniards have taught them these things, if they did not know them before, and in point of atrocities nothing can possibly exceed those which the Spaniards have inflicted upon them and their fathers." Whatever were the intentions of the Indians, it was soon evident that there would be some delay in carrying them out. After they had finished their meal they rose from the fire. Some amused themselves by making arrows from the straight reeds that grew by the stream. Others wandered listlessly about. Some threw themselves upon the ground and slept, while others, coming up to the boys, poured torrents of invective upon them, among which they could distinguish in Spanish the words "dog" and "Spaniard," varying their abuse by violent kicks. As, however, these were given by the naked feet, they did not seriously inconvenience the boys. "What can they be waiting for?" Tom said. "Why don't they do something, if they are going to do it?" "I expect," Ned said, "they are waiting for some chief, or for the arrival of some other band, and that we are to be kept for a grand exhibition." So it proved. 3 days passed, and upon the fourth another band, smaller in numbers, joined them. Upon the evening of that day the lads saw that their fate was about to be brought to a crisis. The fire was made up with huge bundles of wood. The natives took their seats around it, with gravity and order, and the boys were led forward by 4 natives, armed with spears. Then began what was a regular trial. The boys, although they could not understand a word of the language, could yet follow the speeches of the excited orators. One after another arose and told the tale of the treatment that he had experienced. One showed the wales which covered his back. Another held up his arm, from which the hand had been lopped. A third pointed to the places where his ears had once been. Another showed the scar of a hot iron on his arms and legs. Some went through a pantomime which told its tale of an attack upon some solitary hut, the slaughter of the old and infirm, and the dragging away of the men and women into slavery. Others spoke of long periods of labor in a bent position in a mine, under the cruel whip of the taskmaster. All had their tale of barbarity and cruelty to recite, and as each speaker contributed his quota, the anger and excitement of the rest rose. "Poor devils," Ned said. "No wonder that they are savage against us. See what they have suffered at the hands of the white men. If we had gone through as much, you may be sure that we should spare none. Our only chance is to make them understand that we are not Spanish, and that, I fear, is beyond all hope." This speedily proved to be the case. 2 or 3 of the natives, who spoke a few words of Spanish, came to them, calling them Spanish dogs. Ned shook his head and said, "Not Spanish." For all reply the natives pointed to the uncovered portions of their body, pulled back their skins which covered their arms, and pointed to the white flesh, laughing incredulously. "White men are Spanish, and Spaniards are white men," Tom groaned. "And that we shall have to die for the cruelty which the Spaniards have perpetrated is clear enough." "Well, Ned, we have had more good fortune than we could have expected. We might have been killed on the day we landed, and we have spent 6 jolly months in wandering together, as hunters on the plain. If we must die, let us behave like Englishmen and Christians. It may be that our lives have not been as good as they should have been, but so far as we know, we have both done our duty; and it may be that, as we die for the faults of others, it may come to be considered as a balance against our own faults." "We must hope so, Tom. I think we have both done, I won't say our best, but as well as could be expected in so rough a life. We have followed the exhortations of the good chaplain, and have never joined in the riotous ways of the sailors in general. We must trust that the good God will forgive us our sins, and strengthen us to go through this last trial." While they had been speaking, the natives had made an end of their deliberation. Tom was now conducted by 2 natives with spears to a tree, and was securely fastened. Ned, under the guard of the other 2, was left by the fire. The tree was situated at a distance of some 20 yards from it, and the natives mostly took their place near the fire. Some scattered among the bushes, and presently reappeared bearing bundles of dry wood. These were laid in order around the tree, at such a distance that the flames would not touch the prisoner, but the heat would gradually roast him to death. As Ned observed the preparations for the execution of his friend, the sweat stood in great drops on his forehead, and he would have given anything to be able to rush to his assistance, and to die with him. Had his hands been free, he would, without hesitation, have snatched up a bow, and sent an arrow into Tom's heart to release him from the lingering death which awaited him, and he would then have stabbed himself with a spear. But while his hands were sufficiently free to move a little, the fastenings were too tight to admit of his carrying out any plan of that sort. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he began nervously to tug at his fastenings. The natives, when they seized them, had bound them without examining their clothes. It was improbable that men in savage attire would have about them any articles worth appropriating. The knives, indeed, which hung from their belts had been cut off, but these were the only articles which had been touched. Just as a man approached the fire, and, seizing a brand, stooped forward to light the pyre, Ned succeeded in freeing his hand sufficiently to seize the object which he sought. This was his powder flask, which was wrapped in the folds of the cloth round his waist. With little difficulty he succeeded in freeing it, and moving a step closer to the fire, he cast it into the midst of it, and at the very moment the man with the lighted brand was approaching Tom. Then he stepped back as far as he could from the fire. The natives on guard over him, not understanding the movement, and thinking he meditated flight, closed around him. An instant later there was a tremendous explosion. The red-hot embers were flaming in all directions, and both Ned and the savages who stood by him were, with many others, struck to the ground. As soon as he was able, Ned struggled up again. Not a native was in sight. A terrific yell had broken from them at the explosion, which sounded to them like one of the cannons of their Spanish oppressors; and, smarting with the wounds simultaneously made by the hot brands, each without a moment's thought had taken to his heels. Tom gave a shout of exultation as Ned rose. The latter at once stooped, and with difficulty picked up one of the still blazing brands, and hurried towards the tree. "If these fellows will remain away for a couple of minutes, Tom, you shall be free," he said; "and I don't think they will get over their scare as quickly as that." So saying, he applied the end of the burning brand to the dry withes with which Tom was bound to the tree. These at once took fire and flared up, and the bands fell to the ground. "Now, Tom, do me the same service." This was quickly rendered, and the lads stood free. "Now, let us get our weapons." A short search revealed to them their bows laid carefully aside, while the ground was scattered with the arms which the natives, in their panic, had dropped. "Pick them all up, Tom, and toss them on the fire. We will take the sting out of the snake, in case it tries to attack us again." In a minute or two a score of bows, spears, and other weapons were thrown on the fire, and the boys then, leaving the place which had so nearly proved fatal to them, took their way up the mountain side. It was a long pull, the more so that they had food, water, and large skins for protection from the night air to carry. Steadily as they kept on, with only an occasional halt for breath, it was late before they emerged from the forest and stood upon a plateau between two lofty hills. This was bare and treeless, and the keen wind made them shiver as they met it. "We will creep among the trees, Tom, and be off at daybreak tomorrow. However long the journey, we must get across the pass before we sleep, for the cold there would be terrible." A little way down the crest it was so warm that they needed no fire, while 100 feet higher, exposed to the wind from the snow-covered peaks, the cold was intense. They kept careful watch, but the night passed quietly. The next morning they were on foot, as soon as the voices of the birds proclaimed the approach of day. As they emerged from the shelter of the trees, they threw their deerskins round them to act as cloaks, and stepped out at their best pace. The dawn of day was yet faint in the east, and stars burning bright as lamps overhead in the clear thin air, and the cold was so great that it almost stopped their breathing. Half an hour later the scene had changed altogether. The sun had risen and the air felt warm. The many peaks on either side glistened in the flood of bright light. The walking was easy, indeed, after the climb of the previous day, and their burdens were much lightened by their consumption of food and water. The pass was of irregular width, sometimes but 100 yards, sometimes fully a mile across. Long habit and practice with the Indians had immensely improved their walking powers, and with long elastic strides they put mile after mile behind them. Long before the sun was at its highest a little stream ran beside them, and they saw, by the course of its waters, that they had passed the highest part of the pass through the Cordilleras. 3 hours later they suddenly emerged from a part where the hills approached nearer on either side than they had done during the day's walk, and a mighty landscape opened before and below them. The boys gave, simultaneously, a loud shout of joy, and then dropped on their knees in thanks to God; for far away in the distance was a dark level blue line, and they knew the ocean was before them. "How far off should you say it was, Ned?" Tom asked, when they had recovered a little from their first outburst of joy. "A long way off," Ned said. "I suppose we must be 15,000 feet above it, and even in this transparent air it looks an immense distance away. I should say it must be 100 miles." "That's nothing," Tom said. "We could do it in 2 days, in 3 easily." "Yes, supposing we had no interruption and a straight road," Ned said. "But we must not count our chickens yet. This vast forest which we see contains tribes of natives, bitterly hostile to the white man, maddened by the cruelties of the Spaniards, who enslave them and treat them worse than dogs. Even when we reach the sea we may be 100 or 200 miles from a Spanish town, and however great the distance, we must accomplish it, as it is only at large towns that Captain Drake is likely to touch." "Well, let us be moving," Tom said. "I am strong for some hours' walk yet, and every day will take us nearer to the sea." "We need not carry our deerskins any further," Ned said, throwing his down. "We shall be sweltering under this heat tomorrow, below there." Even before they halted for the night the vegetation had assumed a tropical character, for they had already descended some 5,000 feet. "I wish we could contrive to make a fire tonight," Ned said. "Why?" Tom asked. "I am bathed in perspiration now." "We shall not want it for heat, but the chances are that there are wild beasts of all sorts in this forest." Ned's premises turned out correct, for scarcely had night fallen when they heard deep roarings, and lost no time in ascending a tree and making themselves fast there before they went to sleep. In the morning they proceeded upon their journey. After walking a couple of hours Ned laid his arm on Tom's shoulder. "Hush!" he whispered. "Look there." Through the trees at a short distance off could be seen a stag. He was standing gazing intently at a tree, and did not appear to have heard their approach. "What can he be up to?" Tom whispered. "He must have heard us." "He seems paralyzed," Ned said. "Don't you see how he is trembling? There must be some wild beast in the tree." Both gazed attentively at the tree, but could see nothing to account for the attitude of the deer. "Wild beast or no," Ned said, "he will do for our dinner." So saying, he unslung his bow and fitted an arrow. There was a sharp twang, and the deer rolled over, struck to the heart. There was no movement in the tree, but Ned placed another arrow in place. Tom had done the same. They stood silent for a few minutes, but all was still. "Keep your eyes on that tree, and advance slowly," Ned said. "Have your sword ready in case of need. I cannot help thinking there is something there, though what it is I can't make out." Slowly and with greatest caution they approached the tree. All was perfectly still. "No beast big enough to hurt us can be up there," Ned said at last. "None of the branches are thick enough to hide him." "Now for the stag." Ned bent over the carcass of the deer, which lay a few feet only from the tree. Then suddenly there was a rapid movement among the creepers which embraced the trunk. Something swept between Ned and Tom, knocking the latter to the ground, while a cry of alarm and astonishment rose from Ned. Confused and surprised, Tom sprang to his feet, instinctively drawing his sword as he did so. For a moment he stood paralyzed with horror. A gigantic snake had wound its coils round Ned's body, its head towering above his, while its eyes flashed menacingly, and its tongue vibrated with a hissing sound as it gazed at Tom. Its tail was wound round the trunk of the tree. Ned was powerless, for his arms were pinioned to his side by the coils of the reptile. It was but a moment that Tom stood appalled. He knew that, at any instant, by the tightening of its folds, the great boa could crush every bone of Ned's body, while the very closeness of its embrace rendered it impossible for him to strike at it, for fear of injuring its captor. There was not an instant to be lost. Already the coils were tightening, and a hoarse cry broke from Ned. With a rapid spring Tom leaped beyond his friend, and with a blow delivered with all his strength, severed the portion of the tail coiled round the tree from the rest of the body. Unknowingly he had taken the only course to save Ned's life. Had he, as his first impulse had been, struck at the head as it raised itself above that of Ned, the convulsion of the rest of the body would probably have crushed the life out of him. But cutting off the tail, he separated the body from the tree, which formed the fulcrum upon which it acted. As swiftly as they had enclosed him, the coils fell from Ned, a writhing mass upon the ground, and a second blow from Tom's sword severed the head from the body. Even now the folds writhed and twisted like an injured worm. But Tom struck and struck until the fragments lay, with only a slight quivering motion in them, on the ground. Then Tom, throwing down his cutlass, raised Ned, who, upon being released from the embrace of the boa, had fallen senseless. Alarmed as Tom was at his comrade's insensibility, he yet felt that it was the shock and the revulsion of feeling which caused it, and not any serious injury which he had received. No bones had been heard to crack, and, although the compression had been severe, Tom did not think that any serious injury had been inflicted. He dashed some water from the skins over Ned's face, rubbed his hands, spoke to him in a loud voice, and ere long had the satisfaction of seeing him open his eyes. "Thank God!" Tom exclaimed fervently. "There, don't move, Ned. Take it quietly. It's all right now. There, drink a little water." He poured a few drops down Ned's throat, and the latter, whose eyes had before had a dazed and wondering expression, suddenly sat up and strove to draw his sword. "Gently, Ned, gently. The snake is dead, chopped up into pieces. It was a near shave, Ned." End of chapter 13. Section 15 of Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by G.A. Henty. Chapter 14. On the Pacific Coast. "A close shave indeed," Ned said, raising himself with difficulty from the ground. "Another moment, and I think my ribs would have given in. It seemed as if all the blood in my body had rushed to my head." "Do you feel badly hurt?" Tom asked anxiously. "No," Ned said, feeling himself all over. "Horribly bruised, but nothing broken. To think of our not seeing that monstrous boa! I don't think," he continued, "that I can walk any further today. I feel shaken all over." "Then we will camp here," Tom said cheerfully. "We have got a stag, and he will last us for some days, if necessary." There is plenty of fruit to be picked in the forest, and on this mountain side we are sure to be able to find water within a short distance." Lighting a fire, the deer was soon cut up, and the lads prepared to spend a quiet day, which was all the more welcome inasmuch as, for the last 3 weeks, they had traveled without intermission. The next day Ned declared himself well enough to proceed on his journey, but his friend persuaded him to stop for another day. Late in the evening Ned exclaimed: "What is that, Tom, behind that tree?" Tom seized his bow and leaped to his feet. "I see nothing," he said. "It was either a native or a gigantic monkey. I saw him quite plainly glide along behind the tree." Tom advanced cautiously, but on reaching the tree he found nothing. "You are sure you're not mistaken?" he asked. "Quite certain," Ned said. "We have seen enough of Indians by this time to know them. We must be on the lookout tonight. The natives on this side are not like those beyond the mountains. They have been so horribly ill treated by the Spaniards that they must hate any white face, and they would kill us without hesitation, if they got the chance. We shall have difficulty with the Spaniards when we fall into their hands, but they will at least be more reasonable than these savages." All that night they kept up the fire, and sat up by turns, on watch. Several times they thought that they had heard slight movements among the fallen leaves and twigs, but these might have been caused by any prowling beast. Once or twice they fancied that they detected forms moving cautiously just beyond the range of the firelight, but they could not be certain that it was so. Just as morning was breaking Ned sprang to his feet. "Wake up, Tom!" he exclaimed. "We are attacked!" And as he spoke an arrow quivered in the tree just over his head. They had already discussed whether it would be better to remain, if attacked, in the light of the fire, or to retreat into the shadow; and, concluding that the eyes of the natives would be more accustomed to see in the darkness than their own, they had determined to stay by the fire, throwing themselves down on their faces, and to keep the natives at bay beyond the circle of the light of the flames, till daylight. They had, in readiness, heaped a great pile of brushwood, and this they now threw upon the fire, making a huge pyramid of flame, which lit the wood around for a circle of 60 yards. As the light leaped up, Ned discharged an arrow at a native whom he saw within the circle of light, and a shrill cry proclaimed that it had reached its mark. There was silence for a while in the dark forest, and each moment that passed the daylight became stronger and stronger. "In 10 minutes we shall be able to move on," Ned said, "and in this daylight I think the longer range of our bows will enable us to keep them off. The question is, how many of them are there?" A very short time sufficed to show that the number of the savages was large, for shrill cries were heard answering each other in the circle around them, and numbers of black figures could be seen hanging about the trees in the distance. "I don't like the look of things, Ned," Tom said. "It is very well we may shoot a good many before they reach us, and in the open no doubt we might keep them off; but by taking advantage of the trees they will be able to get within range of their weapons, and at short distances they are just as effective as are our bows." As soon as it was broad daylight the lads started through the forest, keeping up a running fight with the natives. "It is clear," Tom said. "We cannot stand this much longer. We must take to a tree." They were on the point of climbing when Ned exclaimed: "Listen! I can hear the sound of bells." Listening intently they could make out the sound of little bells, such as are carried by horses or mules. "It must be a train to one of the mines. If we can reach that we shall be safe." Laying aside all further thought of fighting, the boys now ran at headlong pace in the direction of the sounds. The natives, who were far fleeter of foot, gained fast upon them, and the arrows were flying round them, and several had inflicted slight wounds, when they heard ahead of them the cry of: "Soldiers on guard! The natives are at hand! Fire in the bushes!" The boys threw themselves upon their faces, as, from the thickets ahead, a volley of musketry was heard. "Load again!" was the order in Spanish. "These black rascals must be strong indeed, to advance to attack us with so much noise." Crawling forward cautiously, Ned exclaimed in Spanish: "Do not fire, senors! We are 2 Spaniards who have been carried away from the settlements, and have, for long, been prisoners among the natives." A cry of surprise was heard, and then the Spaniard in command called them to advance fearlessly. They did this. Fortunately they had, long before, settled upon the story that they would tell when they arrived among the Spaniards. To have owned themselves Englishmen, and as belonging to the dreaded buccaneers, would have been to ensure their imprisonment, if not execution; The imperfection of Ned's Spanish, and the fact that Tom was quite ignorant of the language, rendered it difficult for them to pass as Spaniards. But they thought that, by giving out that they had been carried away in childhood, Tom at an earlier age than Ned, their ignorance of the language would be accounted for. It had been a struggle with both of them to decide upon telling an untruth. This is a point upon which differences of opinion must always arise. Some will assert that under no circumstances can a falsehood be justified. Others will say that to deceive an enemy in war, or to save a life, deceit is justifiable, especially when that deceit injures no one. It was only after very great hesitation that the boys had overcome their natural instincts and teaching, and agreed to conceal their nationality under false colors. Ned, indeed, held out for a long time, but Tom had cited many examples from ancient and modern history, showing that people of all nations had, to deceive an enemy, adopted such a course, and that to throw away their lives, rather than tell a falsehood which could hurt no one, would be an act of folly. Both, however, determined that, should it become necessary to keep up their character as Spaniards by pretending to be true Catholics, they would disclose the truth. The first sight of the young men struck the captain of the Spanish escort with astonishment. Bronzed to the darkest brown by the sun of the plains, and by the hardship they had undergone, dressed in the skins of animals, and carrying weapons altogether uncouth and savage to the Spanish eye, he found it difficult to believe that these figures were those of his countrymen. His first question, however, concerned the savages, who had, as he supposed, attacked his escort. A few words from Ned, however, explained the circumstances, and that the yells he had heard had been uttered by the Indians pursuing them, and had no reference whatever to the convoy. This consisted of some 200 mules, laden with provisions and implements, on its way to the mines. Guarded by 100 soldiers were a large number of natives, who, fastened together as slaves, were on their way up to work for their cruel taskmasters. When the curiosity of the captain concerning the natives was allayed, he asked Ned where he and his comrade had sprung from. Ned assured him that the story was a very long one, and that, at a convenient opportunity, he would enter into all details. In the first place, he asked that civilized clothes might be given to them, for, as he said, they looked and felt at present rather as wild men of the woods than as subjects of the King of Spain. "You speak a very strange Spanish," the captain said. "I only wonder," Ned replied, "that I speak in Spanish at all. I was but a child when I was carried away, and since that time I have scarcely spoken a word of my native tongue. When I reached the village to which my captors conveyed me, I found my companion here, who was, as I could see, a Spaniard, but who must have been carried off as an infant, as he even then could speak no Spanish whatever. He has learned now from me a few words, but beyond that is wholly ignorant." "This is a strange story, indeed," the captain said. "Where is it that your parents lived?" "I know not the place," Ned said, "but it was far to the rising sun, across on the other ocean." As it seemed perfectly possible that the boys might have been carried away as children from the settlements near Vera Cruz, the captain accepted the story without the slightest doubt, and at once gave a warm welcome to the lads, who had, as he supposed, escaped after so many weary years of captivity. "I am going up now," he said, "to the mines, and there must remain on duty for a fortnight, when I shall return in charge of treasure. It will be dangerous, indeed, for you to attempt to find your way to the coast without escort. Therefore you had better come on with me, and return under my protection to the coast." "We should be glad to stay with you in the mountains," Ned said. "We feel so ignorant of everything European that we should be glad to learn from you a little of the ways of our countrymen, before we venture down among them. What is the nearest town on the coast?" "Arica," the captain said, "is the port from which we have come. It is distant 130 miles from here, and we have had 10 days' hard journey through the forest." For the next fortnight the lads remained at the mines. These were worked by the Spaniards entirely by slave labor. Nominal wages were, indeed, given to the unfortunates who labored there, but they were as much slaves as if they had been sold. The Spaniards, indeed, treated the whole of the natives in the provinces occupied by them as creatures to be used mercilessly for labor, and as having no more feeling than the lower animals. The number of these unfortunates who perished in the mines from hard work and cruel treatment is beyond all calculation; but it may be said that, of the enormous treasures drawn by Spain from her South American possessions during the early days of her occupation, every doubloon was watered with blood. The boys, who had for nearly 6 months lived among the Indians, and had seen their many fine qualities, were horrified at the sights which they witnessed, and several times had the greatest difficulty to restrain their feelings of indignation and horror. They agreed, however, that it would be worse than useless to give vent to such opinions. It would only draw upon them the suspicions of the Spaniards, and would set the authorities at the mine and the captain of the escort against them, and might prejudice the first report that would be sent down to Arica concerning them. During the first few days of their stay the boys acted their parts with much internal amusement. They pretended to be absolutely ignorant of civilized feeding, seized the meat raw and tore it with their fingers, sat upon the ground in preference to chairs, and in every way behaved as persons altogether ignorant of civilization. Gradually, however, they permitted themselves to be taught, and delighted their entertainers by their docility and willingness. The Spaniards were, indeed, somewhat surprised by the whiteness of their skin where sheltered from the sun, and by the lightness of their hair and eyes. The boys could hear many comments upon them, and wondering remarks why they should be so much fairer than their countrymen in general. As, however, it was clearly useless to ask them, none of the Spaniards thought of doing so. The end of the fortnight arrived, and, under the charge of the escort, the lads set out, together with 20 mules laden with silver, for the coast. They had no longer any fear of the attacks of the natives, or any trouble connected with their food supply, an ample stock of provisions being carried upon spare mules. They themselves were mounted, and greatly enjoyed the journey through the magnificent forests. They were, indeed, a little uneasy as to the examination which they were sure to have to undergo at Arica, and which was likely to be very much more severe and searching than that to which the good-natured captain had subjected them. They longed to ask him whether any news had been heard of the arrival of an English squadron upon the western coast. But it was impossible to do this without giving rise to suspicion, and they had the consolation, at least, of having heard no single word concerning their countrymen uttered in the conversations at the mine. Had Captain Francis Drake and his companions arrived upon the coast, it was almost certain that their presence there would be the all-absorbing topic among the Spanish colonists. Upon their arrival at Arica, the boys were conducted at once to the governor, a stern and haughty looking Spaniard, who received their account given by the captain with an air of incredulity. "This is a strange tale indeed," he said, "and passes all probability. Why should these children have been kidnapped on the eastern coast and brought across the continent? It is more likely that they belong to this side. However, they could not be malefactors who have escaped into the forest, for their age forbids any idea of the kind. They must have been stolen, but I do not recall any such event as the carrying off of the sons of Spaniards here for many years back. However, this can be inquired into when they learn to speak our language well. In the meantime, they had better be assigned quarters in the barracks. Let them be instructed in military exercises and in our language." "And," said an ecclesiastic who was sitting at the table, "in our holy religion, for, methinks, stolen away as they were in their youth, they can be no better than pagans." Tom had difficulty in repressing a desire to glance at Ned, as these words were spoken; but the eyes of the governor were fixed so intently upon them that he feared to exhibit any emotion whatever. He resolved mentally, however, that his progress in Spanish should be exceedingly small, and that many months should elapse before he could possibly receive even rudimentary instruction in religious matters. The life in the barracks at Arica resembled, pretty closely, that which they had led so long on board ship. The soldiers received them with good feeling and camaraderie, and they were soon completely at home with them. They practiced drill, the use of the pike and rapier, taking very great care in all these exercises to betray exceeding clumsiness. With the bow alone they were able to show how expert they were. Indeed, the Spaniards were, in no slight degree, astonished by the extraordinary power and accuracy of their shooting. This Ned accounted for to them by the long practice that he had had among the Indians, declaring that, among the tribes beyond the mountains, he was by no means an exceptionally good shot; which indeed was true enough at short distances, for at these the Indians could shoot with marvelous dexterity. "By San Josef!" exclaimed one of the Spanish officers who was watching the boys shooting at a target 200 yards distant with their powerful bows, "it reminds me of the way that those accursed English archers draw their bows, and send their arrows singing through the air. In faith, too, these men with their blue eyes and their light hair remind one of these heretic dogs." "Who are these English?" Ned asked carelessly. "I have heard of no such tribe. Do they live near the seacoast, or among the mountains?" "They are no tribe, but a white people like ourselves," the captain said. "Of course you will not have heard of them, and fortunately you are not likely ever to see them on this coast. But if you remained where you were born, on the other side, you would have heard little else talked of than the doings of these pirates and scoundrels, who scour the seas, defy the authority of his sacred majesty, carry off our treasures under our noses, burn our towns, and keep the whole coast in an uproar." "But," said Ned, in assumed astonishment, "how is it that so great a monarch as the King of Spain and Emperor of the Indies does not annihilate these ferocious sea robbers? Surely so mighty a king could have no difficulty in overcoming them." "They live on an island," the officer said, "and are half fish, half men." "What! Monsters!" Ned exclaimed. "Half fish and half men! How then do they walk?" "Not really, but in their habits. They are born sailors, and so ferocious and bloodthirsty that, at sea, they overcome even the soldiers of Spain; who are known," he said, drawing himself up, "to be the bravest in the world. On land, however, we should teach them a very different lesson; but on the sea, it must be owned that somehow we are less valiant than on shore." Every day a priest came down to the barracks, and for an hour endeavored to instill the elements of his religion into the minds of the now civilized wild men. Ned, although progressing rapidly in other branches of his Spanish education, appeared abnormally dull to the explanations of the good father, while Tom's small stock of Spanish was quite insufficient to enable him to comprehend more than a word here and there. So matters might have remained for months, had not an event occurred which disclosed the true nationality of the lads. One day the ordinarily placid blue sky was overclouded. The wind rose rapidly, and in a few hours a tremendous storm was blowing on the coast. Most of the vessels in the harbor succeeded in running into shelter, but later in the day a cry arose that a ship had just rounded the point of the bay, and that she would not be able to make the port. The whole population speedily gathered upon the mole, and the vessel, a small one employed in the coasting trade, was seen struggling with the waves, which were rapidly bearing her towards a reef, lying a quarter of a mile from the shore. The sea was, at this time, running with tremendous force. The wind was howling in a fierce gale, and when the vessel struck upon the rocks, and her masts at once went by the board, all hope of safety for the crew appeared at an end. "Cannot a boat be launched," said Ned, to the soldiers standing round, "to effect the rescue of these poor fellows in the wreck?" "Impossible," they all said. "No boat could live in that sea." After chatting for a time, Tom and Ned drew a little apart from the rest of the crowd, and watched the ill-fated vessel. "It is a rough sea, certainly," Ned said, "but it is all nonsense to say that a boat could not live. Come along, Tom. Let us push that shallop down. There is a sheltered spot behind the rock where we may launch her, and methinks that our arms can row her out to yonder ship." Throwing off their doublets, the young men put their shoulders to the boat, and soon forced it into the water. Then, taking their seats and pushing out the oars, they rowed round the corner of the sheltering rock, and breasted the sea which was rolling in. A cry of astonishment broke from the crowd in the mole as the boat made its appearance, and the astonishment was heightened when it was declared by the soldiers that the two men on board were the wild men of the woods, as they were familiarly called among themselves. It was a long struggle before the boys reached the wreck, and it needed all their strength and seamanship to avoid being swamped by the tremendous sea. At last, however, they neared it, and catching a line thrown to them by the sailors, brought the boat up under the lee of the ship; and as the captain, the 4 men who composed his crew, and a passenger leaped one by one from the ship into the sea, they dragged them on board the boat, and then turned her head to shore. End of chapter 14.
Section 16 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 15. The Prison of the Inquisition. Among the spectators on the mole were the governor and other principal officers of Arica. "It seems almost like a miracle from heaven," the priest who was standing next to the governor exclaimed. The governor was scowling angrily at the boat. "If there be a miracle," he said, "good father, it is that our eyes have been blinded so long. Think you for a moment that two lads who have been brought up among the Indians from their childhood could manage a boat in such a sea as this? Why, if their story were true, they could, neither of them, ever have handled an oar. And these are sailors, skilful and daring beyond the common, and have ventured a feat that none of our people here on shore were willing to undertake. How they got here I know not, but assuredly they are English sailors. This will account for their blue eyes and light hair, which have so puzzled us, and for that ignorance of Spanish which they so craftily accounted for." Although the assembled mass of people on the beach had not arrived at the conclusions to which the governor had jumped, they were filled with astonishment and admiration at the daring deed which had been accomplished; and when the boat was safely brought round behind the shelter of the rock, and its occupants landed on the shore, loud cheers broke from the crowd, and the lads received a perfect ovation, their comrades of the barracks being especially enthusiastic. Presently the crowd were severed by two soldiers, who made their way through it, and, approaching Ned and Tom, said: "We have the orders of the governor to bring you to him." The lads supposed that the governor desired to thank them for saving the lives of the shipwrecked men; for in the excitement of the rescue, the thought that they had exposed themselves, by their knowledge of seamanship, had never crossed their minds. The crowd followed tumultuously, expecting to hear a flattering tribute paid to the young man who had behaved so well; but the aspect of the governor as, surrounded by his officers, he stood in one of the batteries on the mole, excited a vague feeling of astonishment and surprise. "You are two English seamen," he said, when the lads approached. "It is useless lying any longer. Your knowledge of seamanship and your appearance alike convict you." For an instant the boys were too surprised to reply, and then Tom said, boldly: "We are, sir. We have done no wrong to any man, and we are not ashamed, now, to say that we are Englishmen. Under the same circumstances, I doubt not that any Spaniard would have similarly tried to escape recognition. But as chance has betrayed us, any further concealment were unnecessary." "Take them to the guard house," the governor said, "and keep a close watch over them. Later I will interrogate them myself in the palace." The feelings of the crowd, on hearing this unexpected colloquy, were very mixed. In many the admiration which the boys' conduct had excited swallowed up all other feeling; but among the less enthusiastic minds a vague distrust and terror was at once excited by the news that English sailors were among them. No Englishmen had ever been seen on that coast, and they had inflicted such terrible losses on the West Indian islands and on the neighboring coast, that it is no matter for surprise that their first appearance on the western shores of South America was deemed an omen of terrible import. The news rapidly spread from mouth to mouth, and a large crowd followed in the rear of the little party and assembled around the governor's house. The sailors who had been rescued had many friends in the port, and these took up the cause of the boys, and shouted that men who had done so gallant a deed should be pardoned, whatever their offense. Perhaps, on the whole, this party were in the majority; but the sinister whisper that circulated among the crowd, that they were spies who had been landed from English ships on the coast, gradually cooled even the most enthusiastic of their partisans; and what at one time appeared likely to become a formidable popular movement, gradually calmed down, and the crowd dispersed. When brought before the governor, the boys affected no more concealment; but the only point upon which they refused to give information was respecting the ships on which they had sailed, and the time at which they had been left upon the eastern coast of America. Without absolutely affirming the fact, they led to the belief that they had passed some years since they left their vessels. The governor presently gazed sharply upon them, and demanded: "Are you the two whites who headed the negro revolt in Porto Rico, and did so much damage to our possessions in that island?" Ned would have hesitated as to the answer, but Tom at once said, firmly: "We are not those two white men, sir, but we know them well; and they were two gallant and loyal Englishmen who, as we know, did much to restrain the atrocities of the Indians. We saw them when they regained their ships." It was lucky, indeed, that the governor did not put the question separately, instead of saying, "Were you two the leaders?" for in that case Ned would have been forced to acknowledge that he was one of them. The outspokenness of Tom's answer allayed the governor's suspicions. A great portion of his questioning was directed to discovering whether they really had crossed the continent; for he, as well as the populace outside, had at first conceived the idea that they might have been landed on the coast as spies. The fact, however, that they were captured far up among the Cordilleras, their dress and their appearance, and their knowledge of the native tongues, which he tested by bringing in some natives, who entered into conversation with them, convinced him that all this portion of their story was true. As he had no fear of their escaping, he said that, at present, he should not treat them as prisoners, and that their gallant conduct, in rowing out to save the lives of Spaniards in danger, entitled them to every good treatment; but that he must report their case to the authorities at Lima, who would, of course, decide upon it. The priest, however, urged upon the governor that he should continue his instructions to them in the Catholic religion, and the governor then pointed out to Ned, who alone was able to converse fluently in Spanish, that they had now been so long separated from their countrymen that they might, with advantage to themselves, become naturalized as Spaniards; in which case he would push their fortunes to the utmost, and, with his report in their favor, they might rise to positions of credit and honor; whereas, if they insisted upon maintaining their nationality as Englishmen, it was but too probable that the authorities at Lima would consider it necessary to send them as prisoners to Spain. He said, however, that he would not press them for an answer at once. Greatly rejoiced at finding that they were not at present to be thrown into prison, but were to be allowed to continue their independent life in the barracks, the lads took their departure from the governor's house, and were most cordially received by their comrades. For a short time everything went smoothly. The suspicion that they were spies had now passed away, and the remembrance of their courageous action made them popular among all classes in the town. A cloud, however, began to gather slowly around them. Now that they had declared their nationality, they felt that they could no longer even pretend that it was likely that they might be induced to forsake their religion; and they accordingly refused, positively, to submit any longer to the teaching of the priests. Arguments were spent upon them in vain, and, after resorting to these, threats were not obscurely uttered. They were told, and with truth, that, only 2 or 3 months before, 6 persons had been burned alive at Lima for defying the authority of the Church, and that, if they persisted in their heretical opinions, a similar fate might fall upon them. English boys are accustomed to think with feelings of unmitigated horror and indignation of the days of the Inquisition, and in times like these, when a general toleration of religious opinion prevails, it appears to us almost incredible that men should have put others to death in the name of religion. But it is only by placing ourselves in the position of the persecutors of the Middle Ages that we can see that what appears to us cruelty and barbarity of the worst kind was really the result of a zeal, in its way as earnest, if not as praiseworthy, as that which now impels missionaries to go, with their lives in their hands, to regions where little but a martyr's grave can be expected. Nowadays we believe, at least all right-minded men believe, that there is good in all creeds, and that it would be rash, indeed, to condemn men who act up to the best of their lights, even though these lights may not be our own. In the Middle Ages there was no idea of tolerance such as this. Men believed fiercely and earnestly that any deviation from the creed to which they themselves belonged meant an eternity of unhappiness. Such being the case, the more earnestly religious a man was, the more he desired to save those around him from this fate. The inquisitors, and those who supported them, cannot be charged with wanton cruelty. They killed partly to save those who defied the power of the Church, and partly to prevent the spread of their doctrines. Their belief was that it was better that one man should die, even by the death of fire, than that hundreds should stray from the pale of the Church, and so incur the loss of eternal happiness. In the Indies, where the priests in many cases showed a devotion and heroic qualities equal to anything which has ever been displayed by missionaries in any part of the world, persecution was yet hotter than it ever was in civilized Europe. These men believed firmly that it was their bounden duty, at any cost, to force the natives to become Christians; and however we may think that they were mistaken and wrong, however we may abhor the acts of cruelty which they committed, it would be a mistake indeed to suppose that these were perpetrated from mere lightness of heart and wanton bloodthirstiness. The laws of those days were, in all countries, brutally severe. In England, in the reign of Henry VIII., the loss of an ear was the punishment inflicted upon a man who begged. The second time he offended, the other ear was cut off. A third repetition of the offense, and he was sold into slavery; and if he ran away from his master, he was liable to be put to death by the first person who met him. The theft of any article above the value of 3 shillings was punishable by death; and a similar code of punishment prevailed for all kinds of offences. Human life was then held in such slight regard, that we must remember that, terrible as the doings of the Inquisition were, they were not so utterly foreign to the age in which they were perpetrated as would appear to us, living in these days of moderate punishment and general humanity. By the boys, however, brought up in England, which at that time was bitterly and even fiercely anti-Catholic, a state of things which naturally followed the doings in the reign of Queen Mary, and the threatening aspect maintained by Spain toward this country, popery was held in utter abhorrence, and the Inquisition was the bugbear with which mothers frightened their children when disobedient. The thought, therefore, of falling into the hands of this dreaded tribunal was very terrible to the boys. They debated between themselves whether it would not be better for them to leave Arica secretly, to make for the mountains, and to take up their lot for life among the natives of the plains, who had so hospitably received them. They had indeed almost arrived at the conclusion that this would be their best plan of procedure. They lingered, however, in the hope, daily becoming fainter, of the arrival of Drake's fleet; but it seemed that, by this time, it must have failed in its object of doubling the Horn. Nearly 6 months had elapsed since they had been let off on the eastern coast; and, according to their calculation of distance, 2 months should have amply sufficed to enable them to make the circuit of South America. They could not tell that the fleet had been delayed by extraordinary accidents. When off the Cape they had met with storms, which continued from the 7th of September to the 28th of October without intermission, and which the old chronicler of the expedition describes as being "more violent and of longer continuance than any since Noah's flood." They had to waste much time, owing to the fact that Captain Winter, with one of the ships, had, missing his consorts in the storm, sailed back to England; that 2 other ships were lost; and that Captain Drake, with his flagship, which alone remained, had spent much time in searching for his consorts in every inlet and island. Among those saved, in the boat from the Spanish ship, was a young gentleman of rank and fortune, and owner of large estates near Lima, who had come down upon some business. He took a great affection for the young Englishmen, and came each day to visit them, there being no let or hindrance on the part of the governor. This gentleman assured them that he possessed great influence at Lima, and that although he doubted not that the military authorities would treat them with all courtesy, after the manner in which they had risked their lives to save subjects of his Majesty, yet that, should it be otherwise, he would move heaven and earth in their favor. "There is but one thing I dread," he said, and a cloud came over his handsome face. "You need hardly say what it is," Ned said gravely. "You mean, of course, the Inquisition." The Spaniard signified his assent by a silent movement of the head. "We dare not speak, above our breath, of that dreaded tribunal," he said. "The very walls appear to have ears; and it is better to face a tiger in his den than to say aught against the Inquisition. There are many Spaniards who, like myself, loathe and abhor it, but we are powerless. Their agents are everywhere, and one knows not in whom he dare confide. Even in our families there are spies, and this tyranny, which is carried on in the name of religion, is past all supporting. But even should the Holy Office lay its hands upon you, keep up heart. Be assured that I will risk all that I am worth, and my life to boot, to save you from it." "Would you advise us to fly?" Ned said. "We can without doubt escape from here, for we are but lightly guarded, and the governor, I am sure, is friendly towards us." "Whither would you fly?" asked the young Spaniard. "We would cross the mountains to the plains, and join the Indians there." "It would be a wretched life," the Spaniard said, "and would cut you off from all kindred and friends. I can give you no advice. To me, I confess, death would be preferable, even in its worst forms. But to you, fond of exercise and able to cause yourself to be respected and feared by the wild Indians of the pampas, it might be different. However, you need not decide yet. I trust that, even should the worst befall you, I may be able, at the last moment, to give you the opportunity of choosing that life, in preference to death in the dungeons of the Inquisition." It was about 10 days from the date of the governor's writing that a ship came in from Lima, and the same evening the governor came in to them, with a grave face. He was attended by 2 officials, dressed in the deepest black. "Senors," he said, "it is my duty, in the first place, to inform you that the Governor of Lima, acting upon the report which I sent him, of the bravery which you manifested in the matter of the wreck here, has agreed to withdraw all question against you, touching your past connection with the English freebooters, and to allow you freedom, without let or hindrance, and to further your passage to such place as opportunity may afford, and where you may be able to meet with a ship from your own country. That is all I have to say to you." Then the men in black stepped forward and said, "We arrest you, in the name of the Holy Inquisition, on the charge of heresy." The young men glanced at the governor, believing that he was sufficiently their friend to give them a sign, if resistance would be of any avail. He replied to the unspoken question by an almost imperceptible shake of the head; and it was well that the boys abandoned the idea, for the door opened and a guard of 6 men, armed to the teeth, although in plain dark clothes, entered. These were the alguazils of the Holy Office, the birds of night, whose appearance was dreaded even by the most bigoted Spaniards, and at whose approach mothers clasped their children closer to their breast, and men crossed themselves at the thought that their passage boded death to some unhappy victim. It must be remembered that the Inquisition, framed at first only for the discovery and punishment of heresy, later became an instrument of private vengeance. Men denounced wives of whom they wished to be rid, wives' husbands. No relations of kin were sufficient to ensure safety. The evidence, sometimes true, was more often manufactured by malice and hate, until at last even the most earnest and sincere Catholics trembled when they thought that, at any moment, they might be denounced and flung into the dungeons of the Inquisition. Brave as the lads were, they could not avoid a thrill of horror at the presence of the familiars of this dreaded body. They were, however, cheered by the thought of the promises of the young Spaniard, in whose honesty and honor they had great faith; and with a few words of adieu to the governor, and thanks to him for what he had done in their behalf, they followed the officers of the Inquisition along the streets of Arica, and suffered themselves to be placed on board the boat, which lay alongside the mole. Although it was late in the evening, their passage was not unobserved. Many of the officers recognized, in the 2 men marching, surrounded by the black guard of the Inquisition, their late comrades, and, confident in their numbers, these did not hesitate to lift their voices, in loud protest, against this seizure of men who had behaved so gallantly. In the darkness, too, they feared not that their faces would be recognized, and their curses and threats rose loud in the air. People looking out from their doors, to hear the cause of the uproar, were variously affected. Some joined in the movement of the soldiers, but more shrank back with dread into their houses, rather than be compromised with so dreaded a body. The threats, however, did not proceed to open violence; and as the young men, themselves, gave no sign of attempting an effort for freedom, their comrades contented themselves with many shouts of good wishes, mingled with curses upon their captors; and the lads were embarked, without the alguazils, having to use the swords which they had drawn in readiness for the expected fray. "You are witness, senior officer," Ned said, "that we came without resistance, and that, had we chosen, we could, with the assistance of the soldiers, have easily broken from the hold of your men. We are willing, however, to proceed with you to Lima, where we doubt not that the justice of our judges will result in our acquittal. No one can blame us that we are of the religion of our fathers. Had we been born Catholics, and then relapsed into heresy, it would have been reasonable for you to have considered our case. But as we but hold the religion which we have been taught, and know indeed of no other, we see not how, in any man's eyes, blame can rest upon us." "I take note," the officer said, "of the docility with which you have remained in our hands, and will so far testify in your favor. Touching the other matter, it is beyond my jurisdiction." The vessel in which the boys were embarked was a slow one, and 2 days after leaving Arica they saw a small sailing craft pass them at no great distance, sailing far more rapidly than they themselves were going. The boys gave no thought to this occurrence until they arrived at the harbor of Lima. A large number of ships were here anchored, and, after the solitude of the sea, which they had endured during their voyage from England, this collection of fine galleons greatly pleased the boys, who had never seen so large a number of ships collected together, there being nigh 40 sail then in harbor. As the officers of the Inquisition scarcely ever passed through the streets in the daytime, owing to the known hostility of the mass of the population, no attempt at a landing was made until nightfall. The officer in charge was however surprised, upon reaching the landing place, to find a large crowd assembled, who saluted his party with hisses and groans, and loud cries of "Shame!" Those behind pressed forward, and those in front were forced into the ranks of the alguazils, and it seemed, at one time, as if the prisoners would be separated from their guards. A man in a rough peasant's dress was forced in contact with Ned, and said hastily, in a low voice to him: "Keep up your heart. When preparations are made, I will act." Ned recognized the voice of the young Spanish gentleman whom he had left at Arica, and guessed immediately that he had taken passage in the swift sailing caravel, in order to be able to reach Lima before the vessel containing the prisoners. Ned had, in confidence, in his talks with him, informed him that he still hoped, although his hopes had now fallen almost to zero from the long tarrying of the fleet, that the English admiral would arrive, and that he should be able to go on board and so rejoin his countrymen. This expectation, indeed, it was which had prevented Ned and Tom making their escape, when they could have done so, and taking to the mountains; for it was certain that some time, at least, would elapse before stringent measures would be taken against them. Another effort would, without doubt, be made to persuade them to abandon their religion, and every day might bring with it the arrival of the English vessels. The young men were conducted to a dark and somber building, which bore the appearance of a vast monastery. The interior was even more dismal in its appearance than the walls without. A solitary figure met them at the doorway. Their guards entered, and the gates were closed behind. The officer in charge handed to the newcomer a paper, and the latter, receiving it, said: "I accept the charge of the prisoners, and your duties are at an end, concerning them." Motioning them to follow, he led them through some long dark corridors, into a room much better furnished and provided than they had expected. Here, placing a lamp upon the table, and pointing to 2 manchets of bread and a vessel of water which stood on the table, and to 2 truckle beds in the corner of the room, he left them without a word. Ned had already agreed with his companion that they would not, when once within the building, say a word to each other which they would not have heard by their jailers, for they were well aware that these buildings were furnished with listening places, and that every word which prisoners said would be overheard, and used against them. They comforted themselves, therefore, with general observations as to their voyage, and to the room in which they now were, and to the hopes which they entertained that their judges would take a favorable view of their conduct. Then, with a sincere prayer to God to spare them through the dangers and trials which they might have to undergo, they lay down for the night; and, such is the elasticity and strength of youth, they were, in spite of the terrible position in which they were placed, in a few minutes fast asleep. The next day the door of the apartment opened, and two attendants, dressed in black from head to foot, and bearing white wands, entered and motioned to them to follow them. Through more long corridors and passages they went, until they stopped at some thick curtains, overhanging a door. These were drawn aside, the door behind them was opened, other curtains hanging on the inside were separated, and they entered a large apartment, lighted artificially by lamps from above. At a table at the end of the room were seated three men, also in black. They were writing, and for some time did not look up from their work. The attendants stood motionless by the side of the lads, who, in spite of their courage, could not but shudder at the grim silence of this secret tribunal. At last the chief inquisitor laid down his pen and, lifting his eyes towards them, said, "Your names are Edward Hearne and Thomas Tressilis. You are English sailors who, having crossed from the other side of the continent, made your way to Arica, where you did, as I am told, a brave action, in saving the lives of some Spanish sailors." Tom assented gravely to the address. "You are accused," the inquisitor went on, "of being steeped in the errors of heresy, and of refusing to listen to the ministrations of the Holy Father, who tried to instruct you in the doctrines of the true church. What have you to say to this?" "It is true, sir," Ned said, "every word. We were born Protestants, and were brought up in that church. Had we been born in Spain, we should, no doubt, have been true members of your church. But it is hard that men, once ingrained in a faith, should change it for another. It were like asking a tiger to become a leopard. We are unlearned men, and in no way skilled in the exercises of theology. We accepted what we were taught, and would fain die in the same belief. Doubtless your priests could give us arguments which we should be unable to refute, whatever might be done by learned men of our church, and we would pray you to suffer us to hold to the creed in which we have been reared." "It is impossible," the inquisitor said, "that we should permit you to go on, straightway, in the way of damnation. Your bodies are as nothing to the welfare of your souls. And to save the one it were indeed for your good that the other were tormented. We will not, however, press you now to recant your errors. You shall be attended by a minister of the true religion, who will point out to you the error of your courses. And in 3 days we shall expect an answer from you. If you embrace the faith of the Holy Church, you may, if you choose to remain here, rise to posts of honor and wealth, for we have heard good things of your courage and prudence. If, however, you remain stubborn, we shall find means to compel you to do that which we would fain that you should do of your free will. And if you still defy, at once, the kindness and the chastisement of the Church, you will receive that doom which awaits all who defy its authority." The attendants now touched the lads on the arm, in token that the audience was over, and led them back to the room in which they had first been confined. When left alone the boys examined this closely, although seeming to be looking without motive at the walls. The windows were placed high up from the ground, far from their reach, and were thickly barred. The door was of massive oak, and the room, although in appearance but an ordinary apartment, was truly a dungeon, as safe, and as difficult to break out of, as if far below the surface of the earth. Later on, when an attendant came in with bread and water, which formed the substance of each meal, as he placed it on the table, he said, in a low muttered whisper, "Hope always. Friends are working." This intimation greatly raised the spirits of the prisoners, as they felt that their friend the Spaniard had already succeeded in corrupting some, at least, of the familiars of the Inquisition, and that no means would be spared to secure their escape, should the worst occur. For 3 days they were visited for many hours daily by a priest, who endeavored to explain to Ned the points of difference between the two religions, and to convince him of the errors of that of England. Ned, however, although but a poor theologist, gave answer to all his arguments that he could in no way reply to the reasonings of the priest, but that he was nevertheless convinced of their error, and sure that a divine of his church would have found replies to difficulties to which he could see no outlet. The priest strove earnestly with him, but at the end of the 3rd day he retired, exasperated, saying angrily that he now left them to other hands. Chapter 16. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 16 of Under Drake's Flag. A Tale of the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Under Drake's Flag. A Tale of the Spanish Main by G.A. Henty. Chapter 16. The Rescue. The next day they were again brought before the tribunal, and the Grand Inquisitor, without this time entering into any length of speech, informed them briefly that he gave them another 3 days, and that if, at the end of the 3rd day, their obstinacy did not yield, he would use the means at his disposal. And he pointed to various instruments hanging on the walls or ranged on the table. Of these, although the lads were ignorant of their uses, they entertained no doubt whatever that they were the instruments of torture of which they had heard: thumbscrews, iron gags, the boot, the rack, and other devilish inventions. They made no reply to the address, and were taken away this time, down several winding stairs, to a black and noxious dungeon, far below the general level of the earth. No ray of light entered this cell. The walls were damp with moisture. In the corner the boys discovered, by the sense of feeling, a small pile of rotten straw, which had, without doubt, formed the bed of some other unfortunate, who had before tenanted the prison. Here at least they had no fear of being overheard, but as the ingenuity of the Inquisitors was well known, they agreed to say no word of the hopes they still cherished, but to talk of other matters, purely personal to themselves. Here, as hour after hour passed, they strengthened each other in their resolutions, by an agreement that no torture should wring from them a recantation of their faith, and by many prayers for strength and support from above. Once a day the door opened, and an attendant brought in bread and water, which he placed in silence on the ground. The second day, as he did so, he placed a bundle by the side of the bread, and whispering, "Be prudent. Use these only as the last resource. Friends are preparing to help you," retired as noiselessly as usual. When left in darkness again, the lads seized upon the parcel. It was large and heavy, and, to their great delight, they found that it contained 2 daggers, and 2 brace of heavy pistols. "I wonder," Ned said, in a whisper to Tom, "that our friend does not contrive to get us past through the prison. But I suppose that he finds that only 1 or 2, perhaps, of the attendants are corruptible, and that our jailer, although he might free us from this cell, could not pass us through the corridors and out of the building." "Let us see," Tom said, "if we can make our way into any cell which may adjoin this. If it is empty, we might, perchance, make our escape." All night the boys laboured with their daggers, having first tapped the wall all round, to hear if any difference of sound gave an intimation that a hollow space was behind. They could not perceive this, but fancying that, upon the one side, there was some very slight difference, they attempted to remove the stones there. All through the night and next day they continued their labour, and succeeded, with great difficulty, in removing 2 of the stones of the wall. Behind these, however, was a mass of rubble, formed of cement so hard that the daggers failed to make any impression whatever upon it; and, after labouring through the whole day, they were forced to abandon the design, and replace the stones as they had before been, filling up the interstices with the mortar which they had dug out, so that no trace of the task upon which they were employed should remain. That night, when the door opened, 2 figures, as before, presented themselves, and they knew that their summons before the dreaded court was at hand. With their daggers and pistols concealed within their vests, they followed their guides, each with a grasp of his hand assuring the other of his steadfastness and faith. They had resolved that, sooner than submit to torture, which would cripple them for life, they would fight to the last and die resisting. This time they found in the audience hall, in addition to the 3 judges, 4 men, clothed also in black, but evidently of an inferior order. These were standing, ranged along by the wall, in readiness to obey the orders of the judges. Their attendants fell back to the door, and the prisoners remained, standing alone, in the centre of the room. "Acting in all kindness," the judge said, "we have given you ample time to retract and to consider your position, and we now call upon you to consent, formally, to abandon your accursed heresies, and to embrace the offer which the Holy Church kindly makes to you, or to endure the pains which it will be necessary that we should inflict, in order to soften your hardness of heart." "We are perfectly resolved," Ned said, "to maintain the religion of our fathers. As Englishmen, we protest against this outrage. When your countrymen fall into our hands, no man dreams of endeavouring to compel them to abandon their faith. They are treated as honourable prisoners, and if any outrage be attempted upon our bodies, sooner or later, be assured, the news of it will come to the ears of our English captains, and for every drop of blood of ours shed, a Spanish life will answer." "You are insolent," the inquisitor said, coldly. "It is rash to threaten men in whose power you are. These walls reveal no secrets, and though the town were full of your English pirates, yet would your doom be accomplished, without possibility of rescue, and without your fate ever becoming known, beyond these 4 walls. Bethink you," he said, "before you compel me to use the means at my disposal, for men have spoken as bravely and as obstinately as you, but they have changed their minds, when they felt their bones cracking under the torture. We would fain abstain from injuring figures as manly as yours, but, if needs be, we will so reduce them to wrecks that you will envy the veriest cripple who crawls for alms on the steps of the cathedral here." The boys remained silent, and the inquisitor, with an air of angry impatience, motioned to the men ranged along by the wall, to seize their prisoners. The lads saw that the time for action was come. Each produced his pistol from his breast, the one levelling his at the head of the Grand Inquisitor, while the other faced the foremost of those advancing towards them. "One step nearer," Ned said, "and the 2 of you are dead men." A silence as of death fell in the chamber. The judges were too astonished even to rise from their seats, and the familiars paused in their advance. "You see," Ned said to the Grand Inquisitor, "that you are not masters of the situation. One touch upon my trigger, and the death with which you threaten me is yours. Now write, as I order you, a pass by which we may be allowed to quit these accursed walls without molestation." Without hesitation, the judge wrote on a piece of paper the required order. "Now," Ned said, "you must come with us, for I put no faith whatever in your promises, for I know the ways of your kind, that promises made to heretics are not considered sacred. You are, yourself, my best safeguard. For be assured that the slightest interruption to us, upon our way, and I draw my trigger, and send you to that eternity to which you have dispatched so many victims." The judge rose to his feet, and Ned could see that, quiet as he appeared, he was trembling with passion. Tom had, at the first alarm, retreated to the door, so as to prevent the escape of the attendants stationed there, or of any of the others, to give the alarm. He now opened it, and Ned was about to pass out with the inquisitor when, glancing round, he saw that one of the other judges had disappeared, doubtless by some door placed behind the arras at the end of the room. "Treachery is intended," he muttered to the inquisitor, "but remember that you will be the first victim." Slowly Ned passed along the corridors, the inquisitor between the two Englishmen, the attendants following in a group behind, uncertain what course to pursue, and without orders from their superior, when at last they came to a door. This was locked, and Ned ordered the inquisitor to have it opened. "I have not the keys," he said. "They are in the hands of the attendant whose duty it is to attend to this portion of the building." "Call them," Ned said impatiently. The inquisitor struck on the closed door with his hand, and called aloud, but no answer was returned. "Bid these men behind you force it in," Ned said. The men advanced, but as they did so a small side door in the passage behind Ned opened noiselessly, and suddenly a thick blanket was thrown over his head, while an arm struck up the hand which had the pistol. He drew the trigger, however, and the Grand Inquisitor, with a groan, sank to the ground. At the same instant a number of men rushed through the door, and threw themselves upon the lads, and were joined by the attendant standing behind. A desperate struggle ensued. Tom shot the two first men who sprang upon him, and for some minutes the lads maintained a desperate struggle. Again and again the crowd of their assailants pulled one or other of them to the ground, but it was not until their strength was utterly exhausted by their struggles that both were secured and bound hand and foot. Then, at the order of one of the other judges, who, now that all danger was over, appeared on the scene, they were lifted bodily, carried back to their dungeon, and cast upon the ground. Panting and breathless, the lads lay for some time, too exhausted to speak. "I am afraid that I missed that rascally chief inquisitor," Ned said. "Did you notice, Tom?" "I scarcely saw, for at the same moment I was struck from behind, but I fancy that he fell, when your pistol exploded." "In that case," Ned said, "we may have a respite for a day or two. He will feel inclined to be present at the ceremony of torturing himself. On one thing I am determined. We will not be taken by the men in black, and submit to having our limbs wrenched without an effort. I should think that, if we snatch up some of the iron instruments lying about, we can manage to make such a resistance that they will have to kill us before we are overcome. If I could kill myself, I certainly would do so. I do not think I am a coward, Tom, but I confess that the sight of those horrible instruments makes my blood run cold." "I feel with you, Ned. Death itself were nothing, but to be torn limb from limb is something horrible." The day passed without any visit being paid to them. No food was brought in, and they were left, as if forgotten, by their gaolers. Thus they were unable to tell the hour, and, as it was perfectly dark, it was by guesswork that they at last lay down to sleep on the damp stones. Presently they were awoke by the tramp of numerous footsteps. Then there was a tremendous battering at the door. "What on earth are they doing?" Ned exclaimed. "Have they lost the key, and are they going to break open the door and finish with us now? Get ready. We will make a fight at once, and try and end it." Presently the door gave way before the heavy blows which were struck upon it, and, to the astonishment of the lads, a band of Indians, naked to the waist and holding torches, burst into the cell. "Here they are!" exclaimed one of them in Spanish. "Quick, there is not a moment to be lost. Follow us," and, stooping down, he cut the cords which bound them. Bewildered and confused with the sudden light, and by the unexpected irruption, the boys followed the speaker, and, closely surrounded by the Indians, made their way down the passages and out into the courtyard. There was no resistance or interference. The familiars had, apparently, fled at the sudden attack upon the gaol, and no one appeared to bar their exit. The great gates of the courtyard stood uninjured, but the postern door had been battered in. Another body of natives, armed with spears and bows and arrows, were standing round the entrance, and a good many of the people of the neighbourhood, roused by the sudden tumult, were standing at the doors. these looked on apparently with mere curiosity, and with no desire to interfere with what was going on. Indeed, the Inquisition was never popular with the great body of the Spaniards, over whom its secret proceedings and terrible cruelties hung like a dark cloud, as none could ever say that they might not be the objects of denunciation. It was clear that the Indians were acting upon a fixed plan, for, the moment that those from within the prison sallied out, all formed in a compact body, and at a brisk slinging trot started down the street, the lads being kept well in the centre, so as to conceal them from the gaze of the public. Not a word was spoken till they had issued from the town. For another quarter of a mile their hurried march continued, and then, without a word, the whole of the escort, with the exception of one man, turned up a crossroad and vanished into the darkness. "Heaven be praised that I have saved you, señors," said the Indian who remained. "Do you not recognize me? I am Don Estevan, whose life you saved at Arica. I feared that I might be too late to find you unharmed, but it required time to get the necessary force together. You recognized me, of course, on the pier when you landed. The instant I heard of your arrest I chartered a swift sailing country craft and arrived here the day before you. I was the bearer of a letter, signed by many of the soldiers in garrison at Arica, to their comrades here, saying how bravely you had behaved, and that you had become good comrades to the regiment, and urging them to do anything in their power to save you from the Inquisition. This I thought might be useful, as they would be sure to be called out in case of an attack upon the Inquisition, and I prayed them to be as slow as possible in their movements in case of any sudden alarm. This will account for the fact that none of them arrived upon the spot before we had finished our business just now. But there is not a moment to delay. I have horses 2 miles away in readiness, and we must make for there. They will be sure to put on bloodhounds in pursuit, and we may have to ride for it." The boys briefly expressed their intense gratitude to their preserver for his efforts in their behalf, Ned adding, "I fear, Don Estevan, that your generous deed of tonight will involve you in fearful danger." "I have taken every precaution," the young Spaniard said. "I did not charter the vessel in my own name, and came up in disguise. All my friends believe me to be still in Arica, and no one, so far as I know, has recognized me here. I was obliged to go to my estate, which lies 100 miles up the country. There I armed my peons and vaqueros, and a number of Indians who were living near, to whom I have always shown kindness. None of them knew that it was the dungeon of the Inquisition which they were to attack, but believed that it was merely a prison they were about to force, for the power of superstition is very great in this country, and although a great many of the men may lead wild and godless lives, they tremble at the thought of lifting their hands against that mysterious and awful body, the Inquisition. News travels slowly indeed in this country, and it is not likely that the fact that the prison of the Inquisition has been broken open will ever reach the men on my estate. The priest of the village is a worthy man, and he has, I know, no sympathy with bigotry and cruelty. Consequently, if any of them should, in their own confession, tell him that they have been engaged in breaking a prison, he will perchance guess what prison it was, and may imagine that I had a hand in it. But I feel sure that the knowledge so gained would go no further. I might, had I chosen, have had the horses brought to the point where we separated from my men, but in that case the hounds might have followed upon the main body, and so some clue would have been gained as to the direction from which they came. As it is, they will follow us up, at any rate until we take horses. We will make our tracks visible for some distance, so that the pursuit may be carried on. Before it is over, they will have lost all track of the rest of their assailants, and will not, indeed, be able to trace the direction in which they went. They too have horses at a short distance, and will speedily regain the estate." "How did you know in which cell we were confined?" "Through the jailer. The man who attended you was once employed by my father. I met him the day I arrived from Arica, and bribed him to convey the arms to you, with which I thought that, should they bring you to trial and torture before I could collect my force, you might make a resistance; for I judged that you would rather die than suffer mutilation and agony. When you disclosed your arms to day, he slipped at once from the building, as he knew that he would be suspected. Changing his clothes in a house near, he mounted his horse and rode to meet us, conveying the news that the crisis had arrived. How it ended he could not tell, but he hoped that some delay might occur in resuming proceedings against you." By this time they had reached their horses, which were tied in a clump of trees, at a short distance from the road. "They are fine animals," Don Estevan said, "and we may reckon upon showing our heels to any of those who pursue us, for I can assure you that the chase is likely to be a hot one. Whither do you intend to go?" "I am thinking of making for Arica. Before we reach that town you can, if you choose, strike to the hills and join the natives beyond, as you proposed when at Arica; or, should you prefer it, you can, in disguises, enter Arica and remain there, for a time, until all possibility of your friends appearing before that place be at an end." "My absence will not have been noticed, for I mentioned to friends that I was going into the interior to investigate a mine, of whose existence I had heard from some Indians. When I return, therefore, I shall say that the mine was not sufficiently promising, in appearance, for me to care about asking for a concession from the government. I shall, of course, pretend to be extremely vexed at the time that has been wasted, and I do not see that any suspicion can fall upon me, as having been concerned in the affair at Lima. We will walk our horses at a slow pace, in order to save them as far as possible, and to ascertain whether our pursuers have correctly followed our steps. When we once hear them, we can then put on our best speed, and as they will not know that we are but a short distance ahead, they will go at a moderate pace. Besides, the speed of bloodhounds, when tracking, is by no means great." An hour later they heard a faint sound in the distance. Instinctively they checked their horses, and again, in the darkness of the night, the deep distant bay of a hound was heard. "Just as I thought," Don Estevan exclaimed. "They have got the bloodhounds, and I should think, by the sound, that they must have just reached the spot where we mounted. The hounds will be puzzled now, but the sagacity of these creatures is so great that I am by no means sure that they will be unable to follow us by the track of the horses. Now, let us set spur." For the next 4 or 5 hours they proceeded, at a steady gallop, towards the south. The country was flat, the roads sandy, but even; and the cool night air was exhilarating, indeed, after the confinement in the dark and noisome dungeon at Lima. So rejoiced were the boys, with their newly recovered freedom, that it was with difficulty that they restrained themselves from bursting into shouts of joy. But they were anxious that no sounds should be heard by the villagers of the little hamlets lying along the road. The sound of the horses' hoofs on the sandy track would scarcely arouse a sleeping man, and the fact that their tracks would be plainly visible in the sand when daylight came, caused them no concern, as, so far, they had made no effort to deceive their pursuers. Soon after daylight arrived they found themselves upon a stream, which ran down from the mountains and crossed the road. "Now," Don Estevan said, "it is time to begin to throw them off our track. They will believe that the party consists solely of Indians, and our turning east will seem as if we intended to take refuge in the mountains. Let us strike up the river for a while, land at a spot where the horses' hoofs will be clearly visible, and then pursue a course to the southeast, taking us nearer and nearer to the hills. 3 leagues hence is another stream. This we will enter, and they will make sure that we have pursued our former tactics, that we have followed it up, and again struck for the hills. Instead of doing this, we will follow it down for a mile or two, and quit it at some spot where the bank is firm, and will leave no marks of our footsteps. Then we will strike across the country, and regain the road some 7 or 8 leagues further south." The plan appeared a capital one, and was followed out as arranged. Late in the evening they were again in the vicinity of the southern road. In their wallets was a plentiful supply of provisions, and they had filled their water bottles at the last stream which they had crossed. Entering a grove of trees, they unsaddled their horses and allowed them to crop the foliage and shrubs, while they threw themselves down upon the soft earth, stiff and wearied with their long journey. "We will travel by night always," Don Estevan said. "I do not think that any suspicion whatever will arise that we have again struck south, but should any inquiry be made, it is as well that no one along the road shall have seen 3 mounted men." For another 2 days they journeyed, as proposed, by night, resting by day in quiet places, and, as far as they knew, without having been seen by any of the scattered population. It was in the middle of the 3rd night, as they were cantering slowly along, that they heard the tread of a horse, at full gallop, approaching from the south. "You had better withdraw from the road," Don Estevan said, "so that but one horseman will be met. I will stop the rider, and hear why he gallops so fast. It may be that news has preceded us, and it is as well to gather what intelligence we can." The boys withdrew from the road, Don Estevan proceeding ahead. They heard the sound of the galloping hoofs pause, as their rider met the Spaniard. There was a talk for a few minutes, and then the horseman again rode forward at full speed. Don Estevan paused for a little while, to allow him to get beyond earshot, and then rejoined his companions. "I have great news," he said, "and it is for you to decide whether it will alter your plan of proceeding. The man whom I have just met is a messenger, dispatched by the governor of Arica to Lima, to warn the governor there that an English ship, under the noted freebooter Francis Drake, has put into that harbor, and has started again, sailing for the north, after exacting certain contributions, but otherwise refraining from injuring the town." The boys gave a shout of joy, for they had begun to fear that the expedition must have met with some disaster, in doubling Cape Horn, and been compelled to return. "What will you do?" the Spaniard asked. "Return to Lima!" the boys exclaimed simultaneously. "We shall be there before the admiral can arrive, and can then rejoin our comrades." "That will indeed be your best plan," Don Estevan said, "but you must be disguised thoroughly. However, you are not likely to be so closely investigated as you otherwise would be at Lima, for you may be sure that, when the messenger arrives there, the town will be in such a ferment of excitement at the approach of your countrymen, that our little affair will, for the time, be entirely forgotten." "I trust," Ned said, "that we shall be able to do something to render your security more perfect; for, if I mistake not, when the admiral hears of the doings of the officials of the Inquisition, how many people they have burned to death lately at Lima, and what frightful cruelties they have perpetrated in that ghastly prison, he will burn the place to the ground, and hang up the judges; in which case we may be sure that no further inquiry will ever be thought of concerning the attack on the prison. What do you advise us to do, senor? For it is clear that your best course is to return to Arica direct." "I cannot think of doing that," the generous young Spaniard replied. "A few days' longer absence will pass unnoticed, especially as people will have plenty of other matters to think and talk about. I do not see how you can possibly obtain disguises without my assistance; and as our pursuers will long since have been thrown off our track, and will probably have given up the search and have returned to Lima, convinced that we already have crossed the mountains and are beyond their reach, I think that there is little danger in my nearing the city. Come, let us turn our horses' heads at once." In a few minutes they were returning by the route they had hitherto travelled. They were already dressed as young Spaniards. The disguises had been brought by their rescuer, and assumed at the first halt. He himself had also washed the paint from his face and hands, and had assumed European garb, in order that any inquiry about 3 mounted Indians might be baffled. "There is now," he said, "no longer any occasion for us to ride by night. We are journeying north, and any inquiries which may ever be set on foot will certainly point only to men going south. And whereas our Indian disguises might have been suspected, I am now in my proper character, and my passing through can excite no rumor or comment." Don Estevan had, indeed, assumed the garb of a Spanish proprietor of rank, while the boys were dressed as vaqueros, and as they passed through villages in the daytime, kept their horses half a length behind that of their leader. They avoided, on their ride back, putting up at any of the posadas, or village inns, on their road, sleeping, as before, in the woods. Their marches were long, but were performed at a much slower rate of speed, as they were certain that they would reach Lima long before the admiral's ship, even should he not pause at any place on the way. It was upon the 6th day after their rescue from prison that they again approached Lima. After much consultation, they had agreed to continue in their Spanish dresses, taking only the precaution of somewhat staining their faces and hands, to give them the color natural to men who spend their lives on the plains. Don Estevan himself determined to enter the city with them after nightfall, and to take them to the house of a trusty friend, where they should lie, concealed, until the news arrived that the English ship was off the port. He himself would at once mount his horse and retrace his steps to Arica. The programme was carried out successfully. No one glanced at the hidalgo as, with his vaqueros, he rode through the streets of Lima. There were no lights in those days, save those which hung before shrines by the roadside, or occasionally a dim oil lamp suspended before the portico of some mansion of importance. The friend to whom Don Estevan assigned them was a young man of his own age, a cousin, and one, like himself, liberal in his opinions, free from bigotry, and hating the cruelties perpetrated in the name of religion by the Inquisition. He heard with surprise the narrative which Don Estevan related, for the latter had not visited him during his short stay in the city, and was supposed still to be at Arica. Great was his astonishment, indeed, when he found that the attack upon the prison of the Inquisition, which had caused such intense excitement in the city, had been planned and executed by his cousin, and his expressions of approval of the deed were warm and frequent. He assured the boys that he would do everything in his power to make them comfortable until the arrival of the English ship. A discussion took place as to whether it was better that they should appear as friends of his, who had come in from their country estate, or whether they should continue their disguise as vaqueros. There were objections to either plan. In the first place, the attendants in waiting would detect the shortcomings in Ned's Spanish, and would be astonished at the silence of his companion. Upon the other hand, it would seem strange that they should be kept apart from the servitors of the house. Finally, it was agreed that they should appear as men of rank, but that Tom should feign sickness, and therefore keep his room, Ned, for the most part, remaining shut up with him, and taking his meals there. This course was followed out, and when the arrangement was complete, they took a hearty leave of the noble young Spaniard, who at once remounted his horse and started on his weary ride back again to Arica. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 18 of Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Simonon, Vallejo, California. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by G.A. Henty. Chapter 18, San Francisco Bay. After his experience of the treachery of the native, the admiral determined to build a fort to protect the party on shore. The people, seeing these preparations, appeared in large numbers and approached, but their attitude expressed astonishment rather than hostility. They then, laying down their arms, gathered round the little party of white men. But as they brought their women with them, the admiral concluded that no hostility was intended, and allowed them freely to mix with the whites. Their attitude and deportment showed that they looked upon them as gods, paying worship in the most abject manner. In order to show them that his men were but human, the admiral ordered them to eat and drink, that the people might observe that they were but men as they. Even this failed to convince them, and during the whole time that they remained there, they were treated as being creatures of celestial origin. 2 days later, the natives returned in great numbers. A leader at their head again delivered a long and tedious oration, to which, according to the chronicler, these people appeared to be much addicted. This oration was delivered with strange and violent gestures, the speaker's voice being extended to the utmost strength of nature, and his words falling so thick, one in the neck of another, that he could hardly fetch his breath again. When he had concluded, the people bowed to the earth, giving a long cry of "Oh," which appears to have answered to our "Amen." Then the men came forward, and the women went through a number of exercises which appear to have shocked and appalled our seamen. As if they had been desperate, they used violence against themselves, crying and shrieking piteously, tearing their flesh with their nails from their cheeks in a monstrous manner, the blood streaming down over their bodies. Then, holding their hands above their heads so that they might not save their bodies from harm, they would with fury cast themselves upon the ground, never respecting whether it were clean or soft, but dashed themselves in this manner on hard stones, knobby hillocks, stalks of wood, and prickly bushes, or whatever else were in their way, iterating the same course again and again, some 9 or 10 times each, others holding out for 15 or 16 times, till their strength failed them. The admiral, horrified by this cruel exhibition of reverence, ordered his men to fall to prayers, and signified to them that the God whom we did serve did not approve of such measures as they had taken. 3 days later, the king himself came down, and the ceremonies were repeated. The king then offered to the admiral the monarchy of that land, and perceiving that this would please them, and having in mind the honor and glory of Her Majesty, Captain Francis accepted the crown, and with many ceremonies was installed king of that country, taking possession of the land in the name of the Queen. It is not a little singular that this, one of the richest and most valuable portions of the United States, should thus have become by right, alike of discovery and of free gift of the people, a possession of England. For some days the people continued their cruel exercises upon themselves, and so fixed were they in their idolatry that even when forcibly prevented acting this way, they would immediately they were released set to with even redoubled fury to cut and injure themselves. After a time their worship took a new form. All the people of the country having wounds, shrunken limbs, or diseases of any kind were brought down to be cured, and the people were much grieved that an instantaneous cure could not be effected, but that our men proceeded, by the application of lotions, plasters, and unguents, to benefit those who had anticipated immediate remedy. Altogether, the account given by the voyagers of the people of this part of America is most favorable. They appear to have been a tractable, free, and loving nature without guile or treachery. They were finely built men, and one of them could carry easily, uphill and down, a weight which 2 or 3 Englishmen could scarcely lift. They were swift at running, and could catch a fish in the sea if it were in the water within their depth. When the ship was repaired, the admiral with many of his officers made a journey into the interior, and found that it was a goodly country, with a very fruitful soil. There were many thousands of large and fair deer grazing in herds. This country was christened by the admiral Albion, partly from the color of its cliffs, partly in remembrance of his country. On the shore a monument was set up, and on it a plate of brass was affixed, engraven with the Queen's name, the date of the arrival of the ship, and of the free giving up of the province and kingdom into Her Majesty's hand. And a piece of current English money was fastened beneath a hole made in the brass plate, so that it might remain as a proof that the English had taken possession of this land to which the Spaniards had never approached. As the stores were being taken on board again, and the natives saw the preparations for embarkation, the joy with which the arrival of these white beings had been received was changed into sorrow, and all the people went about mourning and crying. For many days this continued, and the parting when the ship set sail on the 23rd of July was a very sorrowful one, the people climbing to the top of the hills so as to keep the ship in sight as long as they could, and making great fires and burning thereon sacrifices to the departing gods. The admiral had now made up his mind to abandon the search for a passage round the north of America. The cold had become even greater while they remained in the bay. The natives themselves were wrapped in black cloths and huddled together for warmth, and those in the ship suffered exceedingly. Moreover, the shores of the country trended far more to the west than had been expected, and the admiral concluded that, far to the north, the shores of America and Asia must unite. He thought, too, that in that country must be very lofty mountains covered with snow, for so alone could he account for the exceeding coldness of the wind. Believing, therefore, that no passage could be made in that way, and seeing that the ship had already gone through heavy tempests, and the men, although still of good heart, yet were longing for a return home after their great labors, he steered to the west, making the Moluccas his aim. During the voyage from Lima along the coast of South America, the boys had met with no special adventures. Upon the day after they came on board, Ned and Tom were called by the admiral into his cabin, and they recounted to him at great length all the adventures they had gone through. He wondered greatly at their recital, and commended them exceedingly for the prudence and courage which they had shown. The account of the strange places, never before trodden by the foot of white men, which they had seen, he ordered his secretary to write down at full length, that it might be delivered to Her Gracious Majesty, together with the record of the voyage of the Golden Hind. And he predicted that the Queen would take great pleasure in this record of the first journey across the continent. "As to you," he said, turning to Ned, "you seem to be fated to get into adventures, and to find your way out of them. I have not forgotten the strange passage to the Isle of Puerto Rico, and I predict that if you go on as you have begun, you will come to great things." Warmly also did he praise Ned's companion on the journey, but the latter modestly ascribed all the success which had attended their journey to the knowledge of native life which Ned had gained among the negroes, and to his courage and prudence. "Nevertheless," said the admiral, "there is praise due also to you, for you have known when to subordinate yourself to one younger in years, although older in experience. This virtue is rare and very commendable, and I doubt not that you had not so freely given up your own wishes and inclinations to those of your comrade, you might both have perished miserably." He further expressed his high opinion of Ned's bravery and discretion by giving him a command in the ship as third officer, finding on inquiry that he had learned how to take the altitude of the sun and to do other things necessary for the discovery of the position of the ship. These signs of goodwill on the part of the admiral caused, as might have been expected, some jealousy among a considerable portion of the equipage. Many indeed were glad at the position which Ned had gained by his enterprise and courage. Others, however, grumbled, and said that it was hard that those who had done their duty on board the ship should be passed over in favor of mere youngsters who had been wandering on their own account on land. Ned himself felt that there was some reason for this jealousy upon the part of those who had borne the burden of all the great labors which those on board the Golden Hind had undergone, and he spoke to the admiral and expressed his willingness, nay more, his desire, to remain as a private gentleman and adventurer on board the ship. This, however, Captain Francis would not hear of. "Merit has to be rewarded," he said, "wheresoever it is found. These men have done their duty. All indeed on board the ship have wrought nobly for their own safety and for the honor of Her Majesty the Queen. But you have gone beyond this, and have, by your journey across the continent, brought fame and credit to the country. It is right that men who discover strange lands into which some day the power of Christianity and civilization may enter should receive honor and credit of their countrymen. Of those who seek to do these things many perish, and those who survive should be held in honor." Most of all delighted at the success and honor which had befallen Ned were his three friends. Two of them considered that they owed their lives to him. All regarded him as their leader, as well as their comrade. But Reuben Gale grumbled much that he had had no share in the adventures which had befallen his three friends. "You have all three strange histories to tell. You have seen wonderful things, and have journeyed and fought with wild men and Spaniards, while I, with equal goodwill, have never had the chance of doing more than join in the taking of Spanish caravels, where the resistance was so poor that children might have done the business." Ned laughed and promised him that the next adventure he got into he would, if possible, have him as his comrade. "We have a long voyage yet," he said. "We have not gone much more than a third of the circumference of the world, and before we reach England, strange things may happen yet. We left Plymouth with a noble fleet of 6 ships. Now there remains but 1 and 58 men. At the same rate we shall be reduced to a cockboat and 4 men before we reach England. So keep up your heart, there is plenty of time before us." So great was the confidence they felt in Ned that Reuben was cheered with this promise, although he knew in his heart that these adventures fell upon Ned not from any effort of his own, but by the effect of accident, or, as we may say, Providence. The young men liked not their stay in San Francisco Bay. Those who were best looking and youngest were especially chosen out by the women as objects of their adoration, and the lads were horrified at the way in which these poor creatures beat and tore themselves and groveled upon the ground. And so, being sick at heart at these mummeries, and at receiving a worship fit only for the Creator of the world, they remained on board ship as much as possible during the time that they tarried there. Except for a group of islands which they passed the day after sailing west, the Golden Hind saw no more land from the 23rd of July until September 30th, 68 days in all, when they fell in sight of some islands lying about 8 degrees to the northward of the line. As soon as the ship was seen, a great number of canoes came out, having in them some 4, some 6, some 14, or even 20 men, paddling rapidly, and bringing cocoas, fish, and fruits. The beauty and workmanship of these canoes astonished the voyagers. They were made out of one tree of great length, hollowed with fire and axe, and being so smooth, both without and within, that they shone like polished wood. The bow and stern were alike in shape, rising high and falling inward almost in a semicircle, and being covered with white and glistening shells for ornament. These canoes had upon either side outriggers, that is, pieces of cane extending 6 or 7 feet beyond the side, and to which were fixed spars of very light wood, so that the boat could in no wise overturn. These people evinced no fear of the English, and it was clear that, although they might not themselves have seen a ship before, the presence of the Portuguese in these seas was known to the islanders, and the manner of their vessels. The nature of these people was very different from that of the gentle savages on the western coast of America. They did not trade honestly, as they had done, but obtained as much as they could, and then pushed off from the side of the ship without handing up the goods which they had bargained to give, and behaved so rascally that the admiral, seeing that their intentions were altogether evil, ordered a gun to be fired, not with the intent of hurting any, but of frightening them. The roar of the cannon was followed by the instant disappearance of every native from the fleet of canoes, amid the laughter of those on board ship. For a long time none could be seen, each as he came above water keeping on the further side of his canoe, and then paddling with it astern, so that the ship, as she floated on, left them gradually behind. When they thought that they were in safety, they again took their places in the canoes, and finding that none were hurt, again paddled alongside the ship, and made pretense to barter. Some of them indeed came on board with their wares, but while pretending to be engaged in honest trade, they stole the daggers and knives from the men's girdles, and pillaged whatever they could lay their hands upon. The admiral, being wroth at this conduct, had some of these men seized and flogged, and then driving the rest into their canoes, hoisted sail and went onwards, christening the place the Island of Thieves, so as to deter all passengers hereafter from ever visiting it. Passing through many other islands, they made for Tidore, the principal place in the Moluccas. But as they passed the island of Motir, which was then called Ternate, a deputy or viceroy of the king of that island came off to the ship in a great canoe, and entreated the admiral to anchor at that island, and not at Tidore, assuring him, in the name of the king, that he would be wondrous glad to see him, and to do all that the admiral could require. He himself promised to return to the king at once, who would get all in readiness, whereas if they went on to Tidore, where the Portuguese held sway, they would find in them deceit and treachery. On these persuasions Captain Drake resolved to run into Ternate, where next morning he came to anchor. The admiral then sent a party, consisting of Ned and 3 other adventurers, to the king, bearing the present of a velvet cloak as a testimony of his desire for friendship and goodwill, with a message that he should require no other things at his hands, but that he might be allowed, by traffic and exchange of merchandise, to obtain provisions, of which, after his long voyage across the seas, he had now but small store. As the boat moved ashore, it was met by a large canoe coming out with a message from the king that he had heard from his viceroy how great was the nobleness of the captain and of the queen whom he served, and that he, who was the enemy of the Portuguese, whom he had expelled from his dominions, would gladly agree to aid him, and to enter into treaties by which all ships of his nation might come to Ternate and trade for such things as they required, all other white men being excluded. On arriving at the shore, the deputation were met by many personages. They were dressed in white clothes of Indian manufacture, and the party marveled much at the differences between their stately manners and ways and those of the people whom they had lately left. Accompanied by these personages, and with great honor, they were conducted to the interior of the island, where in a house surprisingly large for a people so far removed from civilization, and which, indeed, they afterwards learned had been built by the Portuguese, they found the king, who received them with much honor. He was a tall and stout man, with much dignity in his manner. It was clear that his authority among his people was very great, for even the nobles and counselors whom he had sent to greet them bowed to the dust in his presence. Ned had consulted with his comrades on the way, and agreed that, as the messengers of the admiral, and therefore in some way as the representatives of the Queen, it was their duty to comport themselves as equal, at least in dignity, to this island monarch. Therefore, while all the people knelt in the dust in humility, they walked straight to his Majesty and held out their hands in English fashion. His Majesty was in no whit offended at this, and indeed by his manner strove to express his respect. A certain amount of conversation was carried on with him, for in the island were an Italian and a Spaniard, who, having been made prisoners by the Portuguese, had escaped to Ternate. These men, acting as interpreters, conveyed to the king the messages sent by the admiral, and in return informed Ned that the king was, in all ways, most anxious to express his pleasure to the admiral, and that on the morrow he would himself visit him on board ship. He also, as a pledge, delivered his own signet ring to Ned to carry on board. Having returned on board ship with these messages, they waited for the morrow, when 3 large canoes put off from the shore. In these were the greatest personages on the island. They sat in the canoes in accordance with their rank, the old men in the stern. Next to these were divers others, also attired in white, but with differences in the way in which the clothes were worn. These also had their places under the awning of reeds. The rest of the men were soldiers, who stood ranged on each side. On the outside of these, again, sat the rowers. These canoes must have, in some way, resembled the old Roman triremes, for it was said that there were 3 galleries on either side of the canoe, one being builded above the other, and in each of these galleries were an equal number of benches, whereon did sit the rowers, about the number of 80 in each canoe. In the forepart of each canoe sat 2 men, one holding a drum and the other a piece of brass, whereupon both at once struck, marking the time for each stroke. The rowers on their part ended each stroke with a song, giving warning to those on the prow to strike again, and so, rowing evenly, they came across the sea at great speed. Each of these canoes carried a small cannon of about a yard in length. All the men except the rowers had swords, daggers, and shields, lances, bows, and arrows, and some had guns. These canoes came up to the ship and rowed round her in solemn procession, to the great admiration of all on board, who had never beheld a sight like this. But the admiral said that the vessels reminded him of the descriptions which he had read of the great barges of Venice. As they rowed, they did homage to the admiral, the greatest personages beginning, first standing up and bowing their bodies to the ground, the others following in order of rank. Then a messenger came on board, signifying that they had come before the king, who had sent them to conduct our ship into a better anchorage, and desiring that a rope might be given them out, that they might, as their king commanded, tow the ship to the place assigned. Very shortly the king himself came out, having with him in his canoe 6 grave and ancient fathers, and did himself at once make a reverent kind of obeisance. He was received in the best manner possible. The great guns thundered, and as these had been filled with a large quantity of small shot, they tore up the water in the distance, and made a fine show for these people. The trumpets also, and other instruments of music, sounded loudly, whereat the king was much delighted, and requested that the music might come into a boat. The musicians, at Captain Francis's orders, so did, and laying alongside the king's canoe, were towed behind the ship by the rowers in the 3 first canoes. The king and many others came on board, and were bountifully entertained. many presents being given to them. When the anchorage was reached, the king asked leave to go on shore, promising that next day he would again come on board, and in the meantime send such victuals as were requested. Accordingly, at night and the next morning, large quantities of hens, sugar canes, rice, figos, which are supposed to have been plantains, cocoas, and sago, were sent on board. Also some cloves for traffic, but of these the admiral did not buy many, as he did not wish the ship to be crowded with goods. At the time appointed, all things being set in readiness, the admiral looked for the king's return, but he failed to keep his promise, to the great discontent and doubt on the part of the crew. The king's brother came off to invite Captain Drake to land and visit him, but this brother, who seemed to be an honest gentleman himself, whispered a few words in confidence to the admiral, warning him that it would be better that he should not go on shore. With his free consent, the admiral retained this nobleman as a pledge, and then, although in consequence of the king's bad faith, he resolved not to land himself, he sent many of his officers, who were conducted with great honor to the large and fair house inhabited by the king, where at least 1,000 people were gathered. The king was seated in a great chair of state, and many compliments were exchanged between him and the English. The king was now attired in his full state, having from the waist to the ground a robe of cloth of gold, with many rings of plated gold on his head, making a show something like a crown. On his neck he had a chain of perfect gold, the links very large. On his left hand were a diamond, an emerald, a ruby, and a turquoise, and on his right hand many beautiful gems. Thus it will be seen that the king of these islands was a potentate of no mean grandeur. Most of the furniture and decorations of the court were obtained from the Portuguese during the time they inhabited the island. Had they not followed the tyrannous ways of their people, they might have remained there in fair comfort, but desiring to obtain the entire authority, they had killed the late king. This cruelty, however, had brought about a different end to that which they had expected, for the people, headed by the king's eldest son, had risen against them in great force, had killed many, and had driven the rest from the island, placing the king's son upon the throne, who had become the deadly enemy of the Portuguese, and was now preparing an expedition to drive them from Tidore. The religion of these people was that of the Mussulman, and the rigor with which they fasted, it being, at the time of the English visit, one of their festivals, greatly astonished those who saw them, for during the whole time they would eat nothing between morning and night, but the appetite with which they devoured many meals throughout the night almost equally astonished the British. While the Golden Hind lay in harbor of Ternate, they received a visit from a Chinese gentleman of high station, and who was assuredly the first Chinaman who ever came in contact with one of our race. His reason for being at the Moluccas was singular. He had been a man of great rank in his own country, but was accused of a capital crime, of which, though innocent, he was unable to free himself. He then implored the emperor to allow him to leave the country, placing the proof of his innocence in the hands of Providence, it being a bargain that, if he could bring back to the emperor strange and wonderful tidings of things new to him, such as he had never heard of, he should be restored to his place and honors, and held to be acquitted of that crime. If such news could not be gained by him, he was to remain in exile, and to be accounted guilty of that of which he was accused. Coming on board, he very earnestly entreated the admiral to give him the account of his adventures from the time of leaving his country. This Captain Drake willingly did, and the Chinaman, in great delight, exclaimed that this was fully sufficient for him to bear back to the emperor. He gave a very warm and pressing invitation to Sir Francis to bring the ship to China, where he assured him of a welcome at the hands of the emperor. Had Captain Drake been able to accede to this proposition, it is probable that our dealings with the East, on a large scale, might have begun some centuries earlier than did. But the Golden Hind was much battered by the voyage she had gone through, being indeed not a new ship when she started. The crew, too, were all longing to get home, and the treasure which had been gathered from the Spaniards was ample for all their desires. The admiral, therefore, although truly he longed to see this country, and to open relations between it and the Queen, was yet forced to decline the invitation and to depart on his westward voyage. The Golden Hind now made slow progress through the water, her bottom being foul with weeds and other things which had attached themselves to it during its long voyage. The captain therefore determined to enter the first harbor in an uninhabited island that he came to, for at none of the places at which he had hitherto touched had he ventured to take this step. However friendly the inhabitants might have appeared, some causes of quarrel might have arisen, and with the ship hauled up and bent over, it might have fallen into the hands of the natives, and so been destroyed, and all returned to England, cut off from him. 5 days after leaving Ternate, he found such a place, and fetching up in a small harbor, the whole party landed, pitched tents, and entrenched themselves. Then they took the casks and water vessels ashore, and thoroughly repaired them, trimmed the ship, and scraped her bottom, and so put her in a state to perform the rest of the voyage. Greatly here were the crew astonished by the first sight of fireflies, creatures which were new to them all. The island swarmed with crayfish of a size sufficient to satisfy 4 hungry men at dinner. These creatures never went into the sea, but kept themselves on land, digging holes in the roots of the tree and there lodging, numbers together. Strangely enough, too, these crayfish, when they found themselves cut off from their natural retreats, climbed up trees, and there concealed themselves in the branches. On December the 12th they again set sail, being now among the Celebes, where they found the water shoal and coasting very dangerous. The wind, too, was high and contrary, and their difficulties greater than anything they had found. On January the 9th the wind, however, came aft, and they appeared to have found a passage out of these dangers, sailing then at full speed. They were, at the first watch at night, filled with consternation at a crash, followed by silence, and the vessel was found to have run high upon a reef, of which the surface had presented no indication. Not since the Golden Hind had left England had her strait been as sore as this. The force with which she had run upon the reef seemed to have carried her beyond all hope of extrication. All considered that death was at hand, for they hardly hoped that the ship could hold long together. The admiral at once, to still the confusion which reigned, ordered all to prayers, and the whole, kneeling on the deck, prayed for mercy, preparing themselves for imminent death. Presently, having finished praying, the admiral addressed them in a consoling speech, and then, their courage being much raised, all bestirred themselves to regard the position. The pumps were first tried, and the ship freed of water, and to their great joy they found that the leakage was no greater than before, and that the rocks had not penetrated through the planks. This appeared to all on board as to be an absolute miracle, wrought in their favor, for it seemed impossible to them that, running at so high a rate of speed, the vessel could have failed to break herself against the rocks. It is probable that, in fact, the ship had struck upon a newly formed coral reef, and that the coral, which, when first made, is not very hard, had crashed to pieces under the shock, and so she lay in safety upon the bed of pounded fragments. End of chapter 18. Chapter 18 of Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Simonon, Vallejo, California. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by G.A. Henty. Chapter 18, San Francisco Bay. After his experience of the treachery of the native, the admiral determined to build a fort to protect the party on shore. The people, seeing these preparations, appeared in large numbers and approached, but their attitude expressed astonishment rather than hostility. They then, laying down their arms, gathered round the little party of white men. But as they brought their women with them, the admiral concluded that no hostility was intended, and allowed them freely to mix with the whites. Their attitude and deportment showed that they looked upon them as gods, paying worship in the most abject manner. In order to show them that his men were but human, the admiral ordered them to eat and drink, that the people might observe that they were but men as they. Even this failed to convince them, and during the whole time that they remained there, they were treated as being creatures of celestial origin. 2 days later, the natives returned in great numbers. A leader at their head again delivered a long and tedious oration, to which, according to the chronicler, these people appear to be much addicted. This oration was delivered with strange and violent gestures, the speaker's voice being extended to the utmost strength of nature, and his words falling so thick, one in the neck of another, that he could hardly fetch his breath again. When he had concluded, the people bowed to the earth, giving a long cry of "Oh," which appears to have answered to our "Amen." Then the men came forward, and the women went through a number of exercises which appear to have shocked and appalled our seamen. As if they had been desperate, they used violence against themselves, crying and shrieking piteously, tearing their flesh with their nails from their cheeks in a monstrous manner, the blood streaming down over their bodies. Then, holding their hands above their heads so that they might not save their bodies from harm, they would with fury cast themselves upon the ground, never respecting whether it were clean or soft, but dashed themselves in this manner on hard stones, knobby hillocks, stalks of wood, and prickly bushes, or whatever else were in their way, iterating the same course again and again, some 9 or 10 times each, others holding out for 15 or 16 times, till their strength failed them. The admiral, horrified by this cruel exhibition of reverence, ordered his men to fall to prayers, and signified to them that the God whom we did serve did not approve of such measures as they had taken. 3 days later, the king himself came down, and the ceremonies were repeated. The king then offered to the admiral the monarchy of that land, and perceiving that this would please them, and having in mind the honor and glory of Her Majesty, Captain Francis accepted the crown, and with many ceremonies was installed king of that country, taking possession of the land in the name of the Queen. It is not a little singular that this, one of the richest and most valuable portions of the United States, should thus have become by right, alike of discovery and of free gift of the people, a possession of England. For some days the people continued their cruel exercises upon themselves, and so fixed were they in their idolatry that even when forcibly prevented acting this way, they would immediately they were released set to with even redoubled fury to cut and injure themselves. After a time their worship took a new form. All the people of the country having wounds, shrunken limbs, or diseases of any kind, were brought down to be cured, and the people were much grieved that an instantaneous cure could not be effected, but that our men proceeded, by the application of lotions, plasters, and unguents, to benefit those who had anticipated immediate remedy. Altogether, the account given by the voyagers of the people of this part of America is most favorable. They appear to have been a tractable, free, and loving nature without guile or treachery. They were finely built men, and one of them could carry easily, uphill and down, a weight which 2 or 3 Englishmen could scarcely lift. They were swift at running, and could catch a fish in the sea if it were in the water within their depth. When the ship was repaired, the admiral with many of his officers made a journey into the interior, and found that it was a goodly country, with a very fruitful soil. There were many thousands of large and fair deer grazing in herds. This country was christened by the admiral Albion, partly from the color of its cliffs, partly in remembrance of his country. On the shore a monument was set up, and on it a plate of brass was affixed, engraven with the Queen's name, the date of the arrival of the ship, and of the free giving up of the province and kingdom into Her Majesty's hand. And a piece of current English money was fastened beneath a hole made in the brass plate, so that it might remain as a proof that the English had taken possession of this land to which the Spaniards had never approached. As the stores were being taken on board again, and the natives saw the preparations for embarkation, the joy with which the arrival of these white beings had been received was changed into sorrow, and all the people went about mourning and crying. For many days this continued, and the parting, when the ship set sail on the 23rd of July, was a very sorrowful one, the people climbing to the top of the hills so as to keep the ship in sight as long as they could, and making great fires and burning thereon sacrifices to the departing gods. The admiral had now made up his mind to abandon the search for a passage round the north of America. The cold had become even greater while they remained in the bay. The natives themselves were wrapped in black cloths and huddled together for warmth, and those in the ship suffered exceedingly. Moreover, the shores of the country trended far more to the west than had been expected, and the admiral concluded that, far to the north, the shores of America and Asia must unite. He thought, too, that in that country must be very lofty mountains covered with snow, for so alone could he account for the exceeding coldness of the wind. Believing, therefore, that no passage could be made in that way, and seeing that the ship had already gone through heavy tempests, and the men, although still of good heart, yet were longing for a return home after their great labors, he steered to the west, making the Moluccas his aim. During the voyage from Lima along the coast of South America, the boys had met with no special adventures. Upon the day after they came on board, Ned and Tom were called by the admiral into his cabin, and they recounted to him at great length all the adventures they had gone through. He wondered greatly at their recital, and commended them exceedingly for the prudence and courage which they had shown. The account of the strange places, never before trodden by the foot of white men, which they had seen, he ordered his secretary to write down at full length, that it might be delivered to Her Gracious Majesty, together with the record of the voyage of the Golden Hind. And he predicted that the Queen would take great pleasure in this record of the first journey across the continent. "As to you," he said, turning to Ned, "you seem to be fated to get into adventures, and to find your way out of them. I have not forgotten the strange passage to the Isle of Puerto Rico, and I predict that if you go on as you have begun, you will come to great things." Warmly also did he praise Ned's companion on the journey, but the latter modestly ascribed all the success which had attended their journey to the knowledge of native life which Ned had gained among the negroes, and to his courage and prudence. "Nevertheless," said the admiral, "there is praise due also to you, for you have known when to subordinate yourself to one younger in years, although older in experience. This virtue is rare and very commendable, and I doubt not that you had not so freely given up your own wishes and inclinations to those of your comrade, you might both have perished miserably." He further expressed his high opinion of Ned's bravery and discretion by giving him a command in the ship as third officer, finding on inquiry that he had learned how to take the altitude of the sun and to do other things necessary for the discovery of the position of the ship. These signs of goodwill on the part of the admiral caused, as might have been expected, some jealousy among a considerable portion of the equipage. Many indeed were glad at the position which Ned had gained by his enterprise and courage. Others, however, grumbled, and said that it was hard that those who had done their duty on board the ship should be passed over in favor of mere youngsters who had been wandering on their own account on land. Ned himself felt that there was some reason for this jealousy upon the part of those who had borne the burden of all the great labors which those on board the Golden Hind had undergone, and he spoke to the admiral and expressed his willingness, nay more, his desire, to remain as a private gentleman and adventurer on board the ship. This, however, Captain Francis would not hear of. "Merit has to be rewarded," he said, "wheresoever it is found. These men have done their duty. All indeed on board the ship have wrought nobly for their own safety and for the honor of Her Majesty the Queen. But you have gone beyond this, and have, by your journey across the continent, brought fame and credit to the country. It is right that men who discover strange lands into which some day the power of Christianity and civilization may enter should receive honor and credit of their countrymen. Of those who seek to do these things many perish, and those who survive should be held in honor." Most of all delighted at the success and honor which had befallen Ned were his three friends. Two of them considered that they owed their lives to him. All regarded him as their leader, as well as their comrade. But Reuben Gale grumbled much that he had had no share in the adventures which had befallen his three friends. "You have all three strange histories to tell. You have seen wonderful things, and have journeyed and fought with wild men and Spaniards, while I, with equal goodwill, have never had the chance of doing more than join in the taking of Spanish caravels, where the resistance was so poor that children might have done the business." Ned laughed and promised him that the next adventure he got into he would, if possible, have him as his comrade. "We have a long voyage yet," he said. "We have not gone much more than a third of the circumference of the world, and before we reach England, strange things may happen yet. We left Plymouth with a noble fleet of 6 ships. Now there remains but 1 and 58 men. At the same rate we shall be reduced to a cockboat and 4 men before we reach England. So keep up your heart, there is plenty of time before us." So great was the confidence they felt in Ned that Reuben was cheered with this promise, although he knew in his heart that these adventures fell upon Ned not from any effort of his own, but by the effect of accident, or, as we may say, Providence. The young men liked not their stay in San Francisco Bay. Those who were best looking and youngest were especially chosen out by the women as objects of their adoration, and the lads were horrified at the way in which these poor creatures beat and tore themselves and groveled upon the ground. And so, being sick at heart at these mummeries, and at receiving a worship fit only for the Creator of the world, they remained on board ship as much as possible during the time that they tarried there. Except for a group of islands which they passed the day after sailing west, the Golden Hind saw no more land from the 23rd of July until September 30th, 68 days in all, when they fell in sight of some islands lying about 8 degrees to the northward of the line. As soon as the ship was seen, a great number of canoes came out, having in them some 4, some 6, some 14, or even 20 men, paddling rapidly, and bringing cocoas, fish, and fruits. The beauty and workmanship of these canoes astonished the voyagers. They were made out of one tree of great length, hollowed with fire and axe, and being so smooth, both without and within, that they shone like polished wood. The bow and stern were alike in shape, rising high and falling inward almost in a semicircle, and being covered with white and glistening shells for ornament. These canoes had upon either side outriggers, that is, pieces of cane extending 6 or 7 feet beyond the side, and to which were fixed spars of very light wood, so that the boat could in no wise overturn. These people evinced no fear of the English, and it was clear that, although they might not themselves have seen a ship before, the presence of the Portuguese in these seas was known to the islanders, and the manner of their vessels. The nature of these people was very different from that of the gentle savages on the western coast of America. They did not trade honestly, as they had done, but obtained as much as they could, and then pushed off from the side of the ship without handing up the goods which they had bargained to give, and behaved so rascally that the admiral, seeing that their intentions were altogether evil, ordered a gun to be fired, not with the intent of hurting any, but of frightening them. The roar of the cannon was followed by the instant disappearance of every native from the fleet of canoes, amid the laughter of those on board ship. For a long time none could be seen, each as he came above water keeping on the further side of his canoe, and then paddling with it astern, so that the ship, as she floated on, left them gradually behind. When they thought that they were in safety, they again took their places in the canoes, and finding that none were hurt, again paddled alongside the ship, and made pretense to barter. Some of them indeed came on board with their wares, but while pretending to be engaged in honest trade, they stole the daggers and knives from the men's girdles, and pillaged whatever they could lay their hands upon. The admiral, being wroth at this conduct, had some of these men seized and flogged, and then driving the rest into their canoes, hoisted sail and went onwards, christening the place the Island of Thieves, so as to deter all passengers hereafter from ever visiting it. Passing through many other islands, they made for Tidore, the principal place in the Moluccas. But as they passed the island of Motir, which was then called Ternate, a deputy or viceroy of the king of that island came off to the ship in a great canoe, and entreated the admiral to anchor at that island, and not at Tidore, assuring him, in the name of the king, that he would be wondrous glad to see him, and to do all that the admiral could require. He himself promised to return to the king at once, who would get all in readiness, whereas if they went on to Tidore, where the Portuguese held sway, they would find in them deceit and treachery. On these persuasions Captain Drake resolved to run into Ternate, where next morning he came to anchor. The admiral then sent a party, consisting of Ned and 3 other adventurers, to the king, bearing the present of a velvet cloak as a testimony of his desire for friendship and goodwill, with a message that he should require no other things at his hands, but that he might be allowed, by traffic and exchange of merchandise, to obtain provisions, of which, after his long voyage across the seas, he had now but small store. As the boat moved ashore, it was met by a large canoe coming out with a message from the king that he had heard from his viceroy how great was the nobleness of the captain and of the queen whom he served, and that he, who was the enemy of the Portuguese, whom he had expelled from his dominions, would gladly agree to aid him, and to enter into treaties by which all ships of his nation might come to Ternate and trade for such things as they required, all other white men being excluded. On arriving at the shore, the deputation were met by many personages. They were dressed in white clothes of Indian manufacture, and the party marveled much at the differences between their stately manners and ways and those of the people whom they had lately left. Accompanied by these personages, and with great honor, they were conducted to the interior of the island, where in a house surprisingly large for a people so far removed from civilization, and which indeed they afterwards learned had been built by the Portuguese, they found the king, who received them with much honor. He was a tall and stout man, with much dignity in his manner. It was clear that his authority among his people was very great, for even the nobles and counselors whom he had sent to greet them bowed to the dust in his presence. Ned had consulted with his comrades on the way, and agreed that, as the messengers of the admiral, and therefore in some way as the representatives of the Queen, it was their duty to comport themselves as equal, at least in dignity, to this island monarch. Therefore, while all the people knelt in the dust in humility, they walked straight to his majesty and held out their hands in English fashion. His majesty was in no whit offended at this, and indeed by his manner strove to express his respect. A certain amount of conversation was carried on with him, for in the island were an Italian and a Spaniard, who, having been made prisoners by the Portuguese, had escaped to Ternate. These men, acting as interpreters, conveyed to the king the messages sent by the admiral, and in return informed Ned that the king was, in all ways, most anxious to express his pleasure to the admiral, and that on the morrow he would himself visit him on board ship. He also, as a pledge, delivered his own signet ring to Ned to carry on board. Having returned on board ship with these messages, they waited for the morrow, when 3 large canoes put off from the shore. In these were the greatest personages on the island. They sat in the canoes in accordance with their rank, the old men in the stern. Next to these were divers others, also attired in white, but with differences in the way in which the clothes were worn. These also had their places under the awning of reeds. The rest of the men were soldiers, who stood ranged on each side. On the outside of these, again, sat the rowers. These canoes must have, in some way, resembled the old Roman triremes, for it was said that there were 3 galleries on either side of the canoe, one being builded above the other, and in each of these galleries were an equal number of benches, whereon did sit the rowers, about the number of 80 in each canoe. In the forepart of each canoe sat 2 men, one holding a drum and the other a piece of brass, whereupon both at once struck, marking the time for each stroke. The rowers, on their part, ended each stroke with a song, giving warning to those on the prow to strike again, and so, rowing evenly, they came across the sea at great speed. Each of these canoes carried a small cannon of about a yard in length. All the men except the rowers had swords, daggers, and shields, lances, bows, and arrows, and some had guns. These canoes came up to the ship and rowed round her in solemn procession, to the great admiration of all on board, who had never beheld a sight like this. But the admiral said that the vessels reminded him of the descriptions which he had read of the great barges of Venice. As they rowed, they did homage to the admiral, the greatest personages beginning, first standing up and bowing their bodies to the ground, the others following in order of rank. Then a messenger came on board, signifying that they had come before the king, who had sent them to conduct our ship into a better anchorage, and desiring that a rope might be given them out, that they might, as their king commanded, tow the ship to the place assigned. Very shortly the king himself came out, having with him in his canoe 6 grave and ancient fathers, and did himself at once make a reverent kind of obeisance. He was received in the best manner possible. The great guns thundered, and as these had been filled with a large quantity of small shot, they tore up the water in the distance, and made a fine show for these people. The trumpets also, and other instruments of music, sounded loudly, whereat the king was much delighted, and requested that the music might come into a boat. The musicians, at Captain Francis's orders, so did, and laying alongside the king's canoe were towed behind the ship by the rowers in the 3 first canoes. The king and many others came on board and were bountifully entertained, many presents being given to them. When the anchorage was reached, the king asked leave to go on shore, promising that next day he would again come on board, and in the meantime send such victuals as were requested. Accordingly, at night and the next morning, large quantities of hens, sugar canes, rice, figos, which are supposed to have been plantains, cocoas, and sago, were sent on board. Also some cloves for traffic, but of these the admiral did not buy many, as he did not wish the ship to be crowded with goods. At the time appointed, all things being set in readiness, the admiral looked for the king's return, but he failed to keep his promise, to the great discontent and doubt on the part of the crew. The king's brother came off to invite Captain Drake to land and visit him, but this brother, who seemed to be an honest gentleman himself, whispered a few words in confidence to the admiral, warning him that it would be better that he should not go on shore. With his free consent, the admiral retained this nobleman as a pledge, and then, although in consequence of the king's bad faith, he resolved not to land himself, he sent many of his officers, who were conducted with great honor to the large and fair house inhabited by the king, where at least 1,000 people were gathered. The king was seated in a great chair of state, and many compliments were exchanged between him and the English. The king was now attired in his full state, having from the waist to the ground a robe of cloth of gold, with many rings of plated gold on his head, making a show something like a crown. On his neck he had a chain of perfect gold, the links very large. On his left hand were a diamond, an emerald, a ruby, and a turquoise, and on his right hand many beautiful gems. Thus it will be seen that the king of these islands was a potentate of no mean grandeur. Most of the furniture and decorations of the court were obtained from the Portuguese during the time they inhabited the island. Had they not followed the tyrannous ways of their people, they might have remained there in fair comfort, but desiring to obtain the entire authority, they had killed the late king. This cruelty, however, had brought about a different end to that which they had expected, for the people, headed by the king's eldest son, had risen against them in great force, had killed many, and had driven the rest from the island, placing the king's son upon the throne, who had become the deadly enemy of the Portuguese, and was now preparing an expedition to drive them from Tidore. The religion of these people was that of the Mussulman, and the rigor with which they fasted, it being, at the time of the English visit, one of their festivals, greatly astonished those who saw them, for during the whole time they would eat nothing between morning and night, but the appetite with which they devoured many meals throughout the night almost equally astonished the British. While the Golden Hind lay in harbor of Ternate, they received a visit from a Chinese gentleman of high station, and who was assuredly the first Chinaman who ever came in contact with one of our race. His reason for being at the Moluccas was singular. He had been a man of great rank in his own country, but was accused of a capital crime, of which, though innocent, he was unable to free himself. He then implored the emperor to allow him to leave the country, placing the proof of his innocence in the hands of Providence, it being a bargain that, if he could bring back to the emperor strange and wonderful tidings of things new to him, such as he had never heard of, he should be restored to his place and honors, and held to be acquitted of that crime. If such news could not be gained by him, he was to remain in exile, and to be accounted guilty of that of which he was accused. Coming on board, he very earnestly entreated the admiral to give him the account of his adventures from the time of leaving his country. This Captain Drake willingly did, and the Chinaman, in great delight, exclaimed that this was fully sufficient for him to bear back to the emperor. he gave a very warm and pressing invitation to Sir Francis to bring the ship to China, where he assured him of a welcome at the hands of the emperor. Had Captain Drake been able to accede to this proposition, it is probable that our dealings with the East, on a large scale, might have begun some centuries earlier than did. But the Golden Hind was much battered by the voyage she had gone through, being indeed not a new ship when she started. The crew, too, were all longing to get home, and the treasure which had been gathered from the Spaniards was ample for all their desires. The admiral, therefore, although truly he longed to see this country, and to open relations between it and the Queen, was yet forced to decline the invitation and to depart on his westward voyage. The Golden Hind now made slow progress through the water, her bottom being foul with weeds and other things which had attached themselves to it during its long voyage. The captain therefore determined to enter the first harbor in an uninhabited island that he came to, for at none of the places at which he had hitherto touched had he ventured to take this step. However friendly the inhabitants might have appeared, some causes of quarrel might have arisen, and with the ship hauled up and bent over, it might have fallen into the hands of the natives, and so been destroyed, and all returned to England, cut off from him. 5 days after leaving Ternate, he found such a place, and fetching up in a small harbor, the whole party landed, pitched tents, and entrenched themselves. Then they took the casks and water vessels ashore, and thoroughly repaired them, trimmed the ship, and scraped her bottom, and so put her in a state to perform the rest of the voyage. Greatly here were the crew astonished by the first sight of fireflies, creatures which were new to them all. The island swarmed with crayfish of a size sufficient to satisfy 4 hungry men at dinner. These creatures never went into the sea, but kept themselves on land, digging holes in the roots of the tree and there lodging, numbers together. Strangely enough, too, these crayfish, when they found themselves cut off from their natural retreats, climbed up trees, and there concealed themselves in the branches. On December the 12th they again set sail, being now among the Celebes, where they found the water shoal and coasting very dangerous. The wind, too, was high and contrary, and their difficulties greater than anything they had found. On January the 9th the wind, however, came aft, and they appeared to have found a passage out of these dangers, sailing then at full speed. They were, at the first watch at night, filled with consternation at a crash, followed by silence, and the vessel was found to have run high upon a reef, of which the surface had presented no indication. Not since the Golden Hind had left England had her strait been as sore as this. The force with which she had run upon the reef seemed to have carried her beyond all hope of extrication. All considered that death was at hand, for they hardly hoped that the ship could hold long together. The admiral at once, to still the confusion which reigned, ordered all to prayers, and the whole, kneeling on the deck, prayed for mercy, preparing themselves for imminent death. Presently, having finished praying, the admiral addressed them in a consoling speech, and then, their courage being much raised, all bestirred themselves to regard the position. The pumps were first tried, and the ship freed of water, and to their great joy they found that the leakage was no greater than before, and that the rocks had not penetrated through the planks. This appeared to all on board as to be an absolute miracle, wrought in their favor, for it seemed impossible to them that, running at so high a rate of speed, the vessel could have failed to break herself against the rocks. It is probable that, in fact, the ship had struck upon a newly formed coral reef, and that the coral, which, when first made, is not very hard, had crashed to pieces under the shock, and so she lay in safety upon the bed of pounded fragments. End of chapter 18.
Section 20 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 19. South Sea Idols. When order and tranquillity were perfectly restored, the admiral ordered a boat to be lowered and soundings to be taken, intending to put out the anchors ahead, and to get her off by working upon them with the windlass. It was found, however, that under the forefoot of the vessel the water deepened so rapidly that, at a distance of a few fathoms, no soundings could be obtained. This plan, therefore, was abandoned. The prospect seemed dark indeed. The ship's boats would, at most, only carry half the men on board, and if the ship had to be abandoned, the whole of her treasures must be lost as well as many lives. "There is an island far away to the south," the admiral said. "If the worst come, we must seek refuge on that. It will be well to send a boat to examine it, and see what capabilities it offers for the purpose. Then, if the weather holds fair, we can make several trips, and land our men, and a portion at least of our valuables." "Will you let me go, sir, with my 3 friends?" Ned asked. "The canoe which we took from our last halting-place will carry the 4 of us and, as she paddles swiftly, we may be back before many hours." "The idea is a good one," Captain Drake said. "Make for the island. It is, I should say, 15 miles off. When you have reached it, see if there be water, fuel, and other necessaries, and whether the landing be good. If you should come upon any natives, parley with them. Take a few articles as presents, and explain to them, if they will come out here with their canoes, and aid to bring the things ashore, we will give them presents, which will make them wealthy beyond their grandest dreams. Be careful, my boys. I know that you will be brave, if necessary, but care and caution are the great things, and remember that our safety depends upon yours." The young men speedily lowered the canoe under the shelter of the lee side of the ship, took some beads, calicoes, and other articles, and then, seating themselves in the boat, paddled rapidly away. At first they felt a little awkward in using the paddles, in which they had had no practice whatever. But being powerful men, and accustomed to the use of oars, they soon fell into regular stroke, and the light boat danced rapidly over the waters. The distance was further than Captain Drake had imagined, the clearness of the air making the land appear nearer than it really was, and it was only after 3 hours of hard work that they neared it. It turned out to be an island of about a mile in length, so far as they could judge. A reef of coral ran round it. The centre of the island was somewhat elevated, and was covered with cocoanut trees, and it was this alone which had enabled it to be seen, from so great a distance, from the deck of the Golden Hind. Paddling round the reef, they came to an opening and, entering this, found themselves in perfectly smooth water, and were soon on shore. "Our best way to look for water," Ned said, "will be to follow the beach all round the island. If there is any stream, we must then come upon it. We had better take our arms and haul up the canoe." Ned, although the youngest of the party, being an officer of the ship, was naturally in command. "It will be hard," Reuben said, "if we do not meet with some adventure. This is the first time that I have been out with you, Ned. The others have had their share, and it will be hard upon me if, when I get home, I have not some tale to tell my friends." "I hope that it will not be so," Ned said, "for more than story-telling depends upon our success. I fear the Golden Hind is fixed fast, and that all the fruits of our expedition are lost, even if our lives be saved. Everything depends upon the report we may make when we return, and anything that should occur to delay us, or to prevent our bearing back tidings of this place to the admiral, would be bad fortune indeed." "I don't mean," Reuben said, "anything that would prevent our returning, but we might do something and yet return safely." A walk round the island showed no signs of water, nor, although they searched for some hours, walking backwards and forwards across it, could they find any sign of a pool. It was clear that there were no fresh water springs on the island, and that the vegetation depended entirely upon the rain that fell in the regular season. But they discovered, from the top of the island, another and much larger one, lying still again some 15 miles to the south. After much deliberation they determined to make for this, as it was of importance that they should have some news of a place to which the goods could be transported, to carry back to the ship. This island was much higher, and there appeared every probability that water, and all they required, would be found there. Accordingly, taking their place in the canoe, they again paddled through the entrance to the reef, and steered their course for their new discovery. This was a large island, measuring at least, as they judged from the view of the one side, 20 miles round. The shores were steep, and they rowed for some time before they succeeded in finding a place where a landing could be effected. Then a deep bay suddenly opened out, and into this they rowed. Scarcely had they fairly entered it when, from some bushes near the shore, 2 large war canoes, crowded with natives, shot out and made towards them. The lads at first grasped their muskets, but Ned said, "Let the arms be. We are here to make peace with the natives, and must take our chance." They stood up in the canoe, holding up their arms in token of amity. The canoes came alongside at racing pace, the natives uttering yells of joy. The canoe had evidently been seen approaching the island, and preparations had been made to seize it immediately on its arrival. Ned held up in his hands the beads and pieces of cloth, but the natives were too excited for pause or negotiation. In an instant the boys were seized and placed on board the canoes, 2 in each. They were tenderly handled, and were clearly objects of veneration rather than of hostility. The moment that they were on board, the contents of the canoe were transferred to the large boat, and it was then cast adrift, and the 2 war boats, at full speed, made out through the passage. Ned endeavored in vain to attract the attention of the leaders of the savages to his gestures, and to explain to them that there was a vessel from which he had come, at a short distance off, and that, if they would accompany him thither, they would obtain large quantities of the beads and cloth which he showed them. The natives, however, were too much excited to pay any attention to his efforts, and with a sigh of despair he sat down by the side of Reuben, who was in the same boat with him. As the canoes, on emerging from the bay, turned their heads to the southwest, and paddled steadily and rapidly away from the island. "Whither can they be going to take us?" Reuben said. "They must belong to some other island," Ned answered, "and be a war party, which has come on plundering purposes here. What a misfortune! What terribly bad luck! They have clearly never seen white men before, and regard us as superior beings, and so far as we are concerned, it is probable that our lives are saved. But what will the admiral think, when night comes on and we do not return? What will become of our comrades?" And at the thought of their messmates, left without help in so perilous a position, Ned fairly broke down and cried. For some hours the natives continued their course without intermission, and gradually an island, which had at first seemed like a low cloud on the horizon, loomed up nearer and nearer, and at last, just as night fell, they landed upon its shores. Here in a bay, a village of huts, constructed of the boughs of trees, had been raised, and the arrival of the war canoes was greeted, with wild and prolonged cries, by the women and children. All prostrated themselves in wonder and astonishment when the white men, in their strange attire, were brought on shore; and Ned saw that his suspicions were correct, and that they were regarded by their captors as gods. Further proof was given of this when they were escorted to a large shed, composed of a roof of thatch supported on 4 upright posts, which stood in the centre of the village. Under this were placed some of the hideous effigies which the South Sea Islanders worship, and which are affixed to the prow of their boats, and may be seen in the British Museum, and in other places where collections of Indian curiosities are exhibited. These effigies were carved in the shape of human beings, with enormous goggle eyes, splashes of bright paint, and strange and immense head-dresses of brilliant colours. Here the lads were motioned to sit down, and the natives brought them offerings of cocoas and other fruits. The boys could hardly help laughing at their strange position, surrounded by these hideous idols. "You wanted an adventure, Reuben, and you have got one indeed," Ned said. "You are translated into a heathen god, and, if you ever get home, will have your story to tell, which will astonish the quiet firesides in Devonshire." "Ought we not to refuse to accept this horrid worship?" Gerald said. "I think not," Ned replied. "It can do no harm, and we are, at least, better than these wooden idols. So long, at least, as we are taken for gods, our lives are safe. But I would not say as much if they once became convinced, by our actions, that we are men like themselves." "But we cannot sit here, all our lives, among these idols," Reuben said. "I agree with you there, Reuben, but patience does wonders, and I am not troubled in the least about ourselves. Sooner or later a way of escape will present itself, and when it does, be assured that we will use it. Patience is all that we require now. It is of our poor shipmates that I am thinking." As night fell, great bonfires were lighted. The natives indulged in wild dances round them, and feasting and festivities were kept up all through the night. 4 watches were stationed, one at each post of the temple, and the boys saw that, for the present at least, all thought of escape was out of the question; and therefore, stretching themselves at full length on the sand, they were speedily asleep. For some days the position remained unchanged. The boys were well fed and cared for. Offerings of fruit, fish, and other eatables were duly presented. A perfumed wood, which, according to the native ideas, personified incense, was burned in large quantities round the temple, and nearly choked the boys with its smoke. Upon the 5th day it was clear that some expedition was being prepared. 4 large war canoes were dragged down and placed in the water, and the great idols, which stood in the bow of each, were removed and carried up to the temple, and placed there in position. Then the boys were motioned to come down to the beach. "I do believe," said Tom, bursting into a shout of laughter, "that they are going to put us in the bows of their canoes in place of their old gods." The others joined in the laughter, for to act as the figurehead of a canoe was indeed a comical, if an unpleasant situation. When they reached the boats the boys saw that their suspicions were correct, and that the natives were preparing to lash them to the lofty prows, which rose some 12 feet above the water in a sweep inwards. "This will never do," Tom said. "If we are fastened like that, our weight will cut us horribly. Let us show them how to do it." Whereupon, with great gravity, he took a large piece of flat wood, and motioned to the savages to lash this in front of the bow of one of the boats, at a height of 3 feet above the water, so as to afford a little platform upon which he could stand. The natives at once perceived the drift of what he was doing, and were delighted that their new deities should evince such readiness to fall in with their plans. The additions were made at once to the 4 canoes, but while this was being done, some of the leading chiefs, with every mark of deference, approached the boys with coloured paints, and motioned to them that they would permit them to deck them in this way. Again the boys indulged in a hearty laugh and, stripping off their upper garments, to the immense admiration of the natives, they themselves applied paint in rings, zigzags, and other forms on their white shirts, painted a large saucer-like circle round the eyes with vermilion, so as to give themselves something the appearance of the great idols, and having thus transmogrified themselves, each gravely took his place upon his perch, where, leaning back against the prow behind them, they were by no means uncomfortable. "If these fellows are going, as I expect, upon a war expedition," Ned shouted to his friends, as the boats, keeping regularly abreast, rowed off from the island, amidst a perfect chaos of sounds, of yells, beatings of rough drums made of skins stretched across hollow trunks of trees, and of the blowing of conch shells, "our position will be an unpleasant one, but we must trust to circumstances to do the best. At any rate, we must wish that our friends conquer; for the next party, if we fall into their hands, might take it into their heads that we are devils instead of gods, and it might fare worse with us." It was manifest, as soon as they started, that the object of the expedition was not the island upon which they had been captured, but one lying away to the south. It was a row of several hours before they approached it. As they did so, they saw columns of smoke rise from several points on the shore, and knew that their coming there was observed by the islanders. Presently 6 canoes, equally large with their own, and crowded with men, were observed pulling out, and yells of defiance came across the water. "It is clear," Tom said, "that this island is stronger than our own, and that it is only on the strength of our miraculous presence that the islanders expect to conquer their foes, for they would never, with 4 canoes, venture to attack a place of superior force, unless they deemed that their victory was certain." With wild yells, which were answered boldly from their own canoes, the enemy approached, and the combat began with a general discharge of arrows. Then the canoes rowed into each other, and a general and desperate hand-to-hand combat commenced. The enthusiasm with which the inmates of the boys' canoes were animated at first gave them the superiority, and they not only beat back the attacks of their foes, but, leaping into their enemies' boats, succeeded in clearing 2 of them of their occupants. Numbers, however, told, and the enemy were, with very heavy clubs and spears, pointed with sharp shells, gradually forcing the adventurers back, when Ned saw that a little supernatural interference was desirable, to bring matters straight again. Giving the word to his friends, he stood up on his perch, and swinging himself round, alighted in the boat, giving, as he did so, a loud British cheer, which was answered by that of his comrades. Then, with his arms erect, he began to move along the benches of the canoe, towards the conflict which was raging on either side. The sudden interference of the 4 deities at the head of the boat was received with a yell of terror by the natives who were attacking them, which was increased when the boys, each seizing a club from the hands of a native, jumped into the enemy's canoes and began to lay about them with all their strength. This was, however, required but for a moment. The sight of so terrible and unexampled an apparition appalled the islanders, who, springing overboard with yells of despair, swam rapidly towards land, leaving their boats in the hands of the victors. These indulged in wild yells of triumph, knelt before their good geniuses, and then, taking their places, paddled towards the shore. Before they had reached it, however, the defeated savages had landed, and, running up to their village, had borne the news of the terrible apparitions which had taken part against them. The conquerors, on reaching the village, found it deserted, plundered it of a few valuables, carried down all their enemies' gods in triumph into the canoes, and then, having fired the huts, started again with the 10 canoes towards their own island. Their triumphant arrival at the village was received with frantic excitement and enthusiasm. The sight of 6 canoes towed in, by the 4 belonging to the place, was greeted with something of the same feeling which, in Nelson's time, Portsmouth more than once experienced upon an English vessel arriving with 2 captured French frigates, of size superior to herself; and when the warriors informed their relatives of the interposition of the white gods in their favour, the latter rose to an even higher estimation in public opinion than before. They were escorted to their shrine with wild dancing and gesticulation, and great heaps of fruit, fish, and other luxuries were offered to them, in token of the gratitude of the people. But this was not all. A few hours later a solemn council was held on the seashore, and after a time a great hurrying to and fro was visible in the village. Then, to the sound of their wild music, with dancing, brandishing of spears, and the emission of many wild yells, the whole population moved up towards the shrine. "What can they be going to do now?" Tom said. "Some fresh piece of homage, I should guess. I do wish they would leave us alone. It is annoying enough to be treated as a god without being disturbed by these constant worshippings." When the crowd arrived before the shed they separated, and in the midst were discovered 4 girls. On their heads were wreaths of flowers, and their necks and arms were loaded with necklaces and shells and other ornaments. "Don't laugh, you fellows," said Ned, "but I do believe they have brought us 4 wives in token of their gratitude." The lads had the greatest difficulty in restraining themselves from marring the effect of the solemnity by ill-timed laughter. But they put a great restraint upon themselves, and listened gravely, while the chief made them a long harangue, and pointed to the 4 damsels, who, elated at the honour of being selected, but somewhat shy at being the centre of the public gaze, evidently understood that the village had chosen them to be the wives of the gods. Although the boys could not understand the words of the speaker, there was no question as to his meaning, and they consulted together as to the best steps to be taken under the circumstances. "We must temporize," said Tom. "It would never do for them to consider themselves slighted." After a short consultation, they again took their places in a solemn row, in front of the shed. Reuben, who was the tallest and most imposing of the set, and who was evidently considered by the villagers to be the leading deity, then addressed a long harangue to the chief and villagers. He beckoned to the 4 girls, who timidly advanced, and one knelt at the feet of each of the whites. Then Reuben motioned that a hut must be built, close to the shrine, and, pointing to the sun, he traced its way across the sky, and made a mark upon the ground. This he repeated 14 times, signifying that the girls must be shut up in the hut and guarded safely for that time, after which the nuptials would take place. "You are quite sure, Ned," he said, pausing and turning round to his friend, "that we shall be able to make our attempt to escape before the end of 14 days, because it would be fearful indeed if we were to fail, and to find ourselves compelled to marry these 4 heathen women." "We will certainly try before the 14 days are up, Reuben, but with what success, of course we cannot say. But if we lay our plans well, we ought to manage to get off." The villagers readily understood the harangue of Reuben, and without delay the whole scattered into the wood, and returning with bundles of palm leaves and some strong posts, at once began to erect the hut. Fires were lighted as the evening came on, and before they ceased their labour the hut was finished. During this time the girls had remained sitting patiently in front of the shrine. The lads now offered them their hand, and escorted them with grave ceremony to the hut. The palm leaves which did service as a door were placed before it, and the boys proceeded to dance, one after the other in solemn order, 14 times round the hut. They then signified to the natives that provisions, fruit, and water must be daily brought for the use of their future wives, and having made another harangue, thanked the natives for their exertions, and signifying future protection and benefits, they retired under the shelter of the shed, and the village subsided to its ordinary state of tranquillity. "There are 2 difficulties in the way of making our escape," Ned said. "In the first place, it is useless to think of leaving this island, until we have a sufficient stock of provisions and water to put in a canoe, to last us until we can get back to the Ternate. Did we put into any island on the way, our position might be 10 times as bad as it is now. Here at least we are well treated and honoured, and, did we choose, could no doubt live here in a sort of heathen comfort for the rest of our lives, just as many white sailors on the Western Isles have turned natives, and given up all thought of ever returning to their own country." The Golden Hind was 4 days on her journey from Ternate to the place where she refitted, another 2 to the spot where she went on the reef. The wind was very light, and her speed was not above 5 knots an hour. We should be able to paddle back in the course of 10 days, and must take provisions sufficient for that time. The first point, of course, will be to find whether the old ship is still on the reef. If she is not there, she may have succeeded in getting off, or she may have gone to pieces. I trust, however, that the admiral, who is full of resource, has managed to get her off in safety. He will, no doubt, have spent a day or 2 in looking for us, but finding no signs of us in the island to which we were sent, or in the other lying in sight to the southward, he would have shaped his way for the Cape. The first difficulty, then, is to procure sufficient provisions. The next is to make our escape unseen. The 4 natives who, day and night, watch at the corners of this shed mean it as a great honour, no doubt. But, like many other honours, it is an unpleasant one. Our only plan will be to seize and gag them suddenly, each pouncing upon one. Then there is the fear that the natives, who are, I must say, the most restless sleepers I ever saw, may in their wanderings up to look at us, find that we are gone, before we are fairly beyond reach of pursuit, for one of their great canoes will travel at least 2 feet to our one. Hitherto we have only taken such provisions from the piles they have offered us as were sufficient for our day's wants, and left the rest for them to take away again next morning. In future we had best each day abstract a considerable quantity and place it conspicuously in the centre of this shed. The people will perhaps wonder, but will probably conclude that we are laying it by to make a great feast upon our wedding day. As to water, we must do with the calabashes which they bring the day before, and with the milk which the cocoas contain, and which is to the full as quenching as water. With a good number of cocoas, we ought to be able to shift for some days without other food, and there is, indeed, an abundance of juice in many of the other fruits which they offer us. This programme was carried out. Every morning the lads danced in solemn procession round the hut, lessening their rounds by 1 each day. Daily the heap of fruit, dried fish, and vegetables under the shed increased, and the natives, who believed that their new deities were intent upon the thoughts of marriage, had no suspicion whatever of any desire on their part to escape. Having settled how to prevent their escape being detected before morning, they accustomed themselves to go to sleep with the cloths, woven of the fibre of the palm with which the natives had supplied them, pulled over their heads. 7 days after the fight with the other islanders, the lads judged that the pile of provisions was sufficiently large for their purpose, and determined upon making the attempt that night. A canoe of about the size that they desired, which had been used during the day for fishing, lay on the shore close to the water's edge. They waited until the village was fairly hushed in sleep. An hour later they believed that the 4 guards or worshippers, for it struck them that their attendants partook partly of both characters, were beginning to feel drowsy, and each of the boys, having furnished himself with a rope of twisted coconut fibre, stole quietly up to one of these men. To place their hands over their mouths, to seize and throw them upon their faces, was but the work of a moment, and was accomplished without the least noise, the natives being paralyzed by the sudden and unexpected assault. A piece of wood was shoved into the mouth of each as a gag, and secured by a string passing round the back of the head, and holding it in its place. Their arms and legs were tied, and they were set up against the posts, in the same position they had before occupied. 4 of the great effigies were then taken from their places and laid down upon the ground and covered over with the mats, so that to any casual observer they presented exactly the same appearance as the boys sleeping there. Then, loading themselves with provisions, the boys stole backwards and forwards quietly to the boat. Once they had to pause, as a sleepless native came out from his hut, walked up to the shrine, and bowed himself repeatedly before the supposed deities. Fortunately, he perceived nothing suspicious, and did not notice the constrained attitude of the 4 guardians. When he retired, the boys continued their work, and soon had the whole of the store of cocoas and other provisions in the canoe, together with some calabashes of water. Then, with some difficulty, they launched the boat, and, taking their places, paddled quietly away from the island. Once fairly beyond the bay, they laid themselves to their work, and the light boat sped rapidly across the waters. In order that they might be sure of striking the point where they had left the ship, they made first for the island where they had been captured, and when day broke were close to it. They then shaped their course northward, and after 2 hours' paddling were in sight of the low island which they had first visited. By noon they had reached the spot where, as they judged, the Golden Hind had gone on the reef, but no sign whatever of her was to be discovered. By the position in which the island they had left lay, they were sure that, although they might be 2 or 3 miles out in their direction, they must be within sight of the vessel, were she still remaining as they had left her. There had been no great storm since she had grounded, and it was unlikely, therefore, that she could have gone entirely to pieces. This afforded them great ground for hope that she had beaten off the reef and proceeded on her voyage. Hitherto they had been buoyed up with the expectation of again meeting their friends, but they now felt a truly unselfish pleasure at the thought that their comrades and admiral had escaped the peril which threatened the downfall of their hopes and the termination of an enterprise fairly and successfully carried out so far. There was nothing now for them but to make for Ternate. They found no difficulty whatever in doing without water, their thirst being amply quenched by the milk of the cocoas, and the juice of the guavas and other fruits. They paddled for 2 days longer, working steadily all day and far into the night, and passed 1 or 2 islands. In the course of the next day's passage they went within a short distance of another, and were horrified at seeing, from the narrow bay, a large war canoe come out and make rapidly towards them. They had already talked over what would be their best course in such a contingency, and proceeded at once to put their plans into action. They had, at starting, taken with them a supply of the paints used in their decoration, and with these they proceeded to touch up the colouring on their faces and white shirts, and on the strange ornaments which had been affixed to their heads. 2 of them now took their place, one at the stern and the other at the bow of the canoe. The other 2 stood up and paddled very quietly and slowly along, and as the canoe approached rapidly, the 4 broke into a song, one of the old Devonshire catches, which they had often sung together on board ship. The war canoe, as it approached, gradually ceased paddling. The aspect of this small boat, paddling quietly along and taking no heed of their presence, filled its occupants with surprise. But when the way on their canoe drifted them close to it, and they were enabled to see the strange character of the freight, a panic of astonishment and alarm seized them. That a boat, navigated by 4 gods, should be seen proceeding calmly along the ocean alone, was a sight for which Indian legend gave them no precedent whatever. And after gazing for a while, in a superstitious dread at the strange spectacle, they turned their boat's head and paddled rapidly back to shore. For an hour or 2 the boys continued their course, in the same leisurely manner, but when once convinced that they were out of sight of their late visitors, they again sat down, and the 4 stretched themselves to their work. On the evening of that day there was a heavy mist upon the water. The stars were with difficulty seen through it, and the lads were all convinced that a change of weather was at hand. Before nightfall had set in, an island had been seen at a short distance to the north, and they decided at once to make for this, as, if caught in mid-ocean by a storm, they had little hope of weathering it in a craft like that in which they were placed; although the natives, habituated to them, were able to keep the sea in very rough weather in these little craft, which, to an English eye, appeared no safer than cockle shells. The boys rowed with all their strength, in the direction in which the island lay, but before they reached it sharp puffs of wind struck the water, and the steerage of the canoe became extremely difficult. Presently, however, they heard the sound of a dull roar, and knew that this was caused by the slow heaving swell, of which they were already sensible, breaking upon the beach. 10 minutes later they were close to the shore. Had it been daylight, they would have coasted round the island to search for a convenient spot for landing, but the wind was already rising so fast that they deemed it better to risk breaking up their canoe than to run the hazard of being longer upon the sea. Waiting, therefore, for a wave, they sped forward with all their strength. There was a crash, and then they all leaped out together, and, seizing the canoe, ran her up on the beach, before the next wave arrived. "I fear she has knocked a great hole in her bottom," Reuben said. "Never mind," Ned replied. "We shall be able to make a shift to mend it. The great point now is to drag it up so high among the bushes that it will not be noticed in the morning by any natives who may happen to be about. Until this storm is over, at any rate, we have got to shelter here." The canoe, laden as she was with provisions, was too heavy to drag up, but the boys, emptying her out, lifted her on their shoulders and carried her inland, until, at a distance of some 60 or 70 yards, they entered a grove of cocoanut trees. Here they laid her down, and made 2 journeys back to the beach to fetch up their provisions, and then took refuge in the grove, thankful that they had escaped on shore in time, for scarcely had they landed when the hurricane, which had been brewing, burst with terrific force. Seas of immense height came rolling in upon the shore. The trees of the grove waved to and fro before it, and shook the heavy nuts down, with such force that the boys were glad to leave it and to lie down on the open beach, rather than to run the risk of having their skulls fractured by these missiles from above. The sound of the wind deadened their voices, and even by shouting they could not make themselves heard. Now and then, above the din of the storm, was heard the crash of some falling tree, and even as they lay, they were sometimes almost lifted from the ground by the force of the wind. For 24 hours the hurricane continued, and then cleared as suddenly as it had commenced. The lads crept back to the grove, refreshed themselves with the contents of 2 or 3 cocoas apiece, and then, lying down under the canoe, which they had taken the precaution of turning bottom upwards, enjoyed a peaceful sleep till morning. End of chapter 19.
Section 21 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 20. A Portuguese Settlement. The day broke bright and sunny. The first care of the boys was to examine their canoe, and they found, as they had feared, that a huge hole had been made in her bottom by the crash against the rocks on landing. They looked for some time with rueful countenances at it, and then, as usual, turned to Ned, to ask him what he thought had best be done. "There can be no doubt," he said, "that the natives make a sort of glue out of some trees or shrubs growing in these islands, and we shall have to endeavor to discover the tree from which they obtain it. We can, of course, easily pull off the bark from some tree, which will do to cover the hole. The great point is to find some substance which will make it watertight." The grove was a very large one, and appeared to extend along the whole coast. Seaward, it was formed entirely of cocoa trees, but inland a large number of other trees were mingled with palms. All day the boys attempted to find some semblance of gum oozing from these trees. With sharp pieces of shell they made incisions in the bark of each variety that they met with, to see if any fluid exuded which might be useful for this purpose, but in vain. "If we can kill some animal or other," Ned said, We might boil down its sinews and skin and make glue, as Tom and myself did to mend our bows with, among the Indians on the pampas. But even then I question whether the glue would stand the action of the water. As to their substance, they had no uneasiness. Besides the cocoas, fruits of all sorts abounded. In the woods parrots and other birds flew screaming among the branches at their approach; and although at present they had no means of shooting or snaring these creatures, they agreed that it would be easy to construct bows and arrows should their stay be prolonged. This, however, they shrank from doing, as long as any possible method of escape presented itself. Were it absolutely necessary, they agreed that they could burn down a tree and construct a fresh canoe; but they were by no means sanguine as to their boat building capabilities, and were reluctant to give up the idea of continuing their voyage in their present craft as long as a possibility of so doing remained. So they passed 4 days, but succeeded in finding no gum or other substance which appeared likely to suit their purpose. "I should think," Reuben said one day, "that it would be possible to make the canoe so buoyant that she would not sink even if filled with water." "How would you do that?" Tom asked. "There are many light woods, no doubt, among the trees that we see, but they would have to remain a long time to dry, to be light enough to be of any use." "I was thinking," Reuben said, "that we might use cocoanuts. There are immense quantities upon the trees, and the ground is covered with them, from the effects of the late gale. If we strip off the whole of the outside husk, and then make holes in the little eyes at the top and let out the milk, using young ones in which the flesh has not yet formed, and cutting sticks to fit tightly into the holes, they would support a considerable weight in the water. I should think that if we treated several hundred nuts in this way, put them in the bottom of the canoe, and keep them in their places by a sort of net, which we might easily make from the fibers of the cocoas, the boat would be buoyant enough to carry us." The idea struck all as being feasible, and Reuben was much congratulated upon his inventive powers. Without delay they set to work to carry out the plan. A piece of thin bark was first taken and, by means of a long thorn used as a needle, was sewn over the hole in the canoe, with the fibers of the cocoa. Then a large pile of nuts was collected, and the boys set to work at the task of emptying them of their contents. It took them some hours' work to make and fit the pegs. Another 2 days were spent in manufacturing a net to stretch across the boat above them. The nuts were then placed in the boat, the net put into shape, and choosing a calm night for their trial, for they feared, during the daytime, to show themselves beyond the margin of the forest, they placed it in the water, and paddled a short distance out. They found that their anticipations were justified, and that the flotation of the cocoas was amply sufficient to keep the boat afloat. She was, of course, far lower in the water than she had before been, and her pace was greatly deteriorated. This, however, they had expected, and returning to shore, they watched for the next night. Then, taking in a load of provisions, they started at once upon their way. It was weary work now, for the water-logged canoe was a very different boat to the light bark, which had yielded so easily to their strokes. Fortunately, however, they met with no misadventure. The weather continued calm. They were unseen, or at least not followed, from any of the islands that they passed on their way. But it was 10 days after their final start before a large island, which they all recognized as Ternate, was seen rising above the water. "Easy all," Ned said. "We may be thankful, indeed, that we have arrived safely in sight of the island. But now that we are close, and there is no fear of tempests, had we not better talk over whether, at all, we should land at Ternate?" "Not land at Ternate!" the others exclaimed in consternation; for, indeed, the work during the last few days had been very heavy, and they were rejoicing at the thought of an end to their labors. "Why, we thought it was arranged, all along, we should stop at Ternate." "Yes, but we arranged that because at Ternate alone there seemed a certainty of a welcome. But, as you know, Tidore only lies 12 miles away from Ternate, and from the position we are now in, it will not be more than 5 or 6 miles farther. You see, when we were there, the king was preparing for a war with the Portuguese in Tidore, and he would certainly expect us to assist him, and probably to lead his fighting men." "But we should have no objection to that," Reuben said. "Not in the least," Ned replied. "But you see, if we are ever to get back to England, it must be through the Portuguese. Their ships alone are to be found in these seas, and were we to join the King of Ternate in an attack upon them, whether successful or not, we could never hope to be received in Portuguese ships, and should probably, indeed, be taken to Goa, and perhaps burned there as heretics, if we were to seek asylum on board. What do you think?" Viewed in this light, it certainly appeared more prudent to go to Tidore, and after some little discussion, the boat's head was turned more to the west, and the lads continued their weary work in paddling the water-logged canoe. So slowly did she move that it was late at night before they approached the island. They determined not to land till morning, as they might be mistaken for natives, and attacked. They therefore lay down in the canoe and went to sleep, when within about a mile of the island, and the next morning paddled along its shore until they saw some canoes hauled up, together with an English boat, and supposed that they were at the principal landing place of the island. On either side of the landing place the cliffs rose steeply up, at a short distance from the beach; but at this point a sort of natural gap existed, up which the road ascended into the interior of the island. There were several natives moving about on the beach as the boys approached, and one of these was seen at once to start at a run up the road. The lads had carefully removed all vestige of the paint from their faces and hands, and, having put on their doublets, concealed the strange appearance presented before by their white shirts. No resistance was opposed to their landing, but the natives motioned to them that they must not advance inland until a messenger returned from the governor. The boys were only too glad to throw themselves down full length on the soft sand of the beach, and to dry their clothes in the sun, as for 10 days they had been constantly wet, and were stiff and tired. Presently a native came down at a run, and announced that the governor was at hand. Rising to their feet, and making the best show they could in their faded garments, the lads soon saw a Portuguese gentleman, attended by 4 soldiers, coming down the road between the cliffs. "Who are you?" he asked in Portuguese, as he reached them, "and whence came you?" "We are Englishmen," Ned said in Spanish. "We belong to the ship of Captain Drake, which passed by here in its voyage of circumnavigation. By an accident, we in the canoe were separated from the ship and left behind. We have come to seek your hospitality and protection." "We heard of an English vessel at Ternate," the governor said sternly, "some weeks since, and heard also that its captain was making an alliance with the king there, against us." "It was not so," Ned said. "The admiral stopped there for a few days to obtain supplies such as he needed, but we are not here either to make alliances or to trade. Captain Drake, on starting, intended to voyage around the coast of America, and to return if possible by the north. After coasting up the western shores of that continent, he found that it would be impossible to pass around the north, as the coast extended so rapidly toward the north of Asia. He therefore started to return by the Cape, and on his way passed through these islands. Had it been part of his plan to make alliances with the king of Ternate, or any other potentate, he would have stopped and done so, and would have given his armed assistance to the king. But his object was simply to return as quickly as possible. Had there been any alliance made, we should naturally have made for Ternate instead of this island; but as we have no relations with the king, and seek only means of returning to Europe, we preferred, of course, to come here, where we knew that we should find Christians, and, we hoped, friends." There was palpable truth in what Ned said, and the governor, unbending, expressed his readiness to receive and help them. He then asked a few more questions about the manner in which they had become separated from their friends, and, seeing no advantage in concealing the truth, and thinking perhaps that it would be well, if an opportunity should offer, that the governor should send a vessel to search among the islands near where the wreck took place, and see if any of the crew had sought refuge there, they told him frankly the circumstances under which they had left the Golden Hind. "It would be sad indeed," said the Portuguese, "if so grand an expedition, under so noble a commander, should have been wrecked after accomplishing such a work. We in these parts are not friendly to any European meddling. His Holiness the Pope granted us all discoveries on this side of the Cape, and we would fain trade in peace and quiet, without interference. But we can admire the great deeds and enterprise of your countrymen; and indeed," he said smiling, for the Portuguese are, as a rule, a very small race, was looking at the bulk of the 4 young men, which was indeed almost gigantic by the side of himself and his soldiers, "I am scarcely surprised, now I see you, at the almost legendary deeds which I hear that your countrymen have performed on the Spanish Main. But now follow me to my castle, and I will there provide you with proper appliances. What position did you hold in the ship?" "We are gentlemen of Devonshire," Ned said, "and bore a share in the enterprise, sailing as gentlemen adventurers under Captain Drake. I myself held the rank of 3rd officer in the ship." "Then, senors," the Portuguese said, bowing, "I am happy to place myself and my house at your disposal. It may be that you will be able to render me services which will far more than repay any slight inconvenience or trouble to which I may be put; for we hear that the King of Ternate is preparing a formidable expedition against us, and as my garrison is a very small one, and the natives are not yet to be relied upon to fight against those of the other island, the addition of 4 such experienced soldiers as yourself will, in no slight degree, strengthen us." The boys replied that their swords were at the service of their host; and, well content with the turn things had taken, they proceeded with him up the road into the interior of the island. Upon gaining the higher land, they were surprised at the aspect of the island. In place of the almost unbroken forest which they had beheld, in other spots at which they had landed, here was fair, cultivated land. Large groves of spice trees grew here and there, and the natives were working in the fields with the regularity of Europeans. The Portuguese method of cultivating the islands which they took differed widely from that of the English. Their first step was to compel the natives to embrace Christianity. Their second was to make them docile and obedient laborers, raising spice and other products, for which they received in payment calico, beads, and European goods. The castle, which stood in the center of a small plain, was built of stone roughly hewn, and was of no strength which would have resisted any European attack, but was well calculated for the purpose for which it was designed. It consisted of a pleasant house, standing in an enclosure, round which was a wall some 15 feet in height, with a platform running behind it, to enable its garrison to shoot over the top. A ditch of some 10 feet in length and 15 feet wide surrounded it, so that, without scaling ladders to ascend the walls, or cannon to batter holes in them, the place could be well held against any attack that the natives might make upon it. The garrison was not a formidable one, consisting only of some 30 Portuguese soldiers, whose appearance did not speak much for the discipline maintained. Their uniforms were worn and rusty in the extreme. They were slovenly in appearance, and wore a look of discontent and hopelessness. A large portion of them, indeed, had been criminals, and had been offered the choice of death or of serving for 10 years, which generally meant for life, in the eastern seas. Ned judged that no great reliance could be placed upon this army of scarecrows, in the event of an attack of a serious character. "My men would scarcely show to advantage at home," the governor said, noting the glance of surprise with which the boys had viewed them; "but in a country like this, with such great heat and no real occasion for more than appearances, it is hopeless to expect them to keep up the smartness which would at home be necessary. The natives are very docile and quiet, and give us no trouble whatever; and were it not for interference from Ternate, where the people are of a much more warlike nature, the guard which I have would be ample for any purposes. I am expecting a vessel which calls here about once in 6 months, very shortly, and anticipate that she will bring me some 20 more soldiers, for whom I wrote to the viceroy at Goa, when she last called here." "What is your latest news from Ternate?" Ned asked. "We have no direct news," he said. "What we know we gather from the natives, who, by means of canoes and fishing boats, are often in communication with those of the opposite island. They tell me that great preparations are being made, that several of the largest sized canoes have been built, and that they believe when it is full moon, which is generally the era at which they commence their adventures, there will be a descent upon this island." "Then you have 7 days in which to prepare," Ned said. "Have you been doing anything to enable you to receive them hotly?" "I have not," the governor said. "But now that you gentlemen have come, I doubt not that your experience in warfare will enable you to advise me as to what steps I had better take. I stand at present alone here. The officer who under me commanded the garrison died 2 months since, and I myself, who was brought up in a civil rather than a military capacity, am, I own to you, strange altogether to these matters." Ned expressed the willingness of himself and his friends to do all in their power to advise and assist the governor, and with many mutual compliments they now entered the house, where a goodly room was assigned to them. Some natives told off as their servants, and the governor at once set 2 native seamsters to work to manufacture garments of a proper cut for them, from materials which he had in a storehouse for trading with the neighboring chiefs, who, like all savages, were greatly given to finery. Thus, by the end of the week, the boys were able once more to make a show which would have passed muster in a European capital. At the governor's request, they had at once proceeded to drill the soldiers, Ned and Gerald taking each the command of a company of 15 men, as they understood Spanish and could readily make themselves understood in Portuguese, whereas Tom and Reuben knew but little of the Spanish tongue. "I think," Tom said the first morning to the governor, after the friends had discussed the prospect together, "it would be well to throw up some protection at the top of the road leading from the shore. I should order some large trees to be cut down and dragged by a strong force of natives to the spot, and there so arranged that their branches will point downward and form a chevaux de frise in the hollow way, leaving until the last moment a passage between them, but having at hand a number of young saplings to fill up the gap. There are, I suppose, other places at which the enemy could land?" "Oh, yes," the governor said. "On the other side of the island the land slopes gradually down to the shore, and indeed it is only a few miles, at this point, that the cliffs rise so abruptly that they could not be ascended. Yet even here there are many points which a native could easily scale, although we, in our accoutrements, would find it impossible." While Ned and Gerald drilled their men with great assiduity, astonishing the Portuguese soldiers with their energy and authoritative manner, Tom and Reuben occupied themselves in superintending the felling of the trees, and their carriage, by means of a large number of natives, to the top of the road. Preparations were also made for blocking up the lower windows of the house, so that, in case of the enemy's succeeding in carrying the outer wall, a stout resistance could be made within. Large piles of provisions were stored in the building, and great jars of water placed there. "Are you sure," Ned asked the governor one evening, "of the natives here? For I own that there appears to me to be a sullen defiance in their manner, and I should not be surprised to see them turn upon us, immediately those from the other island arrive. If they did so, of course our position at the top of the road would be untenable, as they could take us in the rear. However, if they do so, I doubt not that we shall be able to cut our way back to the castle without difficulty. I think that it would be, in any case, advisable to leave at least 10 men to hold the castle, while the rest of us oppose the landing." There were in store 4 small culverins and several light wall pieces. 2 of the culverins were placed on the cliff, one at each side of the path, so as to command the landing. 2 others were placed on the roof of the castle, which was flat and terraced. The wall pieces were also cleaned and placed in position at the corners of the walls, and the boys, having seen that the musketoons and arquebuses of the garrison were in excellent order and ready for service, felt that all had been done that was possible to prepare for an attack. The day before the full moon a sentinel was placed at the cliff, with orders to bring word instantly to the castle, in case any craft were seen coming from Ternate, the distance from the cliff to the house being about a mile. A short time after daybreak next morning the sentry arrived at full speed, saying that a great fleet of canoes was visible. Hurrying to the spot with the governor, the lads made out that the approaching flotilla consisted of 18 great war canoes, each of which, crowded as it was, might contain 100 men, and in addition to these were a large number of smaller craft. The invading force, therefore, would considerably exceed 2,000 men. Reuben had the command of a gun at one side, Tom at the other, and these now loaded and sighted their pieces, so as to pour a volley of case shot into the canoes when they arrived within a quarter of a mile from shore. The canoes came along in a dense body, as close together as they could paddle, their rowers filling the air with defiant yells. When they reached the spot upon which the guns had been trained, Tom fired his piece, and its roar was answered by wild screams and yells from the crowded fleet. Reuben followed suit, and the destruction wrought by the guns was at once manifest. 3 of the great canoes were broken into pieces, and their occupants, swimming in the water, climbed into the others, among which also a great many men had been wounded. The effect of this reception upon the valor of the natives was very speedy. Without a moment's delay they backed off, and were soon seen making out of range of the guns, like a troop of wild fowl scattered by the shot of a fowler. "They have a horror of cannon," the governor said, exultingly, as he witnessed their departure. "If we had a few more pieces, I should have no fear of the result." The dispersal of the canoes continued only until they thought that they were out of range; for although the lads now sent several round shot at them, these did not produce any effect, the canoes being but small objects to hit at a distance when on the move, and the culverins being old pieces and but little adapted for accurate shooting. The fleet were soon seen to gather again, and after a little pause they started in a body as before along the coast. "They are going to make a landing elsewhere," Ned said, "and we shall have to meet them in the open. It is a pity that we have no beasts of burden to which to harness our pieces, for as these are only ship's guns, it is impossible for us to drag them at a speed which would enable us to oppose their landing." "Where are all the natives?" At the first alarm a large body of the islanders had assembled upon the cliff, but in the excitement of watching the approaching enemy their movements had not been noticed. It was now seen that the whole of them had left the spot, and not a single native was in sight. "I think," Ned said, "we had better fall back and take up a position near the house, and repel their attack with the assistance of the guns mounted there. With muskets only we should not have much chance of preventing their landing, and, indeed, they will row much faster along the coast than we could run to keep up with them." The governor agreed in the justice of Ned's view, and the whole force were now ordered to fall back towards the castle. As they proceeded they saw large bodies of the natives. These, however, kept at a distance, but their exultant shouts showed that they must be considered to have gone over to the enemy. "I will make you pay for this," the governor said, stamping his foot and shaking his fist angrily in their direction. "Each man shall have to furnish double the amount of spice for half the amount of calico for the next 5 years. Ungrateful dogs, when we have done so much for them." Ned could scarcely help smiling to himself at the thought of the many benefits which the Portuguese had bestowed upon these unfortunate islanders, whom they had reduced from a state of happy freedom to one which, whatever it might be called, was but little short of slavery. It was late in the evening before great numbers of the enemy were seen approaching, and these, swelled as they were by the population of the island, appeared a formidable body. Indeed, by the side of the handful of white men who were drawn up to defend the place, the enemy, numerous as he was, appeared indisposed to commence a fight at once, but began, to the fierce indignation of the governor, to cut down the groves of spice trees and to build great fires with them. "I don't think that they will attack until tomorrow," Ned said, "and it would be well, therefore, to withdraw within the walls, to plant sentries, and to allow the men to rest. We shall want all our strength when the battle begins." "Do you think," the governor asked, when they were seated in his room and had finished the repast which had been prepared, "that it will be well to sally out to meet them in the open? 20 white men ought to be able to defeat almost any number of these naked savages." "If we had horses, I should say yes," Ned said, "because then, by our speed, we could make up for our lack of numbers, and, wheeling about, could charge through them. But they are so light and active in comparison to ourselves that we should find it difficult, if not impossible, to bring them to a hand-to-hand conflict. We have, indeed, the advantage of our musketoons, but I observed at Ternate that many of the men have muskets, and the sound of firearms would therefore in no way alarm them. With their bows and arrows they can shoot more steadily at short distances than we can, and we should be overwhelmed with a cloud of missiles, while unable to bear the strength of our arms and the keenness of our swords against their clubs and rough spears. I think that we could hold the house for a year against them, but if we lost many men in a fight outside, it might go hard with us afterwards." When morning dawned, the garrison beheld, to their dismay, that the Indians had in the night erected a battery at a quarter of a mile in front of the gate, and that in this they had placed the culverins left on the cliff, and a score of the small pieces carried in their water canoes. "This is the work of the 2 white men we saw at Ternate," Gerald exclaimed. "No Indian could have built a battery according to this fashion." As soon as it was fairly light, the enemy's fire opened, and was answered by the culverins on the roof of the house. The latter were much more quickly and better directed than those of the Indians, but many of the balls of the latter crashed through the great gates. "Shall we make a sortie?" the governor asked Ned. "I think that we had better wait for nightfall," he replied. "In passing across this open ground we should lose many men from the cannon shots, and with so small a force remaining might not be able to resist the onrush of so great numbers. Let us prepare, however, to prop up the gates should they fall, and tonight we will silence their guns." At nightfall the gates, although sorely bruised and battered, and pierced in many places, still stood, being shored up with beams from behind. At 10 o'clock 20 of the garrison were let down by ropes at the back of the castle, for Ned thought that scouts might be lurking near the gates to give notice of any sortie. With great precaution and in perfect silence they made a way round, and were within 100 yards of the battery before their approach was discovered. Then, headed by the governor, who was a valiant man by nature, and the 4 English, they ran at great speed forward, and were inside the battery before the enemy could gather to resist them. The battle was indeed a hard one, for the Indians with their clubs fought valorously. Reuben and Tom, having been furnished with hammer and long nails, proceeded to spike the guns, which they did with great quickness, their doings being covered alike by their friends and by darkness. When they had finished their task they gave the signal, and the Portuguese, being sorely pressed, fell back fighting strongly to the castle, where the gates were opened to receive them. In this sortie they lost 8 men. The next morning at dawn the natives, being gathered in large numbers, came on to the assault, uttering loud and fierce cries. The cannon on the roof, which were under the charge of Tom and Reuben, at once opened fire upon them, while the soldiers upon the walls shot briskly with their musketoons. The natives, however, appeared determined to succeed, and firing a cloud of arrows, pushed forward towards the gate. Among them were borne, each by some 30 natives, long trees, and this party, surrounded by the main body, proceeded rapidly towards the gate, which, damaged as it was, they hoped easily to overthrow. The fire of the 2 culverins was, however, so deadly, and the concentrated discharge of the musketoons upon them as they advanced so fatal, that, after trying several times to approach close to the gate, the natives dropped the great logs and fled. Chapter 20. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Section 22 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 21. Wholesale Conversion. That day and the 3 which followed passed without adventure. The natives were seen ravaging the fields, destroying the plantations, and doing terrible damage, to the intense exasperation of the Portuguese governor. But they did not show any signs of an intention to attack the castle. "I believe," Ned said on the 4th day, "that they have determined to starve us out. They must know that, however large our stock of provisions, they will not last forever; and, indeed, they will have learned, from the men who bore them in, something of the amount of stock which we have. It will last, you say, for 2 months, which would be little enough were it not that we are expecting the ship you spoke of. If that comes shortly we shall, with the additional force which it is bringing, and the crew who will no doubt aid, be able to attack them in the open. But were it not for that, our position would be a bad one." "I fear," Tom said, "that even when the ship arrives, evil may come of it." "How is that, Tom?" Ned asked. "The captain will know nothing of what is passing on shore, and if he lands his men incautiously upon the beach, and advances in this direction, the natives will fall upon them and, taking them by surprise, cut them to pieces, and our last hope will then be gone." "But we might sally out and effect a diversion," Reuben said. "Yes," Tom replied, "but unfortunately we should not know of the arrival of the ship until all is over." It was clear to all that Tom's view was the correct one, and that the position was much more serious than they had anticipated. For some time the governor and the 4 young men looked at each other blankly. The destruction of the reinforcements, which would be followed no doubt by the capture of the ship by the war canoes, and the massacre of all on board, would indeed be fatal to their hopes. After what they had seen of the determination with which the enemy had come up to attack the gate, they were sure that they would fight valiantly outside. The question of sallying forth was again discussed, and all were of the opinion that, unequal as the fight would be, it were better to attempt to defeat the enemy than to remain quiet, and allow them to triumph over the coming reinforcements. "Upon what day do you think the ship will arrive?" Ned said, after considerable thought. "I cannot say to a day," the governor replied, "but she should be here this week. There is no exact time, because she has to touch at several other islands. She leaves Goa always on a certain day, but she takes many weeks on her voyage. Even if the wind be favorable, she might have been here a week since. She may not be here for another fortnight. But, unless something unforeseen has occurred, she should be here by that time, for the winds are steady in these regions, and the rate of sailing regular." "The one chance appears to me," Ned said, after thinking for some time, "is to give them warning of what is happening here." "But how is that to be done?" asked the governor. "The only possible plan," Ned said, "would be for one of us, and I should be ready to accept the duty, knowing more perhaps of the ways of natives than the others, to steal forth from the castle, to make for the shore, and to lie concealed among the woods until the vessel is in sight. If then I could find a canoe, to seize it and paddle off to the ship. If not, to swim." The other lads eagerly volunteered to undertake the work, but Ned insisted that he was better suited to it, not only from his knowledge of the natives, but from his superior powers in swimming. "I may have," he said, "to keep myself up in the water for a long time, and perhaps to swim for my life, if the natives see me. It is even desirable, above all things, that whosoever undertakes the work should be a good swimmer; and although you have long ago given up calling me the Otter, I do not suppose that my powers in the water have diminished." After long consultation, it was agreed that this plan offered more chances of success than any other. "It would be most desirable," Gerald said, "that we should have some notice, here, of the ship being in sight, in order that we might sally out, and lend a hand to our friends on their arrival. I will, therefore, if you will allow me, go with Ned, and when the ship is in sight I will make my way back here, while he goes off to the vessel." "But it will be impossible," Ned said, "to make your way back here in the daytime. I can steal out at night, but to return unnoticed would be difficult indeed." "But when you see the ship, Ned, and get on board, you might warn them to delay their landing until the next morning, and in the night I might enter here with the news, and we might sally out at daybreak." This plan appeared to offer more advantages than any other, and it was agreed, at last, that the 2 lads should, having darkened their skins and put on Indian dress, steal out that night from the castle and make for the shore. Tom and Reuben regretted much that they could not take part in the enterprise, but the governor assured them that, even if it were desirable that 4 should undertake the mission, they could not be spared, since their presence would be greatly needed if the castle should the natives, before the arrival of the ship, make an attack upon it. That night Ned and Gerald, according to the arrangement, stole out from the castle. Their skins had been darkened from head to foot. Round their waists they wore short petticoats, reaching to their knees, of native stuff. They had sandals on their feet, for, as Ned said, if they were seen close by the natives, they were sure to be detected in any case, and sandals would not show at a short distance, while they would enable them to run at full speed, which they certainly could not do barefooted. They took with them a bag of provisions, and each carried a sword. Reuben had pressed upon them to take pistols also, but Ned said that, if cut off and detected, pistols would be of no use, as nothing but running would carry them through, while should a pistol be fired inadvertently it would call such a number of assailants upon them that their escape would be impossible. A thrust with the sword did its work silently, and just as well as a pistol bullet. The natives apparently had no fear of any attempt at a sally from the castle, for there was nothing like a watch set round it, although near the entrance a few men were stationed to give warning should the garrison sally out to make a sudden attack upon the invaders. The natives were for the most part scattered about in small parties, and once or twice the lads nearly fell in with these, but by dint of keeping their ears and eyes open, they steered through the dangers and arrived safely upon the coast, at a point 2 miles to the west of the landing place. Here the cliff had nearly sloped away, the height being only some 20 or 30 feet above the water, and being practicable in many cases for descent, while behind lay a large wood in which concealment was easy, except in the case of an organized search, of which they had no fear whatever. The next morning they made along the shore as far as the point where the native war canoes had been pulled up, in hopes of finding some canoes small enough for Ned to use for rowing off to the ship. But none of them rowed less than 12 or 14 paddles, and so cumbrous a boat as this would be overtaken in a very short time, should it be seen making out from shore. Ned therefore determined to swim out, especially as they observed that a watch was kept, both day and night, near the canoes. 5 days passed in concealment. The cocoanuts afforded them both food and drink. Occasionally they heard the boom of the culverins at the castle, and knew that the natives were showing within range, but as these shots were only heard at times, they were assured that no persistent attack was being made. It was late in the afternoon of the 5th day that the lads observed a sail in the distance. It was, indeed, so far away that, as the light was fading, they could not say with absolute certainty that it was the longed-for ship. They both felt convinced, however, that they had seen a sail, and watched intently, as night darkened, for some sign of its passage. It was 4 hours later when they saw, passing along at a distance of about half a mile, a light on the ocean, which could be none other than that on board a ship. "Now is the time," Ned said. "I will keep along the shore, under the cliff, until I get nearly to the landing, and then will strike out. Do you make for the castle, and tell them that the ship has arrived, and that we will attack tomorrow, but not at daybreak as we proposed, but at noon." As Ned proceeded on his way along the shore, he saw suddenly blaze up, far ahead at the landing place, a small bonfire. "Ah!" he muttered to himself, "the natives have seen the ship too, and are following the usual custom here, of making a fire to show them where to land. I trust that they will not fall into the snare." When, however, he had reached within a quarter of a mile of the landing, he saw a small boat come suddenly within its range of light, and 2 white men step out of it. They were received apparently with much respect by the natives assembled there, and at once advanced up the road, while the boat, putting off, disappeared in the darkness. "They will be murdered," Ned said to himself, "before they have gone 100 yards. The natives were crafty enough to allow them to land without hindrance, in order that no suspicion might arise among those on board ship." In the stillness of the night he thought that he heard a distant cry, but he was not sure that his ears had not deceived him. Far out he could see a faint light, and knowing that this marked the place where the ship was moored, he prepared to strike out for it. It was a long swim, and further than he had expected, for in the darkness the captain, unable to see the land, had prudently anchored at a considerable distance from it. Even, however, had it been several times as far, Ned could have swum the distance without difficulty. But the whole way he could not forget that those seas swarmed with sharks, and that any moment he might have to encounter one of those hideous monsters. He had left his sword behind him, but carried a dagger, and, as he swam, kept his eyes in all directions, in order that he should not be attacked unprepared. The ocean was, however, fortunately at that time deserted by these beasts, or, if they were in the neighborhood, the quiet, steady, noiseless stroke of the swimmer did not reach their ears. As he neared the ship his heart rose, and he sang out blithely, "Ship ahoy!" "Hullo!" was the reply. "Where are you? I cannot see your boat." "I am swimming," Ned answered. "Throw me a rope to climb up the side. I have a message from the governor for the captain of the ship." A minute later Ned stood upon the deck of the Portuguese vessel, the soldiers and sailors looking on wonderingly at him, his body being white, but his face still colored by the preparation. The captain himself soon appeared. "I am the bearer of a message to you, senor, from the governor," Ned said. "It is here in this hollow reed. He gives you but few particulars, but I believe tells you that you may place every confidence in me, and that I have detailed instructions from him." The captain slid open the little reed which Ned handed to him, and taking out a paper coiled within it, opened it, and by the light of a lantern read: "We are in a very critical position, and it will need at once courage and prudence to come out of it. I have sent my friend Don Eduardo Hearne, an English gentleman of repute, to warn you against the danger which threatens, and to advise you on your further proceedings. He will give you all particulars." The captain invited Ned to follow him to his cabin, and, calling in the officers, asked for an explanation of this singular visit. Ned briefly entered into an account of the landing of the natives of Ternate, and of the present situation, and the captain rejoiced at the escape, which he had had, from falling into an ambuscade. This he would assuredly have done, had he landed the troops in the morning as he had intended, and marched them inland, fearing no danger and unprepared for attack. Ned explained that the plan was that the troops on board the ship should land, and fight their way into the interior, and that simultaneously the garrison should sally out, and attack the natives in the rear, and fight their way towards each other until they effected a junction. They could then retire into the castle, where their future plans could be arranged. "I have, however," Ned said, "ventured to modify that plan, and have sent word to the governor that we shall not attack until noon, instead of landing at daybreak, as before arranged. We have been examining the position where the canoes are lying. They are all hauled up on the beach, in a compact body. It is in a quiet creek, whose mouth you would sail past without suspecting its existence. I cannot say, of course, the depth of water, but these creeks are generally deep, and I should think that there would be enough water for the ship to float. At any rate, should you not like to venture this, your pinnace might row in, carrying a gun in her bow, and might play havoc among the canoes. Or, better still, if you could send 2 boat loads of men there, tonight, and could manage to land and destroy a portion of the canoes, and launch and tow out the others, I think that we should have a fair chance of getting peace. The natives would be terrified at the loss of their canoes, and would be very likely to make any terms which would ensure their return to their island." The captain at once agreed to the proposition. The 3 boats of the ship were lowered, and the sailors and soldiers took their places, only 2 or 3 being left on board ship, as there was no fear, whatever, of an attack from the shore during the night. Ned took his place in the leading boat of the captain, and acted as guide. They coasted along at a short distance from the land, until Ned told them to cease rowing. "We must," he said, "be close to the spot now. But it is needful that one boat should go forward, and find the exact entrance to the creek." Rowing very quietly, the boat in which he was advanced until a few yards of the shore, and then proceeded quietly along, for a distance of a few hundred yards, when the black line of shore disappeared, and a streak of water was seen stretching inland. Quietly they rowed back to the other 2 boats, and the 3, advancing, entered the creek together. Before starting, each officer had been assigned his work. The crew of one of the boats, consisting principally of soldiers, were to land, to advance a short distance inland, and to repulse any attacks that the natives might make upon them. Another party were to stave in all the small canoes and, this done, they were to assist the 3rd boat's crew in launching the war canoes into the water. As they approached the spot they were hailed, in the Indian tongue, by some one on shore. No reply was given, and the hail was repeated louder. Then, as the boats rowed rapidly up to the place where the canoes were hauled up, a shrill yell of alarm was given, which was re-echoed in several directions near, and could be heard, growing fainter and fainter, as it was caught up by the men inland. The moment the boats touched the shore the men leaped out. The soldiers advanced, and took up the position assigned to them to defend the working parties, while the rest set to, vigorously, to carry out their portion of the work. The war canoes were heavy, and each required the efforts of the whole crew to launch her into the water. It was, therefore, a work of considerable time to get 15 of them afloat; and long ere this had been done, the natives, called together by the alarm, were flocking down in great numbers. They were, however, in entire ignorance as to the number of their assailants, and the fire which the soldiers opened, with their arquebuses, checked them in their advance. Feeling sure that their canoes were being destroyed, they filled the air with yells of lamentation and rage, discharging such volleys of arrows at random, in the direction of the Portuguese, that a great number of these were wounded. Indeed, the natives pressed on with such audacity that a considerable portion of the workers had to go forward, to assist the soldiers in holding them at bay. At last, however, the whole of the canoes were in the water, and every other boat disabled. The canoes were tied together, 5 abreast, and one of the boats towed these out of the harbor, while the crews of the others remained, keeping the natives at bay; for it was felt that if the whole were to embark at once, while still encumbered with the canoes, they would be able to get out of the creek but slowly, and would, for the most part, be destroyed by the arrows of the natives. When the boat had towed the canoes well out to sea, it cast them adrift, and returned up the creek. Then, covered by the muskets of the soldiers, the others took their places, in good order and regularity, until at last all were in the boats. The soldiers were ordered to stand up, and to keep up a steady fire upon the shore, while the sailors laid to, with a hearty good will. The natives rushed down to the shore in great numbers, and although many of them must have fallen under the fire of the soldiers, they yet waded into the water, in their anxiety to seize the boats, and poured large numbers of arrows into them. When the 3 boats gained the open sea, there were few indeed of the Portuguese who had not received wounds, more or less severe, by the arrows, and several had been killed, in addition to others who had fallen on shore. The soldiers had suffered much less severely than the sailors, for although they had been more hotly engaged, their breastpieces and steel caps had protected them, and they were principally wounded in the limbs. The canoes were now picked up, and with these in tow the party returned to the ship. Here their wounds were dressed, by a priest who accompanied the vessel in her voyages, landing at the various stations, and ministering to the garrisons of the islands. He had some knowledge of the healing art, and poured soothing oils into the wounds inflicted by the arrows. The men were much alarmed lest these arrows should be poisoned, but Ned assured them that none of those who had been wounded during the attacks on shore had died from the effects, and that, although it was the custom in many of these islands to use poisoned weapons, the people of Ternate, at least, did not practice this barbarous usage. Morning was just breaking as the party gained the ship, and the captain was glad that Ned had postponed the landing until midday, as it gave the tired men time to rest, and prepare themselves for fresh labors. As soon as the shore could be seen, it was evident that the destruction and carrying off of the canoes had created an immense impression. The cliff was lined with natives, whose gesticulations, as they saw their canoes fastened to the stern of the ship, were wild and vehement. A little before noon the boats were hauled up alongside. The soldiers took their places in them with loaded arquebuses, and as many sailors as could be spared also entered, to assist in their advance. The ship carried several pieces of artillery, and these were loaded, so as to open fire before the landing was effected, in order to clear the shore of the enemy. This was soon accomplished, and the natives who had assembled on the beach were seen streaming up the road through the cliff. This was the most dangerous part that the advancing party would have to traverse, as they would be exposed to a heavy fire from those standing above them on both flanks. They would have suffered, indeed, very severely, had not the captain turned his guns upon the masses gathered on the high ground, and, by 1 or 2 lucky shots, plumped into the middle of them, created such an effect that the fire of arrows kept up upon the troops, as they advanced, was wild and confused. Several of the sailors were severely wounded, but the soldiers, well sheltered by their mail, pressed on and gained the level ground, their blood being fired, as they went, by the spectacle of the dead bodies of their first officer and supercargo, who had landed the night before. Here the natives were assembled in great force, and, as they were now out of sight of those on board ship, the guns could no longer render assistance to the little party. These showed a good front as the masses of the enemy approached them, and charged boldly at them. The natives, however, maddened by the loss of their canoes, and feeling that their only hope was in annihilating their enemies, came on with such force, wielding heavy clubs, that the array of the Portuguese was broken, and in a short time each was fighting desperately for himself. Several had been stricken down, and although large numbers of the natives had been killed, it was plain that the victory would in a few minutes be decided, when suddenly a great shout was heard, and a volley of musketry was poured into the rear of the natives. The hard pressed whites gave a cheer, for they knew that assistance had arrived from the castle. The natives, whose attention had been directed to the attack in front, were taken completely by surprise, and as both the parties of whites simultaneously charged, large numbers were unable to escape and were cut down, while the rest fled precipitately from the spot. Very hearty were the congratulations of the Portuguese, as the forces came together. Gerald had safely reached the castle, after some narrow escapes. He, having fallen among some sleeping natives, had been attacked and forced to trust to his speed. After a short consultation, it was decided to press the enemy, and to leave them no time to recover from the demoralization caused by the loss of their boats and the junction of the two parties of white men. The forces were, therefore, divided into two equal parts, and these started in different directions. Clump after clump of trees was searched, and the enemy driven from them. At first some resistance was made, but gradually the natives became completely panic stricken, and fled without striking a blow. Until nightfall the two parties continued to hunt, and shoot down a large number of the natives. Then they returned to the castle. They now had a consultation as to the terms which they should grant the natives, for they had no doubt that victory had declared itself, finally, in their favor. Some were for continuing the strife until the enemy were exterminated, but the governor of the island was opposed to this. In the first place, he said, mixed up with the Ternate people are all the natives of this island, and to exterminate them would be to leave us without labor, and to ruin the island. In the next place, the havoc which has been already wrought in our plantations is such that it will take years to repair, and the longer this fighting goes on, the more complete will be the destruction. I think, then, that we should grant them the easiest terms possible. They will be only too glad to escape, and to get back to their own land, and will be long before they invade us again." "I think," the officer who had arrived with the reinforcements of soldiers said, "it would be well, senor, if you were to consult with the priest who is on board. He is a man who has the ear of the council at Goa. He was but recently arrived, and knows but little of the natives; but he is full of zeal, and it would be well, I think, were we to make an arrangement of which he would perfectly approve, so that his report, when he reached Goa, should be altogether favorable." The governor agreed to this proposal, and decided to send a party down to the shore, in the morning, to bring the priest up to the castle. Early in the morning a large crowd of natives were seen at a short distance. In their hands they held boughs of trees, and waved them to express their desire to enter into negotiations. The governor, however, fired 2 or 3 shots over their heads, as a signal to them to keep farther away, as their advances would not be received. Then, while a party went down to the shore to fetch the priest, he again sallied out and drove the natives before him. When the holy father arrived, another council was held, and he was informed that the people were ready to treat, and asked what, in his opinion, should be the terms imposed upon them. He heard the arguments of the governor in favor of allowing them to return to their island, but he said, "In my opinion it is essential, above all things, that they should be forced to accept Christianity." At this the Englishmen, and indeed the 2 Portuguese officers, could with difficulty repress a smile; but the governor at once saw that a wholesale conversion of this sort would do him much good with the authorities at Goa, and he therefore willingly fell into the priest's views. The next morning the natives again appeared with their green boughs, and the governor, with the officer, the priest, and a body of 10 soldiers, went out to meet them. The King of Ternate advanced, and bowed himself submissively to the ground, and expressed his submission, and craved for pardon and for permission to return with his people to Ternate, promising solemnly that never again would they meddle with the Portuguese settlement. The governor, who spoke the language fluently, having been there for some years, uttered an harangue reproaching him with his folly and wickedness in wantonly declaring war against the Portuguese. He pointed to the destroyed plantations, and asked if any punishment would be too great for the ruin caused. The king and his councillors offered to pay large tributes, annually, of spice and other products, until the ruined plantations were again in bearing. "This will not repay us for the losses we have suffered, and for the evil spirit which you have introduced into this island. We have, however," the governor said, "only your interests at heart, and therefore we have decided to pardon you, and to allow you to return to your island, upon the condition that you and all your people embrace Christianity, and pay such a tribute as we may impose." The king had no understanding of the meaning of what was proposed to him, and the governor said that he and his people were, in the morning, to assemble before the castle, and that the Holy Father, who had been sent on purpose to turn them from the wickedness of their ways, would then explain the doctrines of Christianity to them; that if they accepted and believed what he said, pardon would be theirs; if not, they would be hunted down until all were destroyed. Next morning the assembly took place in front of the castle gate. The King of Ternate, surrounded by all his principal councillors and warriors, took his place, while the fighting men stood around him. The priest mounted on the platform of the wall, the governor standing beside him to interpret. The Englishmen, much amused at the ceremony, stood at a short distance off. They did not wish to be recognized by any of the people of Ternate, as it was possible that some English vessels might again come into these seas, and they did not desire that the pleasant remembrance of the visit of the Golden Hind should be obliterated by the sight of some of its crew in alliance with the Portuguese. The priest began an elaborate explanation of the Christian religion, which he continued for the space of 2 hours, to the surprise and astonishment of the natives, who could not, of course, comprehend a single word that he said. Then he paused, and turning to the governor, said, "Will you translate this for the benefit of these benighted heathens?" "I fear," said the governor, "that it will be impossible for me to do full justice to your eloquent words, and, indeed, that these poor wretches would scarcely take in so much learning and wisdom all at once. But in a few words I will give them the sense of what you have been telling them." Then, lifting up his voice, he addressed the king. "There is only one God. These idols of yours are helpless and useless. We have brought ashore those from your war canoes, which my men will now proceed to burn, and you will see that your gods will be unable to help themselves. Indeed, they are not gods, and have no power. God is good, and hates wickedness. All men are wicked, therefore he would hate all men. But he has sent his Son down, and for his sake pardons all who believe in him. Now, if you believe in him as I tell you, you will be pardoned by both us and by God. If you do not believe, we shall kill you all, and you will be punished eternally. Now you have the choice of what to do." The matter, thus pithily put, did not require much consideration. After a short consultation between the chiefs, the king demanded what ceremonies would have to be gone through to become Christians, and was informed by the governor that the only ceremony would be that he would have to declare himself a Christian, that the priest would make upon him the sign of a cross with his finger, and would sprinkle him with water, and that, when this was done, he would be a Christian. Much relieved to find that the entry into this new religion was so easy, the king and his people at once agreed to accept Christianity. The governor informed them that the priest thought that they were hardly yet prepared, but that on the morrow the ceremony should take place, after a further explanation. The next day a great altar was erected outside the walls of the castle, gay with banners and wax lights. Before this the King of Ternate and his people assembled, the gunners on the walls standing with lighted matches by their cannon in case of trouble. The priest then made another long oration, which was again briefly and emphatically translated by the governor. The king and all his people then knelt and, according to the instruction of the priest, made the sign of the cross. The priest then went along between the lines of the people, sprinkling them with holy water, and this being done the ceremony was declared complete, and the King of Ternate and his people were received into the bosom of the church. Then, escorted by the soldier, they were taken down to the seashore. The two white men were permitted to depart with them. The governor had at first insisted that these should be put to death. They pleaded, however, that they had acted under force, and Ned interceding for them, their lives were granted on the condition that they should, on reaching Ternate, at once embark for some other island, and never return to Ternate. The canoes were brought alongside, and there being now no fear of any attempt at resistance, as the entire body of invaders had given up their arms, they were allowed to enter the canoes and to paddle away to their own island, with numbers greatly diminished from those which had landed, to the attack of Tidore a week before. The governor and the priest were alike delighted at the termination of the war; the former because he was really anxious for the good of the colony which had been entrusted to him, and believed that it would now progress peaceably, and without disturbance. He believed, too, that his successful resistance, to so large a body of enemies, would ensure him the approval of the viceroy at Goa; and that the report of the priest would also obtain for him the valuable protection and patronage of the ecclesiastics, whose power in the eastern seas was even greater than it was at home. Tidore was the furthest of the Portuguese settlements, and the ship, having now made her round, was to return direct to Goa. The priest hesitated whether to remain, or to return in her. He had made it one of the conditions of peace with Ternate that a missionary should be received there, a place of worship erected, and that he should be allowed to open schools, and to teach the tenets of his religion to all; and he hesitated whether he would, himself, at once take up that post, or whether he would report the matter at Goa, where perhaps it might be decided to send a priest who had acquired something of the language of the southern seas. He finally decided upon the latter course. The governor furnished the lads with letters, recommending them most warmly to the viceroy, and stating the great services which they had rendered to him in the defense of the island, saying, indeed, that had it not been for their prudence and valor it was probable that the natives would have succeeded in destroying the small body of Portuguese, and in massacring the reinforcements landed from the vessel. The priest also, while viewing the young men with the natural horror of a Portuguese ecclesiastic for heretics, was yet impressed with the services that they had rendered, and considered their own shortcomings to be, in great measure, atoned for by the wholesale conversion which had, to some extent, been effected by their means. Bidding a hearty adieu to the governor, they took their places on board ship, and sailed for Goa. It was a 6 weeks' voyage, but the vessel was well furnished with provisions, and, after their hardships, the boys greatly enjoyed the rest and tranquillity on board. In due time they found themselves lying off the mouth of the river up which, at a short distance from its mouth, the capital of Portuguese India was situated. Chapter 21. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Section 23 of Under Drake's Flag. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 22. Home. The captain, who was accompanied by the priest, rowed up the river to report the arrival of the ship and the events of his voyage to the authorities, and to place in their hands the letter of the governor of Tidore. 24 hours later the captain returned, with orders for the ship to sail up the river, and that, on their arrival, the young Englishmen were to be landed and conducted to the presence of the viceroy himself. The young adventurers, much as they had traveled, were greatly struck with the appearance of Goa. It was indeed a city of palaces, most solidly built of stone, and possessing an amount of magnificence and luxury which surpassed anything they had ever seen. In the streets a few Portuguese, magnificently dressed and escorted by guards, moved among a throng of gaily attired natives, whose slight figures, upright carriage, and intelligent faces struck the boys as most pleasing, after their experience of the islanders of the South Seas. The immense variety of turbans and headgear greatly astonished them, as well as the magnificence of the dresses of some of these, who appeared to be men of importance and who were attended by a retinue of armed followers. The young men were escorted by 2 officers of the viceroy, who had come on board ship as soon as she dropped anchor to conduct them to his presence. At the sight of these officials the natives hastily cleared the way, and made every demonstration of respect, as the party passed through them. The vice-regal palace was a magnificent building, surpassing any edifice the boys had ever seen, and they were still more struck by the luxury of the interior. They were led through several vestibules, until at last they arrived in a large chamber. At a table here the viceroy was seated, while around him were a large number of the councillors and leading men of the place. The viceroy rose as the young men advanced, and bowed profoundly. "You are, I hear, Englishmen, and I am told, but I can scarcely believe it, that you belong to the ship of the Captain Drake, whose exploits in the West Indies against the Spaniards have made him so famous. But how, belonging to him, you came to be cast on an island in the South Seas is more than we are able to understand." No news of the expedition had reached the Portuguese, and the surprise of the viceroy was only natural. "The Golden Hind, sir, the vessel in which we were gentlemen adventurers, rounded Cape Horn, sailed up the American coast, and then keeping west crossed through the islands, and has, we trust, long since rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and arrived in England, having circumnavigated the globe." An expression of surprise broke from the assembled Portuguese, but a frown passed over the face of the viceroy. "What was the object of your captain in visiting these seas?" he asked. "They are the property of Portugal, and without the permission of His Majesty no ship of any other nation may pass through our waters." "I can assure you," Ned said, "that there was no object, either of conquest or of trade, on the part of our admiral in visiting these seas. When he rounded the Cape his object was to discover, if possible, a passage round the northern coast of America back to England. But when we went north we found the cold was great, and that the land stretched away so that it would join with Asia to the north. Being convinced then that no passage could be obtained in that way, he sailed for England round the Cape of Good Hope, fearing the dangers of a passage round the Horn, by which he lost on our passage out 2 of his ships and was well nigh wrecked himself. He only abode in the islands of the South Seas for a few days to get provisions and water, and then sailed straight for home." Assured by this explanation, the viceroy now begged the boys to sit down, and he and his council listened with admiration and astonishment to the records of the expedition, and especially to the passage across America of 2 of the young men before him. The depredations which had been committed upon the Spaniards excited no indignation among the Portuguese, for these nations were rivals, and although they did not put their contentions to the test of the sword, each was glad enough to hear of any misfortune befalling the other. The viceroy now assured the young men that he was proud to welcome the members of so gallant a crew as that of the great English navigator. England and Portugal, he said, did not clash, and were always natural allies. He trusted they would always remain so, and in the meantime he should be glad to treat the boys with all honor, and to forward them home by the first ship which might be sailing. Apartments were now assigned to them in the palace, and here they were delighted to find a stock of clothes suited for them. For the next fortnight they passed a pleasant time at Goa. They were the objects of much attention on the part of the Portuguese, and all vied in the attempt to make their stay pleasant to them. They found that the town of Goa occupied but a small space, and that it was strongly fortified, and the Portuguese made no attempt to conceal their very high estimate of the fighting power of the natives. One young officer, who was specially told off to accompany the lads, and who spoke Spanish fluently, was particularly frank in his description of the state of affairs. "All these gaily dressed natives that one sees in the streets are, I suppose, Christians?" Ned asked. "No, indeed," the other said, surprised. "What should make you think so?" Ned replied that in America he had found that the Spaniards insisted on all the natives at once embracing Christianity, on pain of death. "The Spaniards," the young Portuguese said, "are lords and masters there. The natives are weak and timid, and able to offer no resistance whatever. That is very far from being our position here. We are, I can assure you, only here on sufferance. You can have no idea of the power of some of these native sovereigns of India. The Mahrattas, who live beyond the mountains you see on the horizon, could pour down such hosts of armed men that, if they combined against us, no resistance that we could offer would be likely to be successful. And yet they are but one among a score of warlike peoples. So long as we do not attempt to proselytize, and are content to appear as merchants and traders, no general feeling exists against our residence here. But I can assure you that if it became known in India that we were forcing the natives to accept Christianity, the footing which we have obtained here would be speedily lost. These people have regular armies. They may not indeed be trained as are ours at home, but individually they are very brave. They have artillery of heavy caliber. In the South Seas, as you know, we endeavor to convert the heathen. The people there are degraded savages by the side of these Indians. But we do not adopt the strong methods which the Spaniards have done. We have, in Portugal, a good deal of your English freedom of opinion, and the Inquisition has never gained any firm footing amongst us. Upon one occasion the boys had the satisfaction of seeing a grand Indian durbar, for the chief, on the corner of whose territory the Portuguese had built their town with his permission, came in to see the viceroy. The boys were surprised at the magnificence of his cavalcade, in which elephants, camels, and other animals took part, and in which the trappings and appointments were gorgeous indeed, while the dresses of the chiefs absolutely shone with jewels. The attendants, however, made but a poor show, according to European ideas. There was at this time, in European armies, no attempt at regular uniform, but there was a certain resemblance between the attire and arms of the men who fought side by side. When upon the march regularity and order were maintained, and the men kept together in step. Nothing of this kind was apparent among the troops who accompanied the Indian chief. They marched along by the side of the elephants, and in groups ahead and in rear of them, in a confused disorder, and it seemed to the lads that a mere handful of European troops would rout such a rabble as this. They said as much to their Portuguese friend, but he told them that the people on the coast could scarcely be considered as a fair sample of those who dwelt in the hill country behind. The climate here, he said, is much more relaxing. Vegetation is extremely abundant, and all the necessities of life can be obtained in the easiest manner. Consequently, the people here are enervated, and cannot be compared to the horsemen of the plains. The seat of the Indian power lies at Agra and Delhi, sometimes one and sometimes the other. The emperors there can take the field with 200,000 men, if necessary, and even these, with all their power, have difficulty in maintaining their authority throughout India. You may judge, therefore, of the power of the various territorial chiefs. A fortnight later, to their great delight, the lads heard that a vessel would start in 3 days for Lisbon. She was taking home a large cargo of spice, and articles of Indian manufacture, and a number of invalided soldiers. She was said to be a slow sailer, but as no other was likely to start for some months, the lads did not hesitate to avail themselves of the offer of the viceroy. At parting he presented them each with a sword set with diamonds, and also purses of money in token of his appreciation of the valor displayed by them in the defense of Tidore. It is, the viceroy said, an honor to us to honor the members of the greatest marine expedition which has yet been made. We Portuguese may boast that we have been among the foremost in maritime discovery, and we can therefore the more admire the feats of your valiant Captain Drake. The ship, the Mia Pia, was a large one, far greater indeed than the Golden Hind, and the boys felt that in a floating castle of this description their voyage ought to be a safe and pleasant one. The captain had received instructions to do all in his power to make the voyage agreeable to them. A handsome cabin had been placed at their disposal, and their position on board was altogether an honorable one. The result justified their expectations. The voyage, although long, passed without incident. The Maria Pia experienced fine weather round the Cape, and catching trade winds, made her course northward, and arrived off the mouth of the Tagus without accident or adventure of any kind. Sailing up the river, she filed a salute with her guns, which was answered by those of the fort at the entrance. The news had been signaled to the capital of the arrival of a ship from the Indies, and officials boarded her as soon as she cast anchor. The captain at once went on shore and reported to the minister of the Indies the news which he had brought from Goa, and gave an account of his voyage. He delivered a letter from the viceroy, stating that he had given a passage to 4 English gentlemen who had formed part of Captain Drake's equipage, and who had rendered very great services in defeating an attack upon the island of Tidore by the people of Ternate, of which matters the viceroy added the gentlemen would themselves give a full account. The minister at once sent on board an official to request the young men to land, and upon their so doing he received them with great courtesy, and gave a grand banquet the next day, at which the British minister was present. The lads were delighted, upon landing, to receive the good news that the Golden Hind had arrived safely in England 4 months before, and that all Europe was ringing with the great feat which she had accomplished. The lads found that they were received, by the distinguished company which met them at the table of the minister, with much honor and respect, and this was heightened upon their giving a detailed account of the adventures which had befallen them since leaving England. The British minister offered them a passage to England in one of the Queen's ships, and having provided them amply with money, they were enabled to make a good appearance, and to enter with zest into the round of festivities of which they were made the objects during their stay. They were presented to the king, who received them most graciously, and presented each with a sword of honor. 3 weeks later they sailed up the Thames, and upon landing in London at once inquired for the residence of Captain Drake. This they had no difficulty in discovering, as he was the hero of the hour. It was with great pleasure that they were received by the commander. He expressed but little surprise at seeing them, for, as he told them, he made sure that sooner or later they would arrive, and had given orders that upon the division of the great sums which had been gained by the Golden Hind on her voyage, their shares should be scrupulously set aside. "You had twice before," he said to Ned, "appeared after we had all given you up as dead, and I could not believe that the 4 of you together could all have succumbed." We got off the reef the next day, shifting her cargo all upon one side and hoisting some sail, so that the wind bore her down, her keel lifted from the reef upon which she had fastened, and without damage she went into deep water. We spent 4 days in looking for you. We landed at the island to which you had been directed, and searched it thoroughly. We then went to an island further to the south, and spent 3 days in cruising round its shores. We landed, and captured some natives, but could not learn from them that they had seen any traces of you, whatever. Most on board conceived that the canoe must have upset, and that you must have been drowned, but I never believed this, and felt convinced that from some unknown reason you had been unable to return to the ship, but that sooner or later you would arrive. From that point all went well with us. We had a rapid voyage down to the Cape, and coasted along it at a short distance. The weather was fair, and we turned our head north without loss of time, and so, by the help of Providence and a fair wind, we made our course to England, where our gracious sovereign has been pleased to express her approval of our doings. I told her something of your journey across the south of the American continent, and she was pleased to express her sorrow at the loss of such gallant and promising gentlemen. I am sure that her Majesty will receive with pleasure the news of your return. Now, tell me all that has happened since I last saw you." Ned recited the history of their adventures, and Captain Francis approved of the course which they had taken, in making for Tidore instead of Ternate. He was greatly amused at their experiences as South Seas deities, and said that henceforth, let them be lost where they would, or for as long as they might be, he would never again feel any uneasiness as to their fate. He invited them to take up their abode with him while they stayed in London, and although they were eager to return to Devonshire, he told them that he thought they ought to wait until they had communicated with the Queen, and seen whether she would wish to see the gentleman in whom she had kindly expressed interest. Captain Drake had received the honour of knighthood from the Queen's hand on his return from his voyage, and was now Sir Francis Drake, and was for the time the popular idol of the people, whose national pride was deeply gratified at the feat of circumnavigation, now for the first time performed by one of their countrymen. Captain Drake dispatched a letter to Her Majesty at Westminster, and the following day a royal messenger arrived, with an order that he should bring the 4 gentlemen adventurers with him, and present them to Her Majesty. The young men felt not a little awed at the thought of being received by Queen Elizabeth, but upon their presentation by Sir Francis, the Queen received them with so much condescension and grace that their fears were speedily removed. "I thought," she said to Captain Drake, "that I should see 4 huge and bearded paladins. You told me indeed that they were young, but I had not pictured to myself that they were still beardless striplings, although in point of size they do credit their native country. I love to listen to tales of adventure," she continued, "and beg that you will now recite to me the story of those proportions of your voyage and journeyings of which I had not heard from the lips of Sir Francis." Then, modestly, Ned recited the story of their journey across America, and afterwards took up the narrative at the point when they left the ship, and Her Majesty was pleased to laugh hugely at the story of their masquerading as gods. When they had finished, she invited them to a banquet, to be given at Greenwich on the following day, gave them her hand to kiss, and presented each with a diamond ring, in token of her royal favour. The following day they went down in the barge of Sir Francis Drake, which formed part of the grand cortege which accompanied Her Majesty on her water passage to Greenwich. There a royal banquet was held, with much splendour and display, after which a masque, prepared by those ingenious authors Mr. Beaumont and Mr. Fletcher, was enacted before her. 3 days later they embarked upon a country ship bound for Plymouth, and after a rough tossing in the Channel, landed there. They were received with much honour by the mayor and dignitaries of Plymouth, for Sir Francis had already written down, giving a brief account of their adventures and of the marks of esteem which the Queen had been pleased to bestow upon them, and Plymouth, as the representative of the county of Devon, rejoiced in giving hearty welcome to her sons, who had brought so much credit upon them. After a stay of a few hours the lads separated, Tom and Reuben each starting for their respective homes, while Ned, who had no family of his own, accompanied Gerald, in whose home he was looked upon almost as a son, and where the welcome which awaited him was as cordial as that given to Gerald. The share of each of the adventurers in the Golden Hind was a very large one, and Ned purchased a nice little property and settled down upon it, having had enough of the dangers of the seas, and resolving no more to leave his native country, unless his duty to his queen should demand his services. That time was not long in arriving, for towards the end of 1586 all Europe rang with the preparations which Philip of Spain was making to invade England. The Devonshire gentlemen who had fought on the Spanish Main, and who but lightly esteemed Spanish valor at sea, at first scoffed at the news, but soon no doubt could be entertained. Early in 1587 Sir Francis Drake wrote, to his friends who had fought under him, that Her Majesty had honored him with a commission to beat up the Spanish coast, and invited them to accompany him. The four friends hastened, with many others, to obey the summons, and on joining him at Plymouth he was pleased to appoint each to the command of a ship. Some weeks were spent in earnest preparation, and in March a fleet of 30 vessels set forth, full manned and equipped. Accustomed as the young men were to see great Spanish ships taken by single boats, and a whole fleet submissive before one ship, it seemed to them that with such an armament they could destroy the whole navies of Spain, and even then that little glory would be divided between each vessel. Upon the 18th of April the fleet was off of Cadiz, and Sir Francis made the signal for the captains of the fleet to go on board the flagship. There he unfolded them to his plan of forcing the entrance to the port, and destroying the Spanish fleet gathered there. Cadiz was one of the strongest places of Spain, and the enterprise would, to most men, have seemed a desperate one. But to men who had fought in the Spanish Main it seemed but a light thing. As they left the admiral's cabin, Ned invited his 3 friends to dine on board his ship, the Sovereign, and a right merry gathering it was, as they talked over their past adventures, and marveled to find themselves each commanding a ship, about to attack the fleet of Spain in its own harbor. Upon the following day the fleet sailed boldly towards the port of Cadiz, where the people could scarce believe that the British intended to force the entrance to the fort. When they saw that such was indeed their purpose, they opened fire with all their batteries, great and small. The English ships sailed on, unheeding their reception, and delivering their broadsides as they neared the port. Although they had been in many fights, this was the first great battle at which the friends had been present, and the roar and the din of the combat, the sound of their own guns and those of the enemy, the crashing and rending of wood, and the cheers of the sailors in no little surprised them. The Spanish gunners in their haste shot but badly, and with Sir Francis Drake's ship leading the way, the fleet forced the entrance into the port. As they entered they were saluted by the cannon of the Spanish vessels within, but without more ado they lay these aboard. So mightily were the Spaniards amazed by the valor and the boldness of the English that they fought but feebly, jumping over for the most part, or making their way in their boats to shore. Then Sir Francis caused fire to be applied to the Spanish ships, and 30 great war vessels were destroyed before the eyes of the townspeople, while the English fleet sailed triumphantly away. Then, following the line of the coast as far as St. Vincent, the admiral captured and burned 100 other ships, and destroyed 4 great land forts. Looking into the Tagus, the King of Portugal having been forced by Spain to aid her, Captain Drake captured the St. Philip, the largest ship of their navy, which was, to the gratification of the sailors, laden with a precious cargo. After these exploits, the fleet returned to England in triumph, having for the time crippled the forces of Spain. Philip, however, redoubled his preparations. The fleets of Naples and Sicily, of Venice and Genoa, were added to those of Spain. The dockyards worked night and day, and by the end of the year all was in readiness. In England men had not been idle. A great army was raised of people of every rank and condition, Catholics as well as Protestants, uniting in the defense of the country, while in every port round the din of preparation was heard. The army was destined to combat the 30,000 Spanish soldiers commanded by the Duke of Parma in the Netherlands, where a fleet of transports had been prepared to bring them across, when the great armada should have cleared the sea of English ships. By dint of great efforts, 191 English ships of various sizes, these mostly being small merchantmen, mere pygmies in comparison with the great Spanish galleons, were collected, while the Dutch dispatched 60 others to aid in the struggle against Spain. On the 29th of May the Spanish armada sailed from the Tagus, but, being delayed by a storm, it was not until the 19th of June that its advance was first signaled by the lookout near Plymouth. Then from every hill throughout England beacon fires blazed to carry the tidings, and every Englishman betook himself to his arms, and prepared to repel the invaders. Instead, however, of attempting to land at once, as had been expected, the Spanish fleet kept up channel, the orders of the king being that it should make first for Flanders, there from junction with the fleet of the Duke of Parma, and so effect a landing upon the English coast. as the great fleet, numbering 130 large war vessels, and extending in the form of a crescent 9 miles in length from horn to horn, sailed up Channel, the spectacle, although terrible, was magnificent indeed. The ships at Plymouth at once slipped anchor and set out in pursuit. Sir Francis Drake led, and close by him were the vessels commanded by the four friends. Paltry indeed did the squadron appear by the side of the great fleet, but from every port as they passed along came reinforcements, until in numbers they equaled those of the great ships of Spain. These reinforcements were commanded by Admirals Hawkins, Frobisher, and other gallant seamen, while Lord Howard, Lord High Admiral of England, was in chief command. There was no great action attempted, for the floating Spanish castles could have ridden over the light ships of England, but each commander fell upon the enemy like dogs upon the flank of an array of lions. Sir Francis threw himself into the center of the Spanish lines, followed by many other English ships, and thus separated several of the great galleons from their consorts, and then fell to work battering them. The Spaniards fought valiantly, but at a disadvantage, for the smaller ships of the English were so quickly handled that they were able to take up positions to rake their enemy without exposing themselves to the broadsides which would have sunk them. When at last they had crippled their foes, they would either close upon them and carry them by boarding, or leaving them helpless wrecks upon the water, would hoist all sail and again overtake the Spanish fleet. The battle continued day and night for 5 days, with scarce an intermission, the various English admirals sometimes attacking all together, sometimes separately. The same tactics ever prevailed, the Spaniards sailing on and striving to keep in a compact body, the English hovering round them, cutting off every ship which lagged behind, breaking the ranks of the enemy and separating vessels from their consorts. Hard was it to say that, in that long struggle, one man showed more valor than another, but the deeds of the ships commanded by the Devonshire gentlemen were second to none. On the 27th their ships were signaled to sail to join those assembled near Dunkirk to check the progress of the Duke of Parma's fleet. They reached the English fleet in time, and soon the Spaniards were seen approaching. They kept in a compact mass, which the English ships could not break. For a while the fight went badly, and then a number of fire ships were launched at the Spaniards. Seized with panic, these at once scattered, and the English falling upon them, a series of desperate conflicts ensued, ending almost always in the capture or destruction of the enemy. The Duke of Medina Sidonia, who commanded the main Spanish fleet, sailed north, intending to coast round to the north of Scotland and so return to Spain. The English ships followed for a while, but were, from the shortness of the supplies which had been placed on board, forced to put into harbor, and a great storm scattering the Spanish fleet and wrecking many, only 60 vessels, and these, with their crews disabled by hardship and fatigue, ever returned to Spain. As a consequence of their gallantry in these battles, and upon the urgent recommendations of Sir Francis Drake, Her Majesty was pleased to bestow the honor of knighthood upon each of the 4 young Devonshire gentlemen, as upon many other brave captains. After this they went no more to sea, nor took any part in the disastrous expedition which Admirals Drake and Hawkins together made to the Spanish Main, when the brave Sir Francis lost his life from fever and disappointment. Soon after the return from the defeat of the Armada, Sir Edward Hearne married the only sister of his friend Gerald, and lived with her happily to a green old age. The friendship between the 4 friends never diminished, but rather increased as they grew in years, and many marriages took place between their children and grandchildren. 4 times a year, upon the occasion of special events in their lives, great family gatherings were held at the house of one or the other. Sir Gerald generally held festival on the anniversary of the defeat of the Spanish attack on the Forest Fortress in Porto Rico; Tom upon that of his escape from the prison of the Inquisition; Reuben generally celebrated the day when, in the character of a South Sea idol, he aided to defeat the hostile islanders, while Ned kept up the anniversary of their return to England. As to the victory over the Armada, they always had to draw lots as to the house in which that great event should be celebrated. Upon all these occasions stories were told at great length, and their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, for all lived to see these growing up, were never tired of listening to tales of the Spanish Main. End of chapter 22. End of Under Drake's Flag, A Tale of the Spanish Main, by George Alfred Henty.